Swear, let's sleep in the space tonight. Freak said. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. I'll go too, Icy looked up and said hurriedly, as if he was afraid of being left behind. Little Icy, I thought you were asleep. Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. Huh, Icy was harassed by Lon Lai on the way to the Lon family estate. I pretended to be asleep. That kid from the Lon family is really too clingy. I can't take it anymore, Icy couldn't help complaining. Huh, then why did you agree to stay here? This was something Leng Ruoxue didn't understand. Why did Icy agree? It was too strange. For the silver snow fish, of course. Icy swallowed his saliva. Alas. What a delicious fish. He couldn't help feeling excited just thinking about it. Silver snow fish? Leng Ruoxue looked at Icy doubtfully. Did you see the river in the estate? The fish in there is the silver snow fish I mentioned, Icy explained. Is that fish delicious? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Delicious. Not only is it delicious, but it can also be used in medicine. In short, it's incomparably precious, Icy said, so hungry that his saliva was about to drip down. Swear, the silver snow fish is the main ingredient in refining the silver snow pill. The silver snow pill is a heaven-grade pill that can help great mystics break through to mystic monarch. But the success rate of silver snow pills is very low, so they can absolutely be considered priceless medicinal pills. I think that boy from the Lon family took a silver snow pill. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance to mystic monarch so quickly, Empty said via voice transmission. Lon Lai's aptitude was good, but that fellow was too lazy and not very concerned about cultivation. This was known by everyone on the boundless heaven continent. Yeah. Little Snowy, let's steal all these silver snow fish. If you raise them in your space, the quality of these silver snow fish will definitely be better. Icy's face was full of desire as his big ice blue eyes looked at Leng Ruoxue eagerly. Leng Ruoxue began to sweat profusely. Icy's idea was really. Alas. She really wanted to know if Lon Lai would cry to death if he knew that he was the one who lured the dog into the house. Little Snowy, is it okay? Icy asked cutely, blinking his big eyes. Alright. But for Lan Ming's sake, we can't steal all of them, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In fact, she was quite interested in the silver snow pill. Yes. Just leave 2 for them, Icy said generously, his fluffy little face full of pride. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Little Icy, you are really ruthless. When she came, she saw at least a few thousand fish in the river. She didn't know how long the Lon family had been raising them. Great, now little Icy had his eyes on them and even wanted to wipe them all out at once. Alas. Little Snowy, I'm not doing it for me. You also need silver snow pills. Icy said aggrievedly while looking at Leng Ruoxue's expression with tears shining in his beautiful blue eyes. I didn't say anything. Let's go steal fish tonight. 2 drops of cold sweat rolled down Leng Ruoxue's forehead, and she hurriedly changed the topic. Boo-hoo. Can these beasts not be so smart? Okay. Icy immediately wiped his tears away and answered happily when he heard that they were going to steal the fish at night. Little Icy, how did you know that the Lon family has silver snow fish? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Icy shook his little head and explained, this isn't a secret on the boundless heaven continent. But silver snow fish are very difficult to raise. Currently, no one has raised them in the entire continent except for the Lon family. Moreover, silver snow fish love the cold the most. Therefore, the colder the water used to raise them, the better. There happens to be a natural cold pool below this Lon family estate, so the silver snow fish can survive. Wouldn't there be a lot of people who want to steal fish? Leng Ruoxue guessed. With the value of the silver snow fish, wouldn't this fish be thought of all day long? There are definitely many people who want to steal them, but they have to have the guts to steal them. Moreover, silver snow fish themselves aren't so easy to steal. You'll know tonight. Icy kept her guessing. Oh. Leng Ruoxue answered softly. She was really curious after hearing Icy's words. Time passed slowly. In the dead of night, Leng Ruoxue summoned Rise and got him to cast an invisibility spell on her, Freak, and Icy before sneaking to the river in the yard. So cold. Leng Ruoxue felt the temperature drop significantly when she stood by the river, and she instantly understood what Icy meant earlier. Little Snowy, quickly store the fish away. Icy said anxiously. Hee, it wouldn't be so easy to steal silver snow fish because of the cold. Okay. With a thought, Leng Ruoxue put 1/3 of the fish in the river into the bracelet. Suddenly, Icy pinched his throat and shouted, help. There are assassins. When Leng Ruoxue heard Icy's cry, 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She looked at Icy in surprise. Little Icy, what are you shouting for? Hee, Little Snowy, there will be a good show to watch. Icy smiled mysteriously and kept silent. Little Icy, you've learned bad things. Leng Ruoxue teased. Little Icy actually liked to keep her in suspense. But she knew very well that Little Icy had most likely discovered something, even though he refused to say it. Just as Leng Ruoxue thought, several figures quickly emerged from the other residences of the Lon family state after Little Icy finished shouting. Moreover, the sound of fighting sounded soon after. Little Snowy, let's go somewhere else to steal some more, Icy suggested after seeing that most of the fish in this section of the river had been stolen. Little Icy. Isn't this enough? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Was Little Icy really planning to wipe out all these silver snow fish? Would the Lan family cry to death then? Little Snowy, silver snow fish breed quickly, so don't worry. There will be many more in this Lan family estate soon, Icy said nonchalantly. Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said hesitantly, but it probably wasn't easy to raise them to become so big. Previous chapter. Little Snowy, you have to believe me. Moreover, these fish are already mature. Even if we don't eat them now, they will be eaten by the Lan family, Icy said understandingly. The silver snow fish could be used to concoct pills, but it would be best if the fish used to concoct the silver snow pills were not fully mature. This way, the effects of the concocted silver snow pill would be the best, and the mature silver snow fish were the most delicious. Moreover, if these fish weren't eaten for a long time, they would naturally die when the time came, so they must not be wasted. The Lan family eats them too? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. Weren't silver snow fish very precious? Little Snowy, silver snow fish have a growth cycle, and their longest lifespan is only 10 years. So it would be a waste not to eat these fish after they mature. Moreover, even though silver snow fish aren't easy to raise, they are very good at producing offspring, so there's no need to worry, Icy explained. Alas. Little Snowy is too kind. Oh. Then let's go. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and they changed places to continue stealing fish. In another courtyard, two groups of people were fighting, while Leng Ruoxue's group was busy stealing fish and changing several places one after another. Little Icy, is this enough? Leng Ruoxue asked with slightly raised eyebrows. There were only about 100 fish left in the entire river now. She couldn't bear to steal anymore. That's it. Alas. Little Snowy, you're too kind. Icy nodded reluctantly. Let's go see the commotion. Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Wow. Little Icy actually said I was kind. Okay. Let's cause trouble, Icy said with unconcealed excitement. Causing trouble was his favorite. Leng Ruoxue nodded speechlessly, and the two humans and two beasts walked toward the fight. In the main residence, the guards of the Lan family were fighting with several men in black. There were saber flashes and sword shadows all over in the huge courtyard, and colorful mystic power flew everywhere. After arriving, Leng Ruoxue and the others stood to the side and watched the battle. They were invisible anyway, so others couldn't see them. Little Snowy, the lowest level of the Lan family's guards is Mystic Monarch. Icy watched the battle while taking on the task of explaining. Yes, as expected of one of the three great families. They have a strong foundation, Leng Ruoxue said while staring at the two parties in the fight. Those men in black aren't bad. They are generally mystic sovereigns. Little Snowy, guess who sent them? Icy asked with a naughty smile. It's either the Sun family or the Mystic Association headquarters, right? Leng Ruoxue guessed. Hehe, they are all from the Sun family. Otherwise, why would the guards of the Lan family work so hard? Icy said with slight pride. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She had also heard that the Lan family and the Sun family had always been at odds. But from the looks of the fighting, it seemed to be even more serious than the rumors. Schwer, are we just going to watch? Freak suddenly asked, his pitch black and bright eyes shining with a mischievous light. Leng Ruoxue looked at Freak and asked with a smile, what do you want to do? Hehe, look at me. Freak smiled evilly, then changed his voice and shouted at the top of his lungs, someone come quickly. The Sun family is here to sell the silver snow fish. After hearing the shout, the leader of the men in black, who was fighting with the guards of the Lan family in midair, almost fell down. Damn it. Who's setting us up? The leader of the men in black cursed. They were obviously here to kill Leng Ruoxue and her group, but they were discovered by the Lan family's guards as soon as they arrived. Now, they were even accused of stealing fish. He was so depressed. He hated the people who spoke out twice. How dare the Sun family come to our Lan family to steal fish, the leader of the guard said coldly with disdain. We're not here to steal fish, the leader of the men in black tried explaining. You're not here to steal fish. Humph. Then what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Don't tell me you're here for a walk. This isn't your Sun family grounds. You can't behave atrociously here. The guard leader didn't believe him at all. After all, there was nothing good about the Sun family in his heart. Just take it that we're here for a walk, the leader of the men in black said helplessly. Alas. Why was he so miserable? He knew that it wouldn't work no matter what he said. They wouldn't take them seriously. Coming to our Lan family's territory for a walk is equivalent to an attack. You will also die, the guard leader said without hesitation. Humph. We're both mystic sovereigns. You can't kill me, the leader of the men in black said with a sneer. That might not be the case, the guard leader said confidently. The two of them quickly began fighting again. Not far away, Leng Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat after hearing Freak's shout. Hehe, little Chen Chen, you're also naughty. Icy praised while watching the two parties fighting more and more intensely. I think they still aren't satisfied with fighting. Why don't we add fuel to the fire? Freak suggested. Oh. Icy's big blue eyes looked at Freak doubtfully. At this moment, Freak had already taken out the small and exquisite bamboo tube, aimed, and shot at the butt of one of the men in black. In just a few seconds, the man in black fell to the ground with a plop. The Lon family guard who was fighting him stood rooted to the ground, his face full of question marks. Huh, this is fun. Let me play with it. Icy took the bamboo tube from Freak and held it with one hoof while another hoof kept pressing the small button. A few minutes later, all the men in black collapsed except for the leader. The guards of the Lon family were all stunned at the same time. What happened? One of the guards squatted down and looked at the dead men in black, his face full of puzzlement. Now, only the leaders of the two sides were fighting in the spacious yard. The leader of the men in black didn't realize that his subordinates had already met their makers. Previous chapter. Sir Lon, our silver snow fish have been stolen. The steward, who had gone to check on the silver snow fish, ran to the two of them while panting heavily. Humph. You're really here to steal fish. How shameless, the guard leader said angrily. I told you we were here for a walk, the leader of the men in black quibbled while cursing in his mind, damn it. Who's framing us? Go to hell. The guard leader roared and used his strongest move. Just as he was about to attack with all his might, he found that his opponent had actually collapsed. The guard leader was stunned. He retracted his mystic power and looked around in bewilderment. He found that all the men in black had fallen to the ground at some point. When did the Sun family become so weak? The steward walked to the guard leader and asked curiously, Sir Lon, has your strength increased again? No, I didn't kill him, the guard leader said honestly. But he died in front of you, the steward said in puzzlement. The guard leader squatted down and carefully examined the body of the leader of the men in black, only to find that his body had already turned completely black. This was obviously a sign of poison. Could these people have come to steal fish with the determination to die? The Sun family is really too vicious. He committed suicide, the guard leader concluded after checking. Humph. He stole so many of our fish. I wouldn't have let him go even if he didn't commit suicide, the steward roared furiously. How many did they steal? The guard leader couldn't help asking when he saw the steward's angry appearance. The silver snow. There are only slightly more than 100 left. The silver snow fish couldn't be stolen just because people wanted to, so it was already good enough that these people could steal a few in his mind. There are only slightly more than 100 left. Boo-hoo. The steward wanted to cry but had no tears. His fish. They were gone just like that. Boo-hoo, the Sun family was really too despicable. He had thought of many ways to raise those fish, and it wasn't easy to raise them so well, but now. Report to the patriarch. Tell him that the Sun family stole our silver snow fish, the guard leader said decisively. Okay, the steward said through gritted teeth. After hearing the conversation between the guard leader and the steward, Leng Ruoxue's group of 2 humans and 2 beasts quietly returned to Ningxi Garden. After entering the room, Leng Ruoxue, Freak, and the 2 beasts couldn't stop laughing. Huh, it's so funny, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Yes. The Sun family will definitely be the scapegoat, Freak said happily. Hee, it's all thanks to me. Icy said cockily, his tail curling up proudly again. If he hadn't discovered those black-clothed people immediately, how could those fellows have been discovered by the Lon family's guards as soon as they sneaked into the Lon family estate? Hee. Yes. You're the smartest. Leng Ruoxue caressed Icy's little head and praised him. Schwer, let us out. Leng Qingtian sent a voice transmission from the bracelet. They knew that Schwer and the others were going to steal the silver snow fish, so they wanted to broaden their horizons. So they had all entered the space and seen everything that happened outside. Moreover, they had long been rolling on the ground laughing in the space. Okay. Without a thought, Leng Ruoxue moved her grandfather and the others out. Huh, lass, the Sun family really suffered a double loss this time. They suffered such a tremendous loss. I think the Sun family will be so angry that they will vomit blood. Old Zhao chuckled, extremely happy. Hee, the Sun family was here to kill them, but they didn't even get to see the people they were going to kill and even became fish thieves instead. Alas. How pitiful. Ruoxue, your poison is really powerful. Even mystic sovereigns couldn't resist it, Feng Jing said with amazement. The effects of the poison earlier really surprised him. That's because we launched a sneak attack. In a real battle, we wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of a mystic sovereign's clothes with our current strength, Leng Ruoxue said very sincerely. Her poison was quite powerful, but she had to have a chance to use it. Otherwise, the poison would just be a decoration. Hee, no matter what, your poison boosted our confidence. Old Zhao said excitedly. Yeah. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone, go back to your rooms and sleep. Leng Qingtian said. This wasn't their home after all. There were many experts hiding in the dark in the Lon family. Okay, lass. We'll go back to our rooms. Old Zhao left Leng Ruoxue's room with everyone. Schwer, let's rest too. Freak said. Okay. With a thought, Leng Ruoxue brought Freak and the 2 beasts into the bracelet. After entering the bracelet, they went straight to the pond where the silver snow fish were being raised. Beside the pond, all the beasts and empty were gathered, drooling and looking at the silver-white fish swimming happily in the water. Don't tell me you want to eat the fish. Leng Ruoxue shook her head helplessly. All the beasts and empty nodded in unison, their eyes revealing desire as they looked at Leng Ruoxue pitifully. Not now. Leng Ruoxue said without negotiation. She had so many beasts, so how could this small amount of fish be enough? Fortunately, in the space, these fish would grow faster, and their lifespans would increase, so she believed that they would be able to have fresh and delicious silver snow fish to eat soon. Leng Ruoxue looked at the beasts and empty and continued to warn them. Alright, everyone stop looking. I've handed these fish to Qingju to manage. No one is allowed to eat them secretly, especially empty. Swear, why me in particular? Empty said defiantly. Everyone had the same thoughts, but why did she only name him? Boo-hoo. Swear is too biased. Because it's you, Leng Ruoxue said. Then she ignored him and pulled Freak directly toward the purple bamboo house. Hee hee. Icy turned his head and covered his mouth to laugh. Everyone, stop looking. Go to sleep. Empty said gloomily and walked toward his residence. The next morning. After breakfast, Leng Ruoxue and the others were chatting in the garden when Lan Lai brought Leng Wudi over. Little Icy, I'm here to see you. I haven't seen you for a night. I missed you so much, Lan Lai said mushily. At the same time, everyone present was so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Beside him, Leng Wudi immediately jumped 2 meters away from him with a very strange expression on his face. His eyes stared at him with slight fear, and the words, I don't know him, were written on his face. Little Icy, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Lan Lai said coquettishly. Icy shook his head and said very seriously, don't think about me. I'm not interested in males. Everyone was speechless. Boo-hoo. Little Icy, you really hurt my heart. I missed you for the entire night and didn't sleep well. Look, I have dark circles under my eyes, Lan Lai said pitifully. Tears flashed in his eyes but didn't fall. Go after a female. I'm a male, Icy said furiously. Damn it. The Qilin race didn't approve of boy love. But I only have you in my heart, Lan Lai said suggestively. Little Snowy, I can't take it anymore, Icy said pitifully to Leng Ruoxue. There's no need to hold back anymore. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile. Okay. Icy was angry, especially after seeing everyone turning their heads to snicker. So he opened his mouth and sneezed loudly, blowing Lan Lai out of Ningxi garden. Of course, he was lenient compared to how he treated the Sun family. Everyone watched as Lan Lai flew out of the garden with a whoosh and disappeared. They broke out in cold sweat and thought in unison, fortunately, we aren't the ones flying out. The atmosphere in the garden immediately fell to a minimum, and everyone fell silent. After a long while, Lan Lai limped in a very sorry state into Ningxi garden with the help of a servant. Little Icy, you're too cruel, Lan Lai said aggrievely with tears in his eyes. Unfortunately, Icy didn't even raise his eyes and started snoring on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder. Seeing Icy ignoring him, Lan Lai turned his head and said to everyone, you have no sympathy. But Leng Ruoxue and the others also turned their heads, and no one bothered with him. Uncle, your cute nephew is injured, Lan Lai called out directly, unwilling to give up. Then quickly return to your room to rest. Lan Ming braced himself and comforted him helplessly. Lan Ming's answer displeased Lan Lai, so he said to Leng Wudi, Little Di, your best friend is injured. If you call me Little Di again, I will hurt you even more, Leng Wudi said indifferently with a cold smile. Little Di? That's a good name. Old Zao started laughing hysterically after hearing this name. Leng Wudi threw a sharp glare at him. But not only did it not stop old Zao from laughing, he even laughed more happily. Leng Wudi was depressed. These people were mentally abnormal and couldn't be inferred with common sense. So he didn't bicker with this old man. Humph. Little Di, can you bear to do it? At this moment, Lan Lai secretly looked at Leng Wudi and pretended to be pitiful. Yes, I can. You can try calling me that again if you don't believe me, Leng Wudi said with a spurious smile, his eyes very unfriendly. If you don't like it, I won't call you by that name. Lan Lai admitted defeat. Boo-hoo. He couldn't defeat this fellow. Alas. He was in a disadvantaged group. Leng Wudi nodded, very satisfied with Lan Lai's tact. Lan Lai found a seat and asked with concern, by the way, were you alright yesterday? We're fine. Thank you for your concern, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. It's really strange. Those people of Sun family actually committed suicide and stole many of our silver snow fish, Lan Lai continued, his handsome face full of doubts. They committed suicide to avoid punishment. It's very normal. Leng Ruoxue said. That's true. Lan Lai thought about it for a bit and then stopped thinking about it. Lan Lai, we will be leaving the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality, Leng Ruoxue said politely. Okay. I'll go with you then. I haven't returned to Blue Cloud City for a long time. I can go home and take a look, Lan Lai said with a smile. Did I hear it wrong? Do you mean that you miss home? Leng Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Can't I miss home? Lan Lai shouted. It's unrealistic for you to miss home, Leng Wudi said matter-of-factly. He had known Lan Lai since they were young. He knew Lan Lai's character better than anyone else. This guy had never liked to stay at home since he was a child, and he wanted to run away from home whenever he had the chance. Now, a person who liked to run away from home suddenly said he wanted to go home. Wasn't this more unbelievable than red rain falling from the sky? Young master. Before Lan Lai could argue, the steward suddenly appeared in Ningxi Garden and whispered something in Lan Lai's ear. What is she doing here? Ask her to stay in Peace Garden, Lan Lai said impatiently and glared at Leng Ruoxue. This man is really a source of trouble. Fifth Miss refused, the steward said helplessly. The Lan family was deeply troubled by their fifth Miss's willfulness, but they were helpless. Alas. The fifth Miss was favored. She has to agree even if she doesn't want to. It's not up to her, Lan Lai said furiously. Humph. He couldn't do anything to these people, but couldn't he deal with the Lan family? The steward was in a dilemma. Tell her that she can either go to Peace Garden or scram. Tell her what I said, Lan Lai said angrily. All right then. The steward braced himself and went to find the fifth Miss. Leng Ruoxue raised his eyebrows slightly and asked lightly, what? Is there trouble? Previous chapter. Nothing. A fly flew in, Lan Lai said nonchalantly. Seventh brother, how can you let others stay in my residence? Lan Ninger's voice sounded as soon as Lan Lai finished speaking. Then a red-dressed girl ran into the yard angrily and stood in front of Lan Lai to question him. Miss Lan Ninger, are you questioning me? Lan Lai said with a smile that was not a smile. He might seem easygoing in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others, but in front of others, he was the fully deserving and unquestionable young master of the Lan family. I am Grandpa's most beloved granddaughter. How can you give my residence to others? Lan Ninger said very unpleasantly, but her tone subconsciously became much lower. After all, Lan Lai was the young master of the Lan family and the future patriarch. Even if their grandpa doted on her, she would probably suffer if she angered the heir of the Lan family. So she really didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of Lan Lai. Your residence? How is it yours? Lan Lai said coldly without even looking up. Everyone knows that I live in Ningxi Garden as long as I come here, Lan Ninger said loudly. She looked at the people in the courtyard from the corner of her eyes. Humph. Apart from Big Brother Leng, all of them are ugly. It was too infuriating. Lan Lai actually let these ugly people stay in her Ningxi Garden. She was so angry. So what? They are my friends. They can stay wherever I allow them to stay. You have no right to ask, Lan Lai said without giving her face. You. Lan Lai, how dare you? I'm Grandpa's most beloved granddaughter. I'm going to tell Grandpa. Lan Ninger roared furiously. Go ahead. I want to see how Grandpa will react when he finds out that his most beloved granddaughter actually yelled at the heir he chose. Don't think that just because Grandpa dotes on you that you can look down on everyone. Let me tell you. I am the young master of the Lan family. What crime will you be charged with if news of you disrespecting the young master reaches the elders? Lan Lai said very curiously. You wait. Lan Ninger glared fiercely at Lan Lai, turned around, and walked away angrily. It really was a troublesome fly, Leng Ruoxue said lightly after Lan Ninger left. You two bad fellows actually call the #1 beauty of the boundless heaven continent a fly. If her admirers know, just their saliva will drown you too, Lan Ming couldn't help teasing. Who dares, the two of them said in unison. Then they looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Everything was unspoken. Alas. Men are trouble. Leng Ruoxue looked at Freak and suddenly sighed with emotion. Schwer. Freak looked at Leng Ruoxue aggrievedly. How could Schwer say that about him? He was cruel and merciless to all women except Schwer. Well, he must have been implicated by these fellows. He looked at Lan Ming and the others. These three fellows now had the potential to be the source of trouble. Little Snowy. Lan Ming also looked at Leng Ruoxue aggrievedly, thinking, the real trouble is you two. Why are you maligning me? He's the one attracting the flies and mosquitoes. I'm a pure and innocent child. Lan Lai pointed at Leng Ruoxue and plucked himself clean without any sense of loyalty. So young Master Leng stinks? No wonder you attract flies and mosquitoes, Leng Ruoxue teased with a smile. Leng Ruoxue's face darkened, and he was at a loss for words. He really couldn't understand how a handsome and talented man like him became stinky in Leng Ruoxue's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't his fault that he attracted flies and mosquitoes. Boo-hoo. He was so wronged. Yes, he stank a long time ago. Lan Lai added oil to the fire fearlessly. Are you courting death? Leng Ruoxue's anger rose. He stood up and attacked Lan Lai. Leng Ruoxue is so angry that he flew into a rage. He's going to kill someone. Help. Lan Lai dodged Leng Ruoxue's attack while shouting loudly and began playing hide-and-seek with him. Just like that, the two of them engaged in a chase and battle in the garden. Leng Ruoxue and the others looked helplessly at Lan Lai and Leng Ruoxue chasing and fighting like children. They felt that they should return to their rooms and gave the entire garden to them. After chasing for a long time, the two of them were tired and lay on the grass. But when they looked up, they found that everyone was gone, and only the two of them were left in the huge garden. When did they leave? Boo-hoo. My little Icy. Lan Lai cried exaggeratedly. Don't cry like a woman. That's not your little Icy, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. He was really helpless about his good friend's daydreaming. Boo-hoo. Lan Lai cried even more sadly. Damn little DD is rubbing salt on my wounds. Cry slowly. I'm going to my room. Leng Ruoxue stood up, dusted himself off, and left Ningxi Garden. After a while, Lon Lai saw that no one was really paying attention to him. So he stood up, dusted off his clothes, and left. 2 days passed quickly. For the past 2 days, Leng Ruoxue and the others told Lan Ming that they wanted to cultivate and almost didn't leave their rooms. In fact, they did this to avoid conflict with certain Lan family members. Moreover, they had been staying in Leng Ruoxue's bracelet for the past 2 days. In Leng Ruoxue's room. Swear, we're leaving the Lan family estate today, Leng Qingtian said happily. For the past 2 days, Lan Ninger had always been looking for trouble with them. Fortunately, they were in seclusion and didn't see anyone, so Lan Ninger was stopped by Lan Ming. Grandpa, let's pack up and set off. Leng Ruoxue said. She had already told Lan Ming that she planned to leave early today, so they decided to set off before dawn. Lass, we've already packed up. Actually, there's nothing much to pack, old Zao said. Their things were all in Lass's space, and there was almost nothing outside. Previous chapter. Leng Ruoxue looked around at everyone and said, then let's go. Okay. Everyone nodded and exited the room. When they arrived at the garden, Lan Ming was already waiting for them. Lan Ming welcomed Leng Ruoxue and the others. Shall we go? Okay, let's go. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, Lan Ming brought them out of the Lan family estate and headed for Blue Cloud City. Half a month later. Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at Sheep City. Sheep City was a medium-sized city on the Boundless Heaven continent and a must-pass stop on the way to Blue Cloud City. At the same time, it was also one of the Lan family's subordinate cities. So Sheep City could be said to be relatively bustling. After entering Sheep City, Leng Ruoxue and the others found that the pedestrians on the streets were looking at them with pleasant surprise as if they had seen treasure on the road. Little Lan Lan, have you noticed that the gazes of the pedestrians are a little strange? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. Calm down. I guess they've never seen people as ugly as you, Lan Ming guessed as a drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Possibly. Old Zao nodded in agreement. Although they had taken less traveled roads along the way, none of the people they encountered were too ugly. Little Snowy, let's stay here for the night. Lan Ming led everyone to the door of an inn. We can stay anywhere, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. What Lan Ming said might be a factor, but she still felt that something was amiss. Seeing no one having any objections, Lan Ming led them directly into an inn. After booking the rooms, they went to their rooms to rest. After entering her room, Leng Ruoxue brought Freak directly into the bracelet. In the bracelet. Little Snowy, where are we? Icy, who had been sleeping in the bracelet after they got on the road, asked curiously. We're at Sheep City, Leng Ruoxue said. Icy tilted his little head and thought for a bit. Oh. At your current speed, it will take at least half a month to reach Blue Cloud City. Yes, there's no hurry. The medicinal herb exchange meeting will begin in 20 days. Leng Ruoxue caressed the fur on Bingqi's head and smiled lightly. Little Snowy, I'll go out when we reach Blue Cloud City, Icy said. He really didn't like to travel. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Qing Ju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue. Big sister, someone is knocking on the door outside. I'll go out and take a look. With a thought, Leng Ruoxue left the bracelet. After returning to her room, Leng Ruoxue opened the door and found a few uninvited guests standing outside. It's you, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. She sighed softly in her heart. Alas. Why did they catch up? What? Don't you want to see us? Lan Lai said angrily. These bad people actually left quietly without saying goodbye while he was still sleeping. Boo-hoo. He was abandoned by little Icy. I don't want to. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. She felt a headache looking at the 3 handsome men with all sorts of characteristics in front of her. It was enough to have Lan Ming as a source of trouble. If there were 3 more of them, then it would definitely be a disaster. Leng Ruoxue's words made 2 drops of cold sweat drip down each of their foreheads. You're really honest, Leng Wudi said gloomily. Alas. After living for more than 20 years, he only knew today that he was actually so unpopular. Boo-hoo. He, who was so strong-hearted, was also sad. Thank you for the compliment, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. I'm here to challenge your man, Sun Ting said coolly, implying that he was different from them. Challenge? If you have patience, wait for him to advance to Mystic Monarch. He's not free now, Leng Ruoxue said coldly. Although Sun Teng was different from those annoying Sun family members, she still didn't want to have any contact with the Sun family. I can control my cultivation level to elementary mystic, Sun Teng said impatiently. No, you are a Mystic Monarch after all. What if you can't afford to lose and use your Mystic Monarch strength to deal with my man? Leng Ruoxue obviously didn't believe him. I'm not that shameless, okay? Sun Teng explained with a black face. I'm sorry. I heard that the Sun family's reputation has always been poor, so I don't believe you, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly, not taking Sun Teng's anger seriously at all. You. Sun Teng was so angry that he couldn't speak. Lan Lai laughed happily upon seeing Sun Teng deflated. Hee, Leng Ruoxue was still the best. She could anger someone to death. He was much more balanced now. Laugh. Laugh to death. Sun Teng roared furiously. Laugh slowly. Please leave after you're done laughing. I won't see you out. Leng Ruoxue closed the door and locked the three of them outside. The three of them looked at the closed door and were stunned. Finally, they looked at each other in puzzlement. When did they offend Leng Ruoxue? Why were they so unpopular? It must be because of you. The Sun family wanted to kill her, so we were implicated by you. Lan Lai looked at Sun Teng and pushed the blame onto him. What does that have to do with me? Me? The Sun family is the Sun family, and I am me. Sun Teng was aggrieved. He just wanted to spar with Yi Chen. Why was it so difficult? Very possible. Leng Wuti also looked at Sun Teng thoughtfully, his mind racing. Humph. It might not be me. It might be you. I don't think Leng Ruoxue gave you any face. Sun Teng rolled his eyes at Leng Wuti. Me? How is that possible? I didn't offend her. Leng Wuti didn't think that they were unwelcome because of him. Just like this, the three handsome men, who made all the women on the boundless heaven continent crazy, stood at the door of Leng Ruoxue's room as if no one was around and started blaming each other. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and Freak opened the door of the room and were about to leave and they found that the door was blocked. Why are you sleeping here? Dumbfounded, Leng Ruoxue kicked the three people blocking her room. Why did we fall asleep? Lan Lai rubbed his eyes and yawned. You're blocking the way, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Who knew how you fell asleep? Are we leaving? Lan Lai hurriedly got up from the ground. He also kicked the other two people a few times while he was at it. He kept muttering in his head, how can these two people sleep like dead pigs? He was awake, but these two people were still asleep. Leng Wuti opened his eyes and asked, what's the matter? Sun Teng also opened his slightly dazed eyes and asked foolishly, why is the sky bright? It's already the next day, 3 young masters, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. It seemed like these two people were really muddle-headed from sleeping. Alas. Weren't they afraid of encountering bad people? They actually slept so soundly. Oh, let's go then. Leng Wuti finally woke up completely. Leng Ruoxue looked at Freak helplessly and then pulled Freak straight to the dining hall. In the dining hall, Leng Qingtian and the others had already ordered breakfast and were sitting in chairs, waiting for them. Grandpa. Leng Ruoxue and Freak found a seat and sat down, their faces still full of helplessness. What happened? Leng Qingtian couldn't help asking when he saw his granddaughter's unnatural expression. 3 uninvited guests. Leng Ruoxue sighed and explained. As they spoke, the 3 entered the dining hall and sat at the table closest to Leng Ruoxue's group. Uncle, you're too much. How could you abandon me? Lan Lai complained aggrievedly with tears in his eyes after seeing Lan Ming. Didn't you already find us? Lan Ming said helplessly. Yes. Fortunately, I'm smart and posted your portraits on notice boards for a reward. Otherwise, you would have escaped again, Lan Lai said proudly. No wonder people on the streets looked at us as though they saw money after we entered the city. So it was all your fault. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Hehe, but you're really slow. We've been here for a few days, Lan Lai complained. This sheep city was a necessary stop on the way to Blue Cloud City, so they had decided to wait here. We're not in a hurry. Why would we travel so quickly? Isn't it better to admire the beautiful scenery of the boundless heaven continent along the way? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. In fact, they had spent more time walking less traveled roads in the past half a month. But unfortunately, they didn't encounter a group of bandits again. How can the scenery on the road compare to Blue Cloud City? Let's go to Blue Cloud City to enjoy the beautiful scenery quickly. Lan Lai said anxiously. Young Master Lan, you can leave first if you're in a hurry. You don't have to be with us, Leng Ruoxue suggested. No hurry. I'm not in a hurry, Lan Lai said quickly. Anyway, he had made up his mind that he would stick to them no matter what Leng Ruoxue said. Boo-hoo. Little Icy, I'm suffering so much for you. Then let's go together. But you have to listen to me on the way, Leng Ruoxue said. Since she couldn't shake them off, they should go together, lest they caused any trouble. She didn't want to become famous to the point where everyone knew her. Yes, yes. Lan Lai nodded vigorously like a puppy. After breakfast, everyone was about to set off, but another uninvited guest arrived. It was the 5th daughter of the Lan family, Lan Ninger. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Ninger, whom she had only met once. She was dressed in bright red, had beautiful facial features, skin as fair as snow, and a noble temperament that was beyond reach. Apart from her arrogant and overbearing character that was not very likable, this girl was indeed a rare beauty. At the entrance of the inn, Lan Ninger ignored everyone and ran straight for Leng Wuti. Big brother Leng, what a coincidence. Are you leaving? Let's go together. Lan Ninger said very warmly, the expression on her face of a shy girl in love. We're taking our time traveling. As a noble young lady, you're not suitable to travel with us. Leng Wuti frowned and declined politely. He didn't want to bring such a delicate beauty along with him. In his opinion, women were troublesome. It's okay. I don't mind. Who asked us to run into each other so coincidentally? Lan Ninger said with a sweet smile on her face. What a coincidence. Lan Lai said with a spurious smile. Humph. Coincidence? Who would believe it? They weren't 3-year-old children. Were they so easy to fool? Seventh brother, you're here too. Lan Ning'er said in surprise, pretending to have just seen Lan Lai. I've been here all along. Don't you know? Lan Lai said angrily. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't see seventh brother, Lan Ning'er said guiltily. That's my honor, Lan Lai said lightly. Humph. Who wanted to be seen by her? Whoever caught her eye would be unlucky. And that unlucky person now was obviously Leng Ruoxue. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to see them bicker. After speaking, everyone left the inn tacitly and walked out of the city. Lan Lai and the other two hurriedly followed the group. Don't tell me you're so poor that you don't even have flying beasts. Why are you walking? Lan Ning'er couldn't help complaining after walking behind Leng Ruoxue and the others for a while. It's healthier to walk. If you can't walk anymore, Miss Lan, please go ahead. Leng Ruoxue said lightly. You. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Lan Ning'er roared furiously. Miss Lan, I don't think we requested for you to travel with us. You can leave first if you can't take it anymore. But if you insist on following us, you have to listen to me. I'm not interested in who you are, Leng Ruoxue said rudely. She hated people who bullied others with their power the most. She would blacklist both men and women who did so, and this young lady from the Lan family had obviously entered her blacklist. Previous chapter. You. How dare you treat me like this? Our Lan family won't let you go. Lan Ning'er threatened, her beautiful face slightly distorted from anger. Are you threatening me? Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile, her watery eyes releasing a fierce and terrifying cold light. I'm the most favored fifth young lady of the Lan family. Lan Ning'er stammered, frightened by the coldness in Leng Ruoxue's eyes. So what? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Watch her. Don't let her get in my way. Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Lan Lai and warned with slight displeasure. I guarantee you'll be fine if you dare to teach her a lesson, Lan Lai gloated. Oh. Isn't she your sister? Leng Ruoxue was at a loss for words. What kind of brother was this? She wasn't born out of my mother's womb. I don't recognize her. In Lan Lai's heart, only those of the same father and mother would be recognized by him. The others could only be considered relatives. If the relatives respected him, perhaps he would still give them a good face. But for someone as arrogant as Lan Ning'er, forget it. He really couldn't afford such a sister. Seventh brother. You. Lan Ning'er was very aggrieved. She looked at Lan Lai with tears in her beautiful eyes. Then she pounced on Leng Ruoxue, who was beside Lan Lai, trying to seek comfort. But Leng Ruoxue didn't want this chance to console the beauty at all. He dodged lightly and left this rare opportunity for the cold ground. Pfft. Lan Lai looked at the stunning beauty who fell to the ground and laughed hysterically. Big brother Leng, how could you? Boo-hoo. Lan Ning'er didn't care about being in a sorry state and directly lay on the ground and sobbed. Miss, quickly get up. The ground is cold. The maidservant beside Lan Ning'er stepped forward to help Lan Ning'er up, but Lan Ning'er refused to get up no matter what. Young Master Leng, please persuade our young lady. She listens to you the most. The maidservant had no choice but to seek Leng Ruoxue's help with tears in her eyes. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue ignored her and pretended not to hear her. Since she likes the ground so much, just stay there. I'll tell Grandpa later that his most beloved granddaughter has fallen in love with a piece of land. In addition, I'll also suggest to Grandpa to marry her to this piece of land, Lan Lai said seriously. Humph. Did she really think they were idiots to play tricks in front of them? Which one of them hadn't gone through thousands of tests and difficulties to become young masters? If they were easily fooled by a woman's little trick, then they wouldn't have to work as young masters in the future. Little Lai, that's a good idea. Old Zhao laughed hysterically after hearing what Lan Lai said. Hee, this kid from the Lan family is quite interesting and ruthless with his words. I like it. Lan Lai, how dare you? After hearing Lan Lai's words, Lan Ning'er couldn't pretend anymore and hurriedly got up from the ground. It was very embarrassing to fall to the ground, but it was better than letting Lan Lai go back and spout nonsense. Why wouldn't I dare? Little Snowy, you've seen it. How can such a woman be qualified to be my sister? Lan Lai asked nonchalantly. Let's continue. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile and didn't answer his question. But she felt that this Lan Lai was a little interesting. Perhaps she didn't have to be so against him. Okay. Everyone nodded and continued walking forward. Lan Ning'er called out Big Brother Leng several times, but there was no response. She thickened her skin and followed. Lass, let's camp here tonight. Old Zhao suggested after walking for nearly a day. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Everyone stopped and set up the tents together before preparing dinner. Lan Ning'er sat down on a rock to rest. I want this tent. After resting enough, Lan Ning'er looked around at each tent and finally chose the one that satisfied her the most. She planned to stay in it tonight. I'm sorry, Miss Lan. If you want to stay in a tent, you can set up your own, Leng Ruoxue said directly without even looking at her. What do you mean? You want me to do this kind of rough work myself? Lan Ning'er roared in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening. Miss Lan, haven't you heard that only by doing things yourself would you have ample food and clothing? Not only do you have to set up your own tent, but you also have to make your own food, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Why you? Say it again. Lan Ning'er shouted, so angry that her face turned a little green. How was this possible? It shouldn't be like this. This was completely different from what she imagined. She originally thought that with her status, these people would definitely treat her as an esteemed guest and take good care of her, so she had only brought one maidservant with her and sent all the guards away. But she didn't expect to receive such treatment. She was the most favored fifth young lady of the Lan family. How could she be allowed to do crude work by these servants? She couldn't understand no matter what. I said you have to do everything yourself. If you can't endure hardship, you can leave early, Leng Ruoxue said coldly. You. Lan Ning'er pointed at Leng Ruoxue for a long time but didn't say a complete sentence. Obviously, she was already extremely angry. Big brother Leng, this ugly monster is bullying me. Lan Ning'er turned her head to Leng Wuti, seeking protection. Set up the tent quickly if you don't want to sleep outdoors. Leng Wuti said lightly. He really couldn't be bothered with this woman if not for the good relationship between the Leng family and the Lan family. Wow, it smells so good. Lan Lai exclaimed. He had already picked up a piece of grilled meat and was eating it heartily. Hee, the early bird gets the worm. Birds that don't work don't have worms to eat, and birds that don't work have nowhere to sleep. Lan Lai gloated as he ate. Cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she looked at Lan Lai's excitement. How much do you hate this relative? How can you be so happy? Everyone surrounded the fire and happily ate the delicious grilled meat. But Lan Ning'er and her servant were not so comfortable. Miss, what should we do? Lan Ning'er's maidservant asked helplessly. Boo-hoo. I'm so hungry. Set up a tent. Is there still a need to ask? Lan Ning'er roared furiously. But. The maidservant stammered. But what? Lan Ning'er said impatiently. She was so angry now. We didn't prepare a tent, the maidservant whispered fearfully. The young lady never slept outdoors when she went out, so they had no habit of preparing a tent at all. Boo-hoo. I'm dead meat this time. What did you say? Lan Ning'er asked in disbelief, thinking she heard it wrong. I said, we didn't bring a tent, the maidservant whispered. Then where are we going to sleep tonight? Lan Ning'er was dumbfounded. She even forgot to be angry. The only thing she remembered now was that she couldn't sleep outside. She was the most favored fifth young lady of the Lan family, not to mention that Big Brother Leng was still here. Yes, there's Big Brother Leng. He definitely can't bear to leave a delicate beauty like me without a place to sleep. Hee. Thinking of this, she suddenly became happy, and she was even a little glad that she didn't bring a tent. Otherwise, why would she have an excuse to have intimate contact with Big Brother Leng? She had already begun to fantasize. After eating, Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to their tents to sleep. Only Lan Lai, Leng Wuti, and Sun Teng were keeping night watch. Big Brother Leng. Lan Ning'er walked to Leng Wuti when she saw that almost everyone had left. She called out softly, her beautiful eyes twinkling seductively. What's the matter? Leng Wuti raised his straight eyebrows and pretended to be stupid. In fact, they all knew what Lan Ning'er was up to. They were just pretending to be stupid. Big Brother Leng, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring a tent. Can you? Lan Ning'er deliberately said half of what she wanted to say. You want to borrow a tent? Leng Wuti asked lightly. If it's convenient, we can. Lan Ning'er was shy and couldn't say it. In fact, what she wanted to say was, we can squeeze in together. Okay, go and stay inside. I want to keep watch tonight, Leng Wuti said generously. Humph. If big men like them let a woman sleep outdoors, who knows how Lan Ning'er would complain about them after she returned to the Lan family? Thank you, Big Brother Leng. Lan Ning'er's beautiful face was full of gratitude. But she was a little disappointed in her heart. Alas. Why doesn't Big Brother Leng understand? Haven't I given enough hints? After thanking him, Lan Ning'er obediently led her maidservant into Leng Wuti's tent. You're such a good person, Lan Lai muttered with some dissatisfaction. Do you want her to go back and complain? I'm fine, but Leng Ruoxue and the others probably won't have it easy. Leng Wuti said. Humph. You're right. Lan Lai snorted coldly and said gloomily, then fell silent. The next morning. After waking up, Leng Ruoxue and the others had a simple breakfast and continued on their way. Half a month later. At noon, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at Blue Cloud City. Standing outside the city gate of Blue Cloud City and looking at the tall and mighty city wall, Leng Ruoxue and the others were also abnormally excited. This was one of the largest cities on the boundless heaven continent. They could already feel the majestic and extraordinary might of Blue Cloud City outside the city gate. As expected of Blue Cloud City. Old Zhao sighed. Of course. This is our Lan family's main city, Lan Lai said proudly. Our Leng family's proud cold city isn't bad either. Leng Wuti said, unwilling to be outdone. Leng Ruoxue looked at Sun Teng, who didn't say anything, and said lightly, the Sun family's Sun Zhou city is probably similar to Blue Cloud City. Why don't you take a look when you have the chance? Sun Teng said coolly, his face expressionless from start to finish. Don't worry. We will go, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Sunzhou City, we will go sooner or later, Anne. Humph. You bumpkins are finally here. At this moment, a disdainful mocking voice sounded from the city gate. The owner of the voice, Lan Ninger, also appeared. Not only that, but a large group of people followed behind her. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Ninger, whose tail was about to curl into the sky, and smiled without saying a word. On the second day of their journey, Lan Ninger had abandoned them when they passed through Burned City and returned to the Lan family alone with her maidservant. As for the cause, of course, it was because of the tent. When they passed through Burned City, Leng Ruoxue knew that she didn't have a tent, so she had asked her to buy one. But she refused no matter what. Later, Leng Ruoxue told her clearly that since she refused to buy one herself, no one would lend her a tent the next time she slept in the wilderness, so she ran away in a fit of anger. There were many shops belonging to the Lan family in Burned City. Lan Ninger must have found someone from one of the shops to return to Blue Cloud City ahead of time. You inexperienced bumpkins, didn't you hear me talking to you? Lan Ninger was instantly angry when she saw that no one was paying attention to her. Humph. This was the Lan family's territory. These ugly monsters shouldn't even think about having a good life since they were here. Little sister Ninger, are they the people you mentioned? Asked a woman in blue beside Lan Ninger. Yes, it's them. Lan Ninger gritted her teeth in hatred. How dare you bully our Lan family, the blue-clothed woman rebuked indignantly. Without a saying word, Leng Ruoxue turned to look at Lan Lai. Lan Feier, how dare you be rude to my friend? Lan Lai roared furiously. Damn it. The mocking expression on Leng Ruoxue's face made him want to find a hole to burrow into. It was too embarrassing. Seventh brother, they bullied little sister Ninger. As an elder brother, not only did you not vent your sister's anger for her, but you even sided with outsiders. Grandpa won't let you off if he finds out. Lan Feier accused, as if Lan Lai had really committed a big mistake. Lan Feier, don't use that old man to suppress me, nor do you have to try so hard to please Lan Ninger. She will never agree to share a husband with you, Lan Lai said with slight mockery, exposing Lan Feier's thoughts unceremoniously. Humph. It was already an open secret in the Lan family that Lan Feier liked a certain someone. Only she thought she had concealed it very well. Lan Feier, you. Is what he said true? Lan Ninger questioned with raging jealousy. Little sister Ninger, don't listen to his nonsense. Can't you tell that he wants to sow discord between us? Lan Feier quickly comforted. She hated Lan Lai to the core. After hearing Lan Feier's words, Lan Ninger was still a little skeptical. But after some thought, she felt that what Lan Feier said made sense. Young Master Lan, your status as the young master isn't much either. Looks like anyone can order you around, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. That's right. Brat Lan, you are too vexed as the young master. I only realized today that the Lan family doesn't take you seriously. Old Zhao also sowed discord, his face full of pity. Lan Lai snorted softly and said coldly, humph. Isn't that because some dogs like to rely on others and always use an old man to suppress me? Damn it. Who did you say is a dog? Lan Ninger roared furiously. I'm talking about dogs. Dogs. Lan Lai smiled gently. Then he turned to look at Leng Ruoxue and the others. Ignore these dogs. Let's enter the city. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, completely ignoring Lan Ninger and her group. Wait. They can't enter the city. Lan Ninger pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the others, her face totally pleased with herself. What did you say? Lan Lai narrowed his eyes. I said, they can't enter the city, Lan Ninger said proudly. Humph. Blue Cloud City was her territory. She didn't believe that these ugly monsters could enter if she didn't allow it. I haven't been home for a long time. I only found out today that you, Lan Ninger, are in charge of Blue Cloud City. Lan Lai was so angry that he laughed mockingly. Humph. This is Grandpa's idea. Lan Ninger took out her trump card and brought up the patriarch. She didn't believe that Lan Lai would still dare to stubbornly protect these people. Is that so? Lan Lai's expression was very calm. In fact, he was so angry in his heart. Humph. Damn old man, just you wait. He didn't think that Lan Ninger would lie to him because she didn't have the guts to fake his order. Moreover, this was indeed something that the damn old man would do because that old man had always liked to drag him down and cause trouble for him. You can go back and ask Grandpa if you don't believe me, Lan Ninger said confidently. Humph. She wanted Lan Lai to know who was the most favored in the Lan family today. Of course I will ask. But they have to enter the city with me, Lan Lai said without any room for negotiation. Originally, his status wasn't high in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Now, if he embarrassed himself again at the door of his house, he wouldn't have the face to hang around with them in the future. How dare you disobey Grandpa's orders? Lan Ninger questioned with a very smug expression. Is this the first time? Lan Lai asked with a smile. He had disobeyed the old man's orders countless times since he was young, but he had never seen the old man do anything to him. You will regret it. Grandpa will definitely not let you go this time. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. The patriarch has ordered us not to let these people enter the city, Lan Ninger said loudly. But after waiting for a long time, Lan Ninger didn't see any reaction from the people behind her. Do you also want to disobey orders? Lan Ninger said, very displeased, feeling that her authority had been challenged. Fifth miss, we don't dare to hurt young master, the leader of the guard said helplessly. Boo-hoo. Patriarch. Why did you do this to us? We didn't do anything wrong. Why did you implicate us in your fight with young master? He won't be the young master soon. What are you afraid of? Lan Ninger roared in exasperation. But he is still the young master now. We will be punished if we accidentally hurt young master, the leader of the guard said with a troubled face. Humph. We're only here to keep up appearances for fifth miss, not to be her thugs. Lan Ninger didn't know that she couldn't command them at all. Lan Lai, no wonder some people dare to shout at you. So your young master position is about to be lost. Leng Ruoxue said sympathetically after watching the commotion for a long time. But what do these guards mean? Their reactions are really interesting. I don't care about the young master position. Whoever wants it can take it, Lan Lai said nonchalantly. Humph. If I hadn't lost the bet with that damn old man, I wouldn't have become this young master at all. Boo-hoo. Alas. From the looks of it, we can't enter Blue Cloud City today, Leng Ruoxue said with a light sigh, but there was no anger on her face at all. Swear, let's camp at the city gate since we can't enter, Leng Qingtian said nonchalantly, his composure unbelievable. Yes, swear, I'm a little hungry, Freak said pitifully, his bright star eyes shining like obsidian. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Leng Ruoxue ordered, and everyone hurriedly set up their tents. The corner of Lan Ming's mouth twitched a little. He watched Leng Ruoxue and the others quickly set up the tents, then start a fire and take out a pile of food. Several black lines couldn't help rolling down his forehead. Are you preparing to camp already? Lan Ming was really impressed by their casualness. But what he didn't understand was what his father was doing. Lan Lai and the others were already mentally prepared, so they were relatively calm. Alas. Leng Ruoxue even dared to sleep on the arena, so what was so strange about camping outside Blue Cloud City? The Lan sisters and the Lan family guards were a little dumbfounded because they didn't know the temperament of Leng Ruoxue and the others. What's going on? Who allowed you to camp here? Lan Ninger roared with displeasure after recovering from her momentary daze. What? Are you not allowing us to enter the city or camp outside the city? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Of course not. Hurry up and scram back to Windless City. Blue Cloud City isn't a place where you ugly monsters can come. Lan Ninger said cockily. As far as I know, this Blue Cloud City belongs to your Lan family, but it doesn't seem to be the case outside the city. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, neither annoyed nor angry. But that doesn't mean you're allowed to camp here. Lan Ninger shouted angrily. She didn't know if the area outside of the city belonged to the Lan family, but she wouldn't allow these ugly monsters to stay here to be an eyesore. The Lan family's fifth young lady is really overbearing. It's fine if you don't allow guests to enter the city, but we can't even stay outside the city. Alas. Grandpa, why don't we leave? The Lan family is a colossus, and small characters like us can't afford to offend them. Leng Ruoxue complained with a long face, singing her tune well. Swear, don't be scared. We definitely can't bow down to evil forces. Freak hugged Leng Ruoxue tenderly and comforted her. But we really can't afford to offend the Lan family. Leng Ruoxue leaned in Freak's arms, her face full of worry. My dear granddaughter. We're not afraid. Justice is in the hearts of people. We'll camp outside the city today. I want to see if the Lan family will really chase us away. Moreover, I want everyone who enters the city to see that this is how the Lan family treats guests. We can't enter the city gate even though we have an invitation. Leng Qingtian said calmly, also neither annoyed nor angry. Lass, isn't it just a medicinal herb exchange meeting? We have so many good herbs. It doesn't matter if we enter the city or not, old Zhao echoed, implying that they could just exchange outside the city. It was the same. Yes. You have a point. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Then she took out a signboard from the bracelet and placed it on the road to the city. On the signboard were the words, Medicinal Herb Exchange. Then she let Charm and the other beasts out as part-timer sales promoters, part-time exchange promoters. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue especially took out a few recliners, a huge parasol, and various drinks and snacks from the bracelet for them to enjoy because she was afraid that they would be tired. Old Zhao looked at the scene in front of him and rubbed his eyes. He finally confirmed that it was real. Her speed is really godlike. Impressive. Impressive. In fact, Leng Ruoxue had already decided to do so before old Zhao said those words. Therefore, she had sent a voice transmission to Empty and got him to arrange everything earlier. Although she didn't know the true intentions of the Lan family's patriarch, she would definitely let these clowns of the Lan family know the consequences of provoking her. This time, everyone, including Lan Ming, was dumbfounded again. Leng Ruoxue's group was already used to it. Are they poaching customers right outside of the Lan family's doors? Ruoxue, you. Lan Lai's eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he stammered. Heavens. How enjoyable. Let's see how that damn old man will clean up this mess. He couldn't help gloating. Lan Lai, you enter the city. I'm not going in either, Leng Wudi said. He felt that he would encounter more interesting things with Leng Ruoxue and the others. I'm not going in either, Sun Ting said. Hee, then I won't be going home either. I'll stay outside the city to accompany you. Lan Lai said happily. He was so excited now. He was happy just thinking that the damn old man was going to be frustrated. No, Leng Ruoxue refused. Why? Lan Lai asked pitifully, almost crying from anxiety. Come here. Leng Ruoxue called Lan Lai and the others. Then she whispered something in their ears. The expressions on their faces were very strange, but they nodded frequently. Let's enter the city. Lan Lai said in high spirits. Leng Wudi and Sun Ting nodded, and the three of them strode into Blue Cloud City first. Lan Ming, aren't you going into the city? Leng Ruoxue glanced at Lan Ming. She thought Lan Ming would go in with Lan Lai and the others. I brought you here. If you can't enter, how can I enter the city alone? Lan Ming said lightly. In fact, even if he entered the city, he would still be looking for an inn to stay in. If that was the case, he would rather be together with Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue nodded. In fact, she knew about Lan Ming's situation. You are really courting death. Lan Ninger, who had just returned to her senses, roared directly after reacting. Your young master has entered the city. Aren't you going back? Leng Ruoxue ignored Lan Ninger's anger and spoke directly to the group of guards. Let's go, the leader of the guards directly ordered, and all the guards left Lan Ninger and her sister, turning around to leave. Little sister Ninger, let's go too. Lan Feier saw that her beloved had entered the city and was in no mood to stay outside the city. Humph. Just you wait. You are dead meat. With that, Lan Ninger angrily returned to Blue Cloud City with Lan Feier. Schwer, everyone has left. Let's cook. Freak suggested. He was hungry. Yes, let's get started. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. This foodie. But they had planned to cook anyway. Everyone worked together and quickly prepared a sumptuous table of food. After lunch was ready, Leng Ruoxue sent some to her cute beasts and then returned to have lunch with everyone. After eating, Leng Ruoxue felt like taking an afternoon nap. She said goodbye to everyone and returned to her tent. Little NN, continue working hard. We'll take a nap too. Leng Qingtian looked at Zheng En. Okay, please go ahead. Zheng En said hurriedly. It was noon, and there was so much sunlight. If they didn't have to leave someone to guard the stall, he also wanted to sleep. Everyone said goodbye to Zheng En and then entered their tents. After some time, Zheng En leaned back on a recliner and fell asleep. Previous chapter. Zheng En, wake up. Charm stretched out his little paw and shook Zheng En's clothes. Did I fall asleep? Charm, what's the matter? Zheng En said awkwardly. Boo-hoo. How did I fall asleep? Someone wants to exchange herbs. Charm pointed at the old man beside him. At this moment, Zheng En discovered that there was a very inconspicuous little old man dressed in ordinary clothes standing beside Charm. Although this little old man wasn't good-looking, his eyes were overflowing with light. Moreover, he was sizing Zheng En up. May I know what medicinal herbs you want to exchange for? Zheng En asked very politely. He couldn't tell this old man's strength at all, so it had to be above his. I heard from those beasts that you have all sorts of medicinal herbs, so I came to take a look. If there's anything I need, I'm willing to exchange with you for something of equal value, the little old man said skeptically. Alas. He had lived for many years, and to be honest, he had really never seen such an eloquent beast. If not for his strong willpower, he would probably have been convinced by them long ago. Old man, take a look at this first. Zheng En took out 2 signs from his ring and placed them in front of the old man. The 2 signs each had the herbs they needed and the herbs they possessed. Do you really have all these? The little old man said with a face full of shock and disbelief after looking at the contents of the sign. Heavens! Who is this person? He actually has all the herbs I need. Of course. How is it? Old man, is there anything you want to exchange for? Zheng En asked with a smile. He knew very well that the medicinal herbs they possessed were enough to make any alchemist go crazy. Yes, I want to exchange for these, the little old man said happily. Alas. It seemed like he didn't come for nothing this time. Do you have what we need? Zheng En asked again. Their young lady felt that they didn't have enough herbs, so she wanted to exchange for some that they didn't have or didn't have a lot. I need to exchange for 10 types of herbs, but I only have 8 that you need. Can I exchange something else? The little old man said after some hesitation. Something else? What is it? Zheng En asked curiously. At this moment, the little old man took out a red flower from his ring. It was palm-sized and red like fire. There seemed to be liquid flowing slowly in the petals. Moreover, the fragrance of the flower alone was refreshing. Can I use this to exchange for the remaining 2 herbs? The little old man said reluctantly. He had been keeping it ever since he unintentionally obtained this red flower. Moreover, he had searched through all the ancient books, but he didn't know what this red flower was. But he was sure that this flower was definitely something good. This. Zheng En couldn't make up his mind. Every one of the medicinal herbs that their young lady took out to exchange for was a priceless treasure on the boundless heaven continent. Moreover, many medicinal herbs were unable to be measured with money. But if he exchanged their precious medicinal herbs for a red flower that he couldn't name at all, to be honest, he really didn't have the guts. Zheng En, exchange with this old man. Leng Ruoxue opened the tent and walked out. Yes, Mississippi. Zheng En was relieved. The little old man looked up at Leng Ruoxue and sized her up. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. The fire attribute on this little girl was so rich. She should also be an alchemist. Moreover, he didn't expect a mystic monarch to actually call an elementary mystic mist. I wonder which family she's from. Old man, I'm just an ordinary person on the boundless heaven continent. He lost a bet with me, so he recognized me as his master, Leng Ruoxue explained understandingly. Alas. This old man's thoughts were all written on his face. It was impossible for her to pretend not to see it. The little old man was embarrassed and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Was I being so obvious? Moreover, he didn't believe what Leng Ruoxue said about being just an ordinary person. Would ordinary people have so many precious herbs? But since she was unwilling to reveal her identity, he naturally wouldn't force her. Old man, what herbs do you need? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. I need a silver bellflower, a stalk of rootless grass, a spiritwood seed. The little old man said all the herbs he needed in one go. Then he took out the herbs Leng Ruoxue wanted from his ring and handed them to her along with the red flower. Leng Ruoxue took the herbs handed to her by the little old man. Old man, choose 3 more herbs. The value of this red flower isn't something that 2 herbs can compare with. Little friend, do you know this red flower? The little old man asked with a face full of pleasant surprise, his old face full of anticipation. I guess so. Leng Ruoxue said. Then please tell me, young friend. Treat it as offsetting the value of this red flower, the little old man said anxiously. He wanted to know what this flower was. It had been many years. Now that someone finally recognized it, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity no matter what. The origin of this red flower can't offset its value, so you should choose 3 more. Leng Ruoxue said. She didn't want to take advantage of this old man. All right then. But little friend, you have to tell me the origin of this flower, the little old man said worriedly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. I've chosen. The little old man looked at Leng Ruoxue eagerly after choosing 3 herbs. This red flower is called the blood-weeping flower. It is the main ingredient for concocting the blood-weeping pill. The blood-weeping pill is a legendary divine-grade pill. Leng Ruoxue only gave a simple explanation, but she believed that this old man would understand. Blood-weeping pill. No wonder. The little old man couldn't help sighing. It was actually the legendary blood-weeping flower. Alas. He had heard of the famous blood-weeping flower. However, the records of the blood-weeping flower, as well as the pill formula for the blood-weeping pill, had already disappeared from the boundless heaven continent for thousands of years. No one could refine the blood-weeping pill on the current boundless heaven continent. It was a pill that would make even mystic supremacies go crazy over. Unfortunately, it had long been lost. Previous chapter. Old man, now that you know the origin of this flower, do you still want to exchange it with me? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Yes, I won't change my mind. Although the blood-weeping flower is precious, I'm afraid I won't be able to concoct the pill even if I devote my entire life to it. However, can you let me take a look if you concoct the blood-weeping pill one day in the future? The little old man asked expectantly. Since this woman in front of him knew the blood-weeping flower, she might also concoct the blood-weeping pill in the future. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. She had a good impression of this little old man. She was just testing his character by asking him whether he would go back on his word. Then I wish you success in advance, the little old man said happily, his face full of relief. Old man, these are the herbs you want. Please check them. While Leng Ruoxue was speaking to the little old man, Zheng En had already taken out the herbs the old man wanted from the ring and handed them to him. Little friend, these herbs. The little old man was very surprised after taking the herbs and looking at them because the quality of these herbs was really too good, better than he had imagined. Moreover, all the herbs were actually fresh. This was really unbelievable. What? Aren't you satisfied? Leng Ruoxue teased. She was especially happy to obtain the blood-weeping flower. No, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. I'm just a little surprised. The quality of these herbs is too good. They will definitely make all the alchemists crazy, the little old man quickly said. He knew that this little friend in front of him was just joking with him, but he still explained very seriously, afraid that she would misunderstand. The main reason was that he was too satisfied with the exchange this time. He didn't expect to exchange for all the herbs he needed so easily. He originally thought that it would be good if he could exchange for half of them. After all, almost all the herbs he wanted were things that couldn't be bought with money. It's good that you're satisfied, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then, little friend, why don't you go to Blue Cloud City to exchange with others? The quality of these herbs will definitely make all the alchemists crazy, the little old man said with a face full of doubt. Since they were already in Blue Cloud City, why didn't they enter the city? Even if they weren't qualified to participate in the official exchange, they could still set up a stall at the entrance of the venue to exchange with others. After all, many alchemists did so he couldn't understand it at all. Alas. It's a long story. The young master of the Lan family originally sent us an invitation, but the 5th young lady of the Lan family refused to let us enter the city no matter what. She is the most favored little princess of the Lan family, and we are only ordinary people. How could we dare to disobey the little princess? You know, even the young master of the Lan family has to do things according to Lan Ninger's mood. Not to mention us. Therefore, we could only set up a stall outside the city to exchange for some herbs we need, Leng Ruoxue said with tears in her eyes. She was so pitiful. She was just short of tears. But I heard that the fifth young lady of the Lan family is educated and polite. She's a very well-mannered young lady from a prestigious family, and she's very filial. There's no one in the Lan family who doesn't like her, the little old man said doubtfully. Old man, haven't you heard that rumors stop at the wise? You have to see for yourself. What I just told you is my personal experience. Lan Ning'er is quite beautiful, but her personality? It's really not flattering. In addition, she doesn't know manners or respect at all. My companions are already so old, but she still calls them ugly. Give us your honest opinion. I admit that we are a little ugly, but who are we getting in the way with our ugliness? Don't you think so? Leng Ruoxue began to ramble on as if she had met a bosom buddy. The more the little old man heard, the more his brows furrowed. As for Zheng Yan, who had been standing by the side, his forehead was full of black lines, and his heart was full of cold sweat. No matter who you offend, don't offend my young lady. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Is what you said true? The little old man asked doubtfully after listening for a while. It's absolutely true, even more so than pearls. Leng Ruoxue promised. Then she deliberately paused and continued, Old man, I won't hide it from you. I heard that the fifth young lady of the Lan family is a very talented alchemist. Moreover, it said that the master of the Alchemist Association headquarters' president intends to take her in as his disciple personally. Alas. That poor old man. I'm praying for him, hoping that his tolerance is strong enough not to be angered to death by Lan Ning'er. Would that old man be so miserable if he accepted Lan Ning'er as his disciple? The little old man's mouth twitched. Isn't this girl exaggerating a little too much? Old man, if you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. With your current attire, Lan Ning'er will definitely treat you as a beggar, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Surely not, right? The little old man looked down at the clothes on his body. Although they were not very luxurious, they were very clean. She shouldn't treat him as a beggar. Why don't we make a bet? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She was really addicted to gambling. The little old man was interested and asked excitedly, bet on what? Old man, if you win, I will provide you with whatever herbs you need for free as long as I have them. If you lose, you have to take him in as your disciple. How about this bet? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, her expression very sincere and full of confidence. The little old man was about to say something when he felt someone tugging at the corner of his shirt. He lowered his head. It was the little fox. Little fox, what's the matter? The little old man asked curiously. Old man, don't bet with my master. You will lose for sure. Charm's fluffy little face was full of sympathy. Why? The little old man was a little puzzled and couldn't help thinking, does even this little beast not think highly of my chances? However, he might also be afraid that his master will lose. That Lan Ning'er is so naughty, old man. Lan Ning'er thinks I'm cute and beautiful, but she actually wants to kill me and make me into a scarf. Boo-hoo. I'm so scared. Charm doesn't want to be made into a scarf. Charm's beautiful purple eyes were full of tears as he spoke pitifully. His scared little appearance was enough to make anyone pity him. What? The old man was angry when he heard this. She wouldn't even let go of such cute little beasts. He only had two hobbies in his life. One was alchemy, and the other was cute little beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to these little beasts at the city gate for so long. They were so cute that they were irresistible. Old man, I've heard that some humans especially like to use foxes as scarves, but it's not my fault that I'm beautiful. Moreover, I have my master. Boo-hoo. What should I do if the Lan family's fifth young lady wants to snatch me by force? My master can't beat the Lan family, Charm said worriedly, tears rolling in his crystal-like purple eyes. Don't be afraid. Lan Ning'er won't dare to touch you with me around, the little old man promised. Really? But you are just an ordinary little old man. You can't beat the Lan family, so we shouldn't implicate you. Moreover, don't bet with my master. You will definitely lose, Charm reminded again, looking like he was siding with outsiders. Charm. I really doted on you for nothing, Leng Ruoxue said with slight disappointment, but she was already laughing in her heart. Hee, she didn't expect the most understanding Charm to be so scheming. In fact, Lan Ning'er had never seen him before, and of course she had never said anything like using him as a scarf. But it was possible if Lan Ning'er saw Charm. Master, this old man will definitely lose. We can't take advantage of him like this. Charm said very kindly, his face full of guilt for his master. Little friend. I'll bet with you, the little old man suddenly said. Even if he was doomed to lose, he wanted to see what kind of person Lan Ning'er was. Old man, let me first congratulate you on receiving a good disciple, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Don't congratulate me too early. What if I win? The little old man said, unwilling to admit defeat. He wanted to see if Lan Ning'er was really useless apart from her talent. Miss, I can't be the wager, Zheng Yan suddenly said. Why? The little old man's face was full of question marks. I don't have the qualifications to be an alchemist, Zheng Yan said honestly. All alchemists who accepted disciples hoped that the disciple would surpass the master. But he couldn't do alchemy openly, so he really didn't want to disappoint this old man. Oh, you haven't registered or been appraised at the Alchemist Association, right? That's okay. You just have to register. As for the appraisal, there's no rush, the little old man comforted. I registered, but later, I was expelled from the Alchemist Association headquarters, Zheng En said with some difficulty. Why is that? The little old man's eyes widened in disbelief. When did the Alchemist Association headquarters expel alchemists? Why didn't he know? Because. Zheng En really couldn't say it. Old man, do you still dare to take Zheng En as your disciple after knowing that he was an alchemist expelled from the Alchemist Association headquarters? Leng Ruoxue asked provocatively with her eyebrows slightly raised, helping Zheng En out of the predicament. What's there to be afraid of? I've lived for so long, and I've never been afraid of anyone. The little old man couldn't be provoked, and his powerful aura spread out. Old man, I'm just a small elementary mystic. I can't take any shock or scare. Leng Ruoxue teased, but she was muttering in her heart, this little old man is indeed a powerhouse, and he's even stronger than I imagined. Swear, this old man might look inconspicuous, but he's a mystic supremacy. Empty said via voice transmission. Hehe, doesn't that mean I found a powerful master for Zheng En? Leng Ruoxue also replied via voice transmission. Yes, this boy Zheng En is really lucky to have met you. Empty praised. He's my subordinate. Of course, I have to plan for him, Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly and then cut off the connection. After communicating with Empty, Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to the little old man. In her eyes, this little old man was about the same as a heavenly material and earthly treasure. They were all so precious. Moreover, she had already decided that she had to think of a way to get this little old man to take Zheng En as his disciple. Zheng En would be considered to have a backer in the future if he had such a powerful master. The little old man hurriedly retracted his might and said with some embarrassment, Hehe, I'm sorry. Little friend, I was too excited. It's okay, Zheng En. Hurry up and greet your master. Leng Ruoxue reminded Zheng En, who was stunned. Little friend. Our bet hasn't begun yet. Don't be too anxious, the little old man said helplessly as 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Miss. Zheng En looked at Leng Ruoxue awkwardly. It's only a matter of time. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Little friend, since you're so confident, then our bet will be limited to 5 days. Within 5 days, I'll think of a way to come into contact with Lan Ninger. If she really is as you say, I'll take this brat as my disciple. If you've lied to me, then you have to be ready to provide the herbs I need at any time in the future, the little old man said with a loud laugh. He didn't seem to lose out in this bet no matter if he won or lost. He could already tell that Zheng En's aptitude was very good. Good. No problem. But in order to prove that you really understand Lan Ninger's situation, let Charm stay by your side for the time being as a witness. Leng Ruoxue said in a businesslike manner. In fact, she had another purpose for letting Charm follow the little old man, hehe. Okay, the little old man answered readily. Master. Charm jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms, his face full of reluctance. Boo-hoo. I don't want to leave master. Charm, you are a witness to this bet. This mission is very important. Leng Ruoxue caressed the soft fur on Charm's body and comforted him. Master, I will definitely complete the mission, Charm said with tears in his eyes. Little friend, don't worry. I'll take good care of him, the little old man said speechlessly. It would only be 5 days away from his master. Did he have to make it seem like they were parting ways through life and death? Not only do you have to take good care of him, but you also have to protect him, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, I understand, the little old man quickly promised. He would always keep this little fox with him at all times, so Charm should be fine. It's good that you understand. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction. Little friend, I'll enter the city first. The little old man took Charm from Leng Ruoxue and hugged him in his arms. Okay, old man. Please help us promote if anyone wants to exchange herbs. And this. It's filled with Charm's favorite food, enough for him to eat for 5 days. Leng Ruoxue handed the old man a storage ring and asked him to keep it on Charm's behalf. Little friend. Don't worry. I won't let your precious pet beast starve, the little old man said with a face full of black lines. Alas. This girl is underestimating me a little too much. Does she think that I can't even support a pet beast? However, he still took the ring, took out a thin thread from his ring, passed the string through the ring, and tied it around Charm's neck. Old man, you might not know, but my beasts are too picky. I have to prepare food for them every time I go out, Leng Ruoxue explained. Well, she was very satisfied with this little old man's thoughtfulness. Hehe, looks like you're also someone who likes to pamper pet beasts, the little old man said happily as if he had found a comrade. Yes, it's getting late. Hurry up and enter the city. Leng Ruoxue urged. Little friend, we're leaving. See you in 5 days. Then the little old man walked into Blue Cloud City with Charm in his arms without looking back. As soon as the little old man left, Freak and the others emerged from their tents. Lass, you're so naughty, old Zao said with a smile. They had heard every word of the conversation between the girl and the old man just now. Alas. If the girl wanted to plot against someone, no one could escape. Swear, you're addicted to gambling. Freak said lovingly as he hugged Leng Ruoxue's slender waist. I just want to find a master for Zheng En. That old man is very powerful. Apart from being a mystic supremacy, his alchemist level isn't low either. Leng Ruoxue glanced at old Zhao and explained. If she wasn't mistaken, that old man should be an alchemy supremacy. Miss, I can learn from you. There's no need to look for a master, Zheng Yan said. Even an alchemy supremacy couldn't compare to his young lady's strength. Zheng Yan, it's our first time here after all, and our strength isn't very high right now. If you have an alchemy supremacy as your master, I'm sure the people from the Alchemy Association headquarters won't dare to make things too difficult for you, Leng Ruoxue said. Miss. Zheng Yan was a little choked up. He looked at Leng Ruoxue gratefully, his heart full of gratitude. Boo-hoo. Miss is so good to me and so thoughtful for me. Alright, don't be like this. Hurry up and get to work. Leng Ruoxue urged. Since Zheng Yan was hers, she only wanted Zheng Yan's loyalty. As for gratitude? There was no need to be so polite with her own people. Yes, miss. Zheng Yan said excitedly. At this moment, Darling happened to bring someone over. Beloved master, someone wants to exchange herbs with us again. Darling jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms, rubbed against her affectionately, and acted coquettishly. Yes, good. Leng Ruoxue caressed Darling's little head and coaxed him. I want to exchange for a stalk of golden silk grass, said the middle-aged man Darling brought over. Take a look at our conditions first. Zheng Yan pointed at the two signs in front of him. Okay, the middle-aged man answered and began reading carefully. I'm willing to exchange my 100-year-old ice lotus with you, the middle-aged man said directly after reading it. Okay, take a look first. Zheng Yan took out a small stalk of grass as thin as a golden thread and handed it to the middle-aged man, asking him to inspect the goods first. This is the ice lotus. The middle-aged man glanced at the golden silk grass and impatiently exchanged the ice lotus for it. After the transaction, Zheng Yan saw the middle-aged man still standing here and asked doubtfully, do you want to exchange for anything else? No, no. I just want to ask if I can set up a stall beside you, the middle-aged man said shyly. Of course you can. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile. Hee, set it up. Do it here. She would be happy if the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange meeting was awkward. Thank you. The middle-aged man thanked them, then took out the herbs he had prepared beforehand and also set up a stall outside the city gate. Gradually, more and more alchemists exchanged herbs with Leng Ruoxue and the others. Similarly, more and more alchemists set up stalls outside the city gate. In Blue Cloud City. The sky gradually darkened in the evening. The little old man who had made a bet with Leng Ruoxue was walking on the busy streets with mixed feelings. In his arms, Charm was dozing off with his eyes narrowed. The little old man looked resentfully at the soundly sleeping Charm and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He had only entered the city for half a day, but he was already deeply affected because he found that this little fox's food was better than his. During dinner just now, he had casually found a food stall on the street and had a simple meal. But this little fox's dinner was incomparably sumptuous, and the aroma was so alluring. Boo-hoo. My master is the best master in the world. The little fox had said this to him happily and looked at him with pity earlier. This also greatly stimulated the little old man. So after dinner, he searched the streets, wanting to find the best inn in Blue Cloud City. He had to recover his face in front of the little fox. Boo-hoo, I don't want to see the little fox's sympathetic gaze anymore. I really didn't lack money. This one. The little old man searched for a long time and finally found an inn that satisfied him on the busiest street in Blue Cloud City. The inn in front of the little old man was called Home. From the outside, the decoration was very luxurious. Although the entire inn only had 3 floors, it occupied a very large area. A huge signboard hung above the inn, with the word Home on it. In the lower right corner was a flying eagle with its wings spread wide. Everyone knew that this was the Lan family's emblem, indicating that this inn belonged to the Lan family. Since it's an inn of the Lan family, the service shouldn't be poor, the little old man thought. He was still very confident in the reputation of the Lan family. With this thought, he walked right in. Gentlemen, would you like to dine in? The waiter came forward and asked after seeing the little old man. I want to stay in the inn, the little old man said lightly. I'm really sorry. There have been too many alchemists coming to our Blue Cloud City recently, so the ordinary guest rooms are already full. Do you want to change to another inn? There's a cheap and economical one just 2 streets away from our inn that is very suitable for you. The waiter was very polite, but his implied meaning was very uncomfortable. Charm raised his eyes slightly and said lightly, Old man, just stay here. I'll pay for it if you don't have money. Who said I don't have money? Which other rooms do you have? I want one, the little old man roared angrily. The way the waiter looked at him made him want to beat him up. There's only a luxury suite left, but it's very expensive for a night there, the waiter said carefully. Is this money enough? The little old man took out a silver card from his ring and waved it in front of the waiter. Enough, the waiter stammered. He really didn't expect such an inconspicuous old man to have a silver card. One had to know that silver cards were issued by the Leng family of the 3 great families. Moreover, they had established a contract, and the cards were under the protection of heaven and earth laws. No one could fake one. Furthermore, the minimum balance for owning a silver card was 50 million purple gold coins. Then why haven't you brought us to the room yet? The little old man roared furiously. He had only been away from the continent for a little more than a decade, but he didn't expect the Lan family to become snobbish. Yes, please follow me. After knowing that this little old man was very rich, the waiter didn't dare to delay at all and directly led him to the luxury suite on the second floor. Is this the one? The little old man asked as he stood at the door. Yes. Are you satisfied with it? The waiter said respectfully and pushed open the door. The little old man walked into the room, casually glanced around, and said coldly, barely. I'll be leaving first. The waiter bowed and left the room. After the waiter left, the little old man sat down on the bed gloomily and glared at Charm, who was covering his mouth and laughing. He said with slight displeasure, is it very funny? Charm couldn't help laughing hysterically after hearing this. Laugh. Laugh all you want. I'm going to bed, the little old man said irritably, depressed to death. Charm also lay down on the bed after laughing enough. Before long, the human and beast entered dreamland. The next day. After waking up, the little old man woke Charm up. Charm opened his beautiful purple eyes and said with some displeasure, I haven't slept enough. Charm. It's almost noon. We can't sleep anymore. We have to think of a way to get close to Lan Ninger, the little old man said with a frown while thinking, how can I get close to Lan Ninger to see her true appearance? You're the one who wants to get close to her, not me. I don't want to deliver myself to her door and make a scarf for her, Charm said without interest. Then, can you help me think of an idea? The little old man coaxed with a smile. A day had passed. He had thought of several plans, but he rejected them in the end. Actually, you don't have to get close to her at all. Charm smiled mysteriously. If I don't get close to her, how can I see her true appearance? The little old man asked in puzzlement. Why don't you ask around on the streets and see what everyone thinks of Lan Ninger? Charm suggested. That's a good idea, the little old man said after some thought. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. The bet between you and my master ends in only 4 days, Charm reminded very kindly. Let's eat something first. I'm a little hungry, the little old man said pitifully. Okay. Charm nodded and jumped onto the little old man's shoulder. The little old man left the room with Charm and walked toward the dining room. When they arrived at the dining room, the little old man found a window seat and sat down. He ordered a few dishes to eat, and Charm was naturally eating the food Leng Ruoxue had prepared for him. While eating, the little old man suddenly heard the conversation at the next table. Moreover, the content of their conversation was about Lan Ninger, so he pricked up his ears to listen. Hey, did you hear? The Lan family's 5th young lady is about to become His Excellency Du Min's disciple, whispered a middle-aged man at the next table. Really? A young man said in disbelief. It's true. This matter has been made public in the Lan family for a long time. All we can do now is wait for His Excellency Du Min to come to our Blue Cloud City, the middle-aged man said seriously. If Lan Ninger becomes His Excellency Du Min's disciple, wouldn't she be the junior sister of the Alchemist Association headquarters president? The young man said in surprise. Yes. I really don't know what His Excellency is thinking. He actually accepted Lan Ninger as his disciple. He really doesn't have eyes, the middle-aged man said with emotion. If Lan Ninger has such a big backer, won't she be able to do whatever she wants in the Lan family in the future? The young man said in realization. The middle-aged man looked around and lowered his voice. Of course. She's very arrogant now. I heard that the young master of the Lan family is about to change as well. Really? Tell me about Lan Ninger. Ninger. The little old man suddenly ran to the next table and interrupted curiously. How can you eavesdrop on us? The middle-aged man questioned vigilantly. I didn't eavesdrop. You were talking too loudly. But don't worry. I won't talk nonsense. I just want to know about Lan Ninger. Tell me about her, the little old man said shamelessly. You really won't talk nonsense? The middle-aged man asked doubtfully. Don't worry. I'm not from Blue Cloud City, and I don't know you. How can I talk nonsense? But I want to understand this 5th young lady of the Lan family, the little old man said very sincerely. Why do you want to understand her? The middle-aged man couldn't help asking, his expression still skeptical. I heard from you that Lan Ninger doesn't seem to have a good temper. I'm afraid that I won't know what to do if I meet her, so I want to understand her first, the little old man said very patiently. Oh. Miss Lan Ninger is our boundless heaven continent's #1 beauty. However, if you see an incomparably beautiful woman on the streets, you have to avoid her so that you won't suffer from an undeserved calamity, the middle-aged man reminded kindly. Why is that? The little old man's face was full of question marks. Is Lan Ninger a tiger? Why should I avoid her? The middle-aged man was about to explain when someone suddenly shouted, Lan Ninger is here. Immediately, the entire restaurant became a mess, and everyone instantly scattered. The little old man looked at the empty dining room in surprise. The people had run away cleanly in the blink of an eye. Several black lines unnaturally rolled down his forehead. So what if Lan Ninger is here? Why are you running? Can she still eat you? The little old man thought. Even now, he didn't really believe Lan Ninger's power. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes yet. Just as the little old man was frowning and thinking about it, Lan Ninger was led into the dining room. 5th miss, you're here. Hee hee, why didn't you inform us in advance so that we could prepare? The inn manager walked directly to Lan Ning'er's side and said respectfully when he saw her. In fact, he was very annoyed with Lan Ning'er in his heart, but she was a young lady of the Lan family. Therefore, he could only bear with it no matter how much he hated her. But every time Lan Ning'er came, many guests would be scared away. Don't count the losses caused to the inn on him. I'm here for a surprise inspection. How can I investigate if I let you prepare? Lan Ning'er said matter-of-factly, a smug smile on her beautiful face. Fifth miss is right, the inn manager said with a smile. Lan Ning'er casually glanced at the dining room and then said with slight dissatisfaction, Manager, why isn't there anyone here? The manager wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, not knowing how to answer. Could he say, because miss, you've scared them away? After hearing what Lan Ning'er said, the little old man frowned, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Aren't I human? Isn't there still charm in me? Manager, does Grandpa know that this inn's business is so bad? Lan Ning'er questioned with some dissatisfaction. Yes, the patriarch knows, the manager said carefully and then added in his heart, the patriarch also knows that business in the inn will only be so bad when you come here. Oh, Grandpa knows, but I have to tell Grandpa when we get home that the inn's business isn't good. How can we continue like this? Lan Ning'er's beautiful face was full of worry. The patriarch will definitely be very happy that Fifth Miss is so concerned about the Lan family's business, the manager coaxed. But he couldn't help worrying in his heart. The business in the inn wouldn't be a problem as long as the fifth young lady stopped causing trouble a few times. Yes, Manager, why did you let a beggar in? Not just anyone can enter our stores. Lan Ning'er turned her head and looked at the little old man disdainfully. The manager was at a loss for words. Lan Ning'er liked to judge people by their appearance, so even if he said that this old man wasn't a beggar, it would probably not change her opinion. Little girl, are you referring to me as a beggar? The little old man pointed at himself and asked uncertainly. Then he looked around. Well, there was no one else in the inn except for him and the little fox. It's you. Not just anyone can enter our Lan family stores. You're not qualified. Lan Ning'er said with a snobbish look. Little girl, didn't your parents teach you not to judge a book by its cover? The little old man said with some displeasure while suppressing his anger. You damn old man, how dare you try to teach me? Who do you think you are? Lan Ning'er was instantly angry and roared furiously when she saw this inconspicuous old man actually dared to lecture her. Little girl, you're really too rude. The little old man shook his head in disappointment. Alas. Why is the upbringing of the Lan family becoming worse and worse? He really couldn't understand. There's no need for manners with beggars, Lan Ning'er said nonchalantly. The little old man was silent. It was his first time coming into contact with this Lan Ning'er, but he knew that he had lost. It seemed like this Lan family's fifth young lady was really not a good person. Let's go. Charm had jumped off the table at some point and was gently tugging at the little old man's sleeve. Alas. Let's go. The little old man didn't want to stay in Blue Cloud City anymore. Otherwise, he would probably be even more disappointed. Manager, we're checking out. The little old man turned to look at the inn manager and handed him a silver card. Yes, please wait a moment. The inn manager respectfully took the silver card from the little old man and turned to settle the bill. After settling the bill, the little old man picked Charm up and turned to leave the inn. But he was stopped by someone after taking a few steps. Old thing, wait, Lan Ning'er said loudly, afraid that the old man was deaf and couldn't hear her. The little old man stopped and said irritably, Miss Lan, is there anything else? Is this little fox yours? Lan Ning'er's eyes lit up as she looked at Charm, who was entirely snow white without a single stray hair. Yes, he belongs to a beggar like me, the little old man said coldly. Leave this fox behind before you can leave, Lan Ning'er said domineeringly. Why? Why? He's mine. The little old man hugged Charm tightly and pretended to be afraid. He's obviously mine. You stole my pet beast. Don't you all think so too? Lan Ning'er turned around and said to her subordinates, obviously lying through her teeth. That's right. How can a beggar like you have a pet beast? Who will believe you? The people behind Lan Ning'er quickly echoed. Charm. It seems like they want to snatch you by force. What should we do? The little old man looked at the small and cute Charm and pretended to be worried. You have to protect me. I don't belong to this ugly monster. Charm pouted with some dissatisfaction. Lan Ning'er really dares to have designs on me. She really doesn't know life from death. You little bastard, who are you calling an ugly monster? Lan Ning'er shouted angrily when she heard that she was actually being called an ugly monster by a fox. It's you. Your heart is black, and your liver is stinky. What are you if not an ugly monster? Charm asked in return. Little bastard, you're really courting death. Just you wait. When I obtain you, I'll skin you alive and make you into a scarf, Lan Ning'er threatened fiercely. Just with you? Charm's beautiful purple eyes looked Lan Ning'er up and down, his fluffy little face full of doubts. Yes, me. I'm the fifth young lady of the Lan family. There's nothing I can't have once I want something, Lan Ning'er said with a proud expression on her face. Is that so? A questioning voice sounded from behind everyone. Lan Lai's group of three were standing at the entrance of the inn with a smile that was not a smile on their faces as they looked at Lan Ning'er. Big brother Leng. Lan Ninger immediately called out gently like a different person after seeing Leng Wuti. At this moment, Leng Wuti was the only existence in her eyes. She automatically ignored the other two. The little old man was a little speechless as he looked at the rapidly changing Lan Ninger. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was the current Lan Ninger really the same person as the arrogant, domineering, barbaric, and overbearing Lan Ninger from before? The difference before and after was a little too big. Lan Lai, who was completely ignored, walked to the little old man with a face full of guilt. He bowed and said, "Elder, you weren't scared, were you?" "No." You are?" The little old man looked at Lan Lai and thought, "Is this kid also from the Lan family?" "I'm Lan Lai, the young master of the Lan family," Lan Lai explained and looked at the little snow-white fox in the little old man's arms from the corner of his eye. Why does this little fox look so familiar? He seemed to have seen it somewhere before, but all foxes appeared to look the same. "Oh. You're the young master of the Lan family who's about to be replaced," the little old man said in realization. The news spread really quickly, Lan Lai said helplessly. But it wasn't so easy to replace him. Alas. In fact, he really hoped that his second uncle and the others could succeed. However, he was afraid that they would have worked for nothing in the end. "Brat, you're not unhappy, are you?" the little old man said understandingly. This kid's reaction was written all over his face. Otherwise, if others heard him say this, they would definitely turn hostile. "How do you know?" Lan Lai asked softly, his handsome face full of curiosity. "You didn't turn hostile," the little old man said with a naughty smile. You're right. I couldn't ask for more." Lan Lai said honestly. Kid, you're quite unconventional. I like you," the little old man said with a chuckle. "Thank you. Elder, is this little fox yours?" Lan Lai thanked him first and then couldn't help asking curiously. "He's mine." "What's the matter? Don't have any ideas about him. He's too young to make a scarf," the little old man warned with a wary look in his eyes. "Elder, you're mistaken. I just think he resembles my friend's pet beast," Lan Lai said awkwardly. "Boo-hoo. When did I say that I wanted to turn this little fox into a scarf? I shouldn't be wronged like this." "As long as you don't have any ideas about charm," the little old man said with relief. Lan Ninger, who was ignored by Leng Wuti, turned her head and happened to see Lan Lai talking to the little old man. She roared, "Lan Lai, this fox is mine." Unfortunately, neither Lan Lai nor the little old man paid any attention to her. "Lan Lai, can we leave now?" Sun Teng urged impatiently. "Okay, let's go." "Elder, leave this place quickly too," Lan Lai said and then reminded the little old man. The little old man grabbed Lan Lai's sleeve and asked curiously, "Wait, brat, where are you going?" "We're going to the medicinal herb exchange meeting," Lan Lai said. Although the medicinal herb exchange meeting had not officially begun, a number of alchemists had already gathered there, so of course he had to go and see the commotion. "Oh, I want to go there too. We're heading the same way." The little old man planned to rely on Lan Lai. "Then let's go together," Lan Lai said as he glanced at Lan Ninger. The little old man nodded, hugged Charm, and left the inn with Lan Lai and the others. "Stop right there. No one is allowed to leave." Lan Ninger stomped her feet in anger and shouted from behind Lan Lai and the others. Unfortunately, she was ignored. After Lan Lai and the others left the inn, they went directly to the medicinal herb exchange venue. At this moment, the entire venue had been set up. Moreover, some alchemists had already entered and were waiting for the medicinal herb exchange meeting to officially begin 3 days later. "Young master, why are you here?" The person in charge of the venue ran over obediently and respectfully when he saw Lan Lai. Although he was in the second master's faction, Lan Lai was the young master of the Lan family after all, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Lan Lai. "Steward Wu, there doesn't seem to be many alchemists coming for the exchange this year," Lan Lai said knowingly as he looked at the sparse number of people in the entire venue. He had long been laughing in his heart. Alas. Second uncle thought that the profits in the exchange would be huge, so he did everything he could and finally obtained the right to manage this year's medicinal herb exchange meeting. But he probably wouldn't have dreamed that this year's exchange would actually be such a failure. He was really too happy. Young master, there are still 3 days before the exchange meeting begins. Most alchemists have not arrived yet. Moreover, the exchange will last for more than half a month, so many alchemists are not in a hurry, Steward Wu explained. In fact, he was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Blue Cloud City should have been packed with people by this time in the previous years. But why was it so quiet this year? Apart from some alchemists who came a while ago, these 2 days should have been the peak period for alchemists to come to Blue Cloud City, but no alchemists entered the city at all. "Oh, I see." Lan Lai nodded as though he understood. He asked Steward Wu a few simple questions and then walked around the venue. Steward Wu naturally followed closely behind Lan Lai and waited on him carefully. At this moment, the little old man came to a stall alone with Charm in his arms. The little old man squatted down and asked lightly, "How can I exchange for this silverleaf grass?" "I want to exchange for a silver bellflower," the young man setting up the stall said softly as he glanced at the little old man. "Silver bellflower? Is this it?" The little old man took out a small silver bell-shaped flower from his ring. "Yes, that's right. Elder, are you willing to exchange it with me?" the young man said excitedly. He had been looking for a silver bellflower for a long time and didn't expect to finally see it today. Moreover, the silver bell flower in the little old man's hand was actually still fresh and of superior quality. He was really satisfied. No, the little old man said softly as he put away the silver bell flower. Elder, are you playing with me? The young man said with some displeasure. If he was unwilling to exchange it with him, why did he take it out to bait him? Boo-hoo. Young man, don't be anxious. Listen to me, the little old man said calmly. Then tell me. The young man didn't know what the little old man wanted to say to him, but he still politely listened to him. Young man, to be honest, I also exchanged for this silver bell flower with someone else. I'm not sure if she still has any, but I think you can try, the little old man suggested. Really? Who did you exchange with? The young man looked around the venue, looking for suspicious people. But there were not many people in the venue now, and he had basically asked everyone. Could he have missed someone? Young man, stop looking. That person isn't here. Where can I find that person? The young man said anxiously. The silver bell flower was really too important to him, so he definitely couldn't let go of this opportunity. Young man, I'm telling you the truth. This person offended the Lan family's fifth young lady, so she was forbidden from entering Blue Cloud City by Lan Ninger. If you want to exchange with her, you can only go out of the city to exchange. Moreover, she has a lot of good things in her hands. The little old man lowered his voice as if he was deceiving a white bunny. Okay, I'll go out of the city to find her. Elder, where is she outside the city? The young man said impatiently. 30 meters to the right of the city, the little old man whispered. Thank you, Elder. The young man quickly packed up and prepared to leave. The alchemists in the venue familiar with him couldn't help being a little curious after seeing him planning to leave, so they asked him the full story. Then they also packed up and left. Just like that, they spread the news one by one. In less than half an hour, the entire venue was empty. Why did everyone leave? Lan Lai asked with a suppressed smile after seeing the alchemists pack up and leave impatiently. Hee, good job. Let's go. I guess they suddenly have an urgent matter. Steward Wu guessed. After all, the exchange had not officially begun, so he never thought that anyone would dare to dig the Lan family's corner. After seeing everyone leave, Charm and the little old man looked at each other in tacit understanding, smiled evilly, and clapped their hands to celebrate. Steward Wu, go about your business. There's no need to wait on me. I'm just here to take a look, Lan Lai said. Yes, young master. I'll take my leave then. Steward Wu bowed and left. Don't you find that little fox a little familiar? Lan Lai asked doubtfully after Steward Wu left. What's wrong with your eyes? Isn't that Leng Ruoxue's fox? Sun Teng rolled his eyes at Lan Lai. It's really that one. But that old man said the fox is his. Lan Lai was depressed. Boo-hoo, he had been fooled. Of course, he would say the fox is his if it follows him, Leng Wudi said helplessly. Alas. His good friend was too naive sometimes. Could he have snatched it from Leng Ruoxue? Lan Lai guessed after hearing Leng Wudi's words. Are pet beasts that have recognized their masters so easy to snatch? Leng Wudi looked at Lan Lai as if he was looking at an idiot. Then what happened? I have to ask clearly. With that, Lan Lai walked directly to the man and beast. You are Leng Ruoxue's fox, right? Lan Lai asked directly. Charm rolled his eyes at Lan Lai and asked in return, is there a problem? Then why didn't you say anything when I asked you just now? Lan Lai said through gritted teeth. TCH, you didn't ask me. Charm covered his mouth and giggled. Upon hearing what Charm said, Lan Lai felt extraordinarily depressed. He turned his gaze to the little old man and looked at him resentfully. Lan family brat, don't look at me like that. I'm Charm's guardian now, so of course he's mine now, the little old man said matter-of-factly without blushing or panting. All right. I'm not angry that you lied to me. Then can you tell me what your relationship with Leng Ruoxue is? Lan Lai asked very curiously. When did such an old man appear beside Leng Ruoxue? Lan family brat, I have nothing to do with the Leng Ruoxue you mentioned. But if the Leng Ruoxue you're talking about is the master of this little fox, then I'm just making a bet with her, the little old man explained. What bet? Lan Lai's curiosity was piqued. The little old man was helpless and could only tell him about his bet with Leng Ruoxue. But who expected that Lan Lai actually laughed hysterically after hearing it? Lan family brat, is this very funny? The little old man asked gloomily. He knew that he had lost, but this kid didn't have to laugh so exaggeratedly. It's too much. Boo-hoo. Of course it's funny. Elder, you actually made a bet with a little fox. You're definitely going to lose. Lan Lai said with a smile until his tears were about to fall. Little fox. The little old man looked at Charm and fell silent. Old man, I told you not to make a bet with my master. But you refused to listen, Charm couldn't help saying. It doesn't matter. I will admit defeat if I lose. Anyway, it won't be a loss for me. I'll have a disciple with excellent aptitude, the little old man said generously. Lan family brat, tell me more about Lan Ninger. The little old man then said to Lan Lai. He was really curious. How did the Lan family raise such a piece of work? Okay. If you want to know, I'll tell you about her glorious deeds. There's enough to talk about for 3 days and 3 nights, Lan Lai said with a chuckle. Then let's find a place to sit and talk, the little old man suggested. No problem. Lan Lai nodded. The four of them and one beast left the exchange venue, found a tea house nearby, and began chatting. Outside the city gate. Leng Ruoxue's exchange meeting was in full swing, and it was extraordinarily lively. There were even more alchemists setting up stalls around her. Big sister, bring me some more herbs, the little black dog said while running to Leng Ruoxue. Here you go. Leng. Little fox. The little old man looked at Charm and fell silent. Old man, I told you not to make a bet with my master. But you refused to listen, Charm couldn't help saying. It doesn't matter. I will admit defeat if I lose. Anyway, it won't be a loss for me. I'll have a disciple with excellent aptitude, the little old man said generously. Lan family brat, tell me more about Lan Ninger. The little old man then said to Lan Lai. He was really curious. How did the Lan family raise such a piece of work? Okay. If you want to know, I'll tell you about her glorious deeds. There's enough to talk about for 3 days and 3 nights, Lan Lai said with a chuckle. Then let's find a place to sit and talk, the little old man suggested. No problem. Lan Lai nodded. The four of them and one beast left the exchange venue, found a tea house nearby, and began chatting. Outside the city gate. Leng Ruoxue's exchange meeting was in full swing, and it was extraordinarily lively. There were even more alchemists setting up stalls around her. Big sister, bring me some more herbs, the little black dog said while running to Leng Ruoxue. Here you go. Leng Ruoxue directly handed Blackie a storage ring. Her exchange meeting had only been open for 2 days, but she had gained a lot these 2 days. Not only did she exchange for a lot of precious herbs, but she also got to know many alchemists. Moreover, she let Blackie, who was knowledgeable about herbs, out because of the severe shortage of manpower. Blackie was obviously very adept at such busy work. As for her grandfather and the others, they took the initiative to maintain order because they didn't know much about herbs. Schwer, you must be exhausted. Freak came to Leng Ruoxue's side and wiped the sweat off her forehead with some heartache. It's okay, Leng Ruoxue said happily. She didn't know how the Lan family would react if they knew that she had dug out their corner and plotted against them. But it was very strange. It had been 2 days. Why was there no movement from the Lan family at all? Schwer, if the Lan family finds out that we held an exchange meeting on our own, they probably won't let us go. Freak teased. It's okay. Anyway, the feud with the Lan family is set. However, the reaction of the Lan family's patriarch is quite strange, Leng Ruoxue said doubtfully. Logically speaking, their behavior outside the city should be in the Lan family's plain sight, but no one from the Lan family came out to stop them. Leng Ruoxue was chatting with Freak when a young man suddenly appeared in front of them and asked, Do you have a silver bell flower? You want to exchange for a silver bell flower? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. There had been too many alchemists who wanted to exchange for silver bell flowers, so she had already removed silver bell flowers from the exchange list. So this young man shouldn't know, right? Yes, please exchange with me if you still have more. The young man said very sincerely. How did you know we have silver bell flowers? Leng Ruoxue asked cautiously. An elderly man and a little fox told me. I really need a silver bell flower. Can you exchange it with me? The young man said honestly. What would you exchange for it? Leng Ruoxue asked. So he was introduced by the little old man and Charm. They were pretty fast. I can exchange a stalk of silverleaf grass with you. If it's not enough, I can add some other herbs, the young man said sincerely. No need. Just use the silverleaf grass. Leng Ruoxue said and gave Freak a look. After receiving Leng Ruoxue's signal, Freak took out a silver bell flower from his ring and handed it to the young man. Thank you. I'm so grateful, the young man said happily. Boo-hoo. I finally got it. It really wasn't easy. The young man took out the silverleaf grass. After the two of them exchanged, he mimicked the other alchemists and set up a stall outside the city. Schwer, looks like the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange meeting will be over soon, Freak whispered with a smile on his face. It's okay. The Lan family won't mind, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. During the time they were talking, many alchemists came to exchange herbs with them. Moreover, they knew the young man from before, so Leng Ruoxue readily exchanged the required herbs with them. Master, I'm back. At this moment, a white shadow pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms with a whoosh. Charm, why are you back so soon? Leng Ruoxue hugged the cute little snow-white beast in her arms and asked doubtfully. It had only been 2 days. Master, I finished my mission and came back early. Charm kept rubbing himself in Leng Ruoxue's arms. Boo-hoo. I missed Master so much. Little friend, I'm back too. The little old man appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue gloomily. Old man, have you admitted defeat? Leng Ruoxue asked in realization. I lost. That Lan Ninger is worse than you said, the little old man said angrily. Humph. How could the Lan family have such a descendant? How disappointing. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little old man, a little puzzled. Why is this little old man so angry? Could the Lan family have a close relationship with him? Little friend. I admit defeat. Where's my disciple? The little old man looked around, looking for Zheng En. Zheng En is over there. Leng Ruoxue pointed at Zheng En, who was surrounded by people not far away. Oh, little friend, your exchange meeting is getting quite big. The little old man looked at the sea of people in front of him and was a little speechless. It hadn't even been 2 days, but it had already formed such a scale. Old man, I heard that the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange meeting will require admission tickets. Moreover, the price has increased this year. We're not charging here, so of course, many people will come. Moreover, I have real materials. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Her real materials naturally referred to those herbs. Hehe, little friend, the Lan family still thinks that the alchemists who are participating in the exchange haven't arrived yet. How could they have expected you to stop them halfway, the little old man said with a happy smile. This little girl was really too smart. If his old friend knew about this, he would be depressed to death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Old man, I was also forced into a corner. How could I have thought of this if Lan Ninger didn't stop us from entering Blue Cloud City? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be pitiful, implying that she was actually the victim. Yes, Lan Ninger is indeed a little too much, the little old man said indignantly. He was even more furious after hearing what Lan Lai had said and finding out Lan Ninger had done since she was young. Old man, could it be that you were also bullied by Lan Ninger? Leng Ruoxue was really puzzled by this little old man's unusual anger. The only explanation was that this little old man had also become a victim. Master, Lan Ninger wants to use me as a scarf and calls him a beggar, Charm complained, his little face full of grievance and fear. Charm, don't be afraid. I won't let that woman off if she dares to touch you. Leng Ruoxue caressed Charm's soft fur and comforted him. Hehe, I was right. Yes, Charm knows that Master will protect me. Charm nodded obediently, fully displaying his cute side as a little beast. Charm, don't be scared. I will protect you too, the little old man quickly declared. He had always been unable to resist cute little beasts like Charm. Yes, yes. Charm nodded happily. Little Snowy, we're here too, Lan Lai interrupted. Why are you here so soon? Leng Ruoxue asked helplessly. Wasn't the Lan family going to change their young master? Why was Lan Lai still wandering around as if nothing had happened? Little friend, they came with me. We met in Blue Cloud City, the little old man explained. Oh. Lan Lai, the Lan family is about to change their young master. Aren't you worried at all? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help teasing. Alas. Lan Lai is really heartless. So be it. Who cares? Lan Lai shrugged nonchalantly. He has always wanted to be replaced. Sun Teng interrupted. Hehe, little Snowy, your little beasts can really fool people. Lan Lai smiled and changed the topic awkwardly. Just now, he, Leng Wudi, and Sun Teng went to see the little beasts first because they were curious about how the few little beasts were drawing people in. After listening to them for a while, they were all in admiration of the few beasts because they were really too good at talking. Leng Ruoxue was a little puzzled. She knew that her beasts were very eloquent, but it didn't seem appropriate to use the word fool, right? Was he complimenting her beasts? Don't you know? Lan Lai said in disbelief. As their master, she actually doesn't know the abilities of her beasts. What a failure. I've been staying here exchanging herbs, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. She only knew that her beasts had brought many alchemists over, but she really didn't know what the beasts said to the alchemists. Hehe, go take a look yourself. Lan Lai smiled mysteriously. Leng Ruoxue and Freak looked at each other and walked toward the location of the little beasts. Darling and the other beasts were currently surrounded by alchemists. Those who are passing by, quickly take a look. The best herbs are being exchanged. Darling began to shout loudly when he saw more and more alchemists gathering. Is there any fishy grass? Do you have a snake gall flower? The alchemists surrounding them asked in unison. Darling cleared his throat and said loudly, Stop. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Oh. Darling's words worked. After he finished speaking, everyone indeed fell silent. All of you, calm down. My master's herbs are rare treasures seen once 1,000 years. Don't have any ideas about my master unless you can exchange herbs of equivalent value. Also, don't exchange for those ordinary herbs from my master. She doesn't have them. But you can set up a small stall beside her. At that time, the herbs you need will naturally be easy to obtain. After all, my master's exchange meeting is much more popular than whatever that Lan family put out. Moreover, I dare to say that the Lan family absolutely can't produce such good herbs as my master. Therefore, you only have one choice. You can't participate in the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange meeting if you exchange with my master. If you participate in the Lan family's exchange meeting, you naturally can't exchange with my master. Why is that? An alchemist who had just arrived at Blue Cloud City asked in puzzlement. After all, this didn't seem to conflict in his opinion. Of course, it's because of the Lan family's fifth young lady. Humph. That ugly monster actually prohibited my master from entering the city. My master can't enter. If you want to exchange herbs with my master, you can only stay outside to accompany her. Darling said matter-of-factly. After Darling finished his long speech, the alchemists surrounding them were a little flustered. They had really never seen such an overbearing beast. Moreover, the #1 beauty of the boundless heaven continent was actually called ugly by him. Alas. The aesthetics of beasts really couldn't be compared to that of humans. I'll tell you the truth. My master's medicinal herbs are the best on the entire boundless heaven continent. If you don't exchange with her, you will definitely regret it. And there's only one chance. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your choice. Darling cleared his throat and began talking non-stop again after speaking. Then it was Silverwing's turn to speak. I have nothing to say. However, what I want to tell you is that I've remembered your smell. If you dare to enter the city without permission, I'll bite you every time I see you in the future. Humph. Silverwing snorted coldly and warned. Hee, don't be afraid. In fact, I don't approve of using violence. However, sometimes, I have to use it. I'll reiterate. If any of you go to the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange, I'll burn you every time I see you in the future. Don't doubt my words. You can't bear my fire, Fengzhan threatened with a smile. After speaking, he even breathed a small flame to serve as a deterrent. Previous chapter. Next chapter. White Dawn, who had been lying on a recliner pretending to be a master, only snorted coldly and didn't say anything. But his snort made the surrounding people feel immense pressure. All right. I hope we can cooperate happily. Hurry up and find my master to exchange for herbs. Remember, there's nothing you can't exchange for. Darling summarized again and chased away the people surrounding them. Then he lay comfortably on a recliner, crossed his legs, drank tea, ate delicious snacks, and waited patiently for the next batch of alchemists to arrive. After everyone left, Leng Ruoxue and Freak slowly walked over from not far away. Beloved master. Darling was the first to jump into Leng Ruoxue's arms and acted coquettishly. You're so amazing. You actually used both coercion and temptation, Leng Ruoxue said with a laugh. She really couldn't do anything about her beasts. Alas. Why are these little beasts so cute? Master, that ugly monster with the surname Lan actually dared to forbid you from entering the city. Humph. Then we'll ruin their medicinal herb exchange meeting, Darling said hatefully. Huh, that suits me. Leng Ruoxue caressed Darling's soft fur. Fengzhan flew to Leng Ruoxue's shoulder and said with slight pride, Hee, master, we have to make the Lan family suffer. Be careful. Leng Ruoxue said worriedly. She thought about it and also let Icy out of the bracelet. Little Snowy, I want to sleep, Icy said reluctantly. Sleep here. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She would be much more at ease with Icy staying with her beasts. All right. Icy looked at the beasts and answered. Then he jumped onto a recliner and laid down lazily. Leng Ruoxue left some food for the beasts and returned to the exchange venue. 3 days later. Leng Ruoxue's medicinal herb exchange meeting was extremely popular, attracting many alchemists. Today was also the opening day of the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange meeting. At the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange meeting venue, the second master of the Lan family, Lan Fei, who was presiding over the medicinal herb exchange meeting, arrived at the venue early. It was almost time for the exchange meeting to officially begin, but there was no one here. This made Lan Fei a little puzzled. Steward Wu, why isn't anyone here? Lan Fei asked with some dissatisfaction. Where did those damn alchemists go? There's actually not a single person. Second master, I'm not sure either, but I heard from the manager of the inn that many alchemists have checked out. Moreover, their whereabouts are unknown, Steward Wu replied cautiously with a forehead full of cold sweat. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find out the reason. I won't let you go if we miss the time of the exchange. Lan Fei roared loudly, so angry that his face and neck were red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Yes, I'll go immediately. Steward Wu said fearfully and disappeared with a whoosh. An hour later. A certain elder who came to participate in the opening of the medicinal herb exchange meeting began to make things difficult. Second master, can you explain what happened? The third elder, who was sitting in a chair, asked lightly. He had never liked this gloomy second master, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Steward Wu has already gone to investigate, Lan Fei said with cold sweat on his forehead. He was so angry. This was obviously his best chance to perform, but he didn't expect this to happen. Not only did he not get the chance to perform, but he also left a bad impression on others. Alas. The gains really didn't make up for the losses. Humph. You are only investigating it now? What were you doing earlier? The third elder snorted with a displeased face. This is just an accident. I think those alchemists are most likely delayed by something, Lan Fei explained with a frown. An accident? I think it's obviously a mistake, the third elder said stubbornly. Hee, third elder, calm down. It's the first time second master is in charge of such a big activity. It's normal for some accidents to happen without experience, the second elder mediated. Second elder, I know you watched Lan Fei grow up, but mistakes are mistakes. How can you use inexperience as an excuse? Humph. You didn't even pass this little test, and you still want to compete for the position of the patriarch? The third elder's words were very sharp. The Lan family might already have a young master, but that was only for the grandchildren. The current patriarch of the Lan family had yet to decide which son would take over the position of the patriarch after he retired. Moreover, it was common knowledge that most of the elders wanted the eldest son of the patriarch, Lan Lai's father, Lan Tian, to take over the position of the patriarch. This way, young master Lan Lai's position could be more stable. However, the patriarch had recently released word that all his sons were qualified to vie for the position of the patriarch. Therefore, these sons of the patriarch's concubines were all restless. Third elder, I admit that I didn't consider it carefully this time. However, denying my ability just because of this matter is very unfair to me, Lan Fei argued. He hated this third elder, who liked to find trouble with him everywhere, to death. Humph. Old thing, I'll get rid of you first when I become the patriarch. Do you think this matter is a small matter? Do you think if there are such functions like this in the future, we will dare to hand them to you? The third elder asked in disdain. By the way, the opening time of the medicinal herb exchange has passed, but the person you sent hasn't returned yet, the third elder added. The third elder's words left Lan Fei speechless. Third elder, what's the point of saying all this now that things have come to this? Let's think about how to remedy the situation, the second elder said. Remedy? I've participated in so many medicinal herb exchanges, and this is the first time I've encountered an exchange without a single alchemist participating. If news of this spreads, our Lan family will become everyone's laughing stock. Also, what do you want to do with the people watching outside? The third elder asked loudly while looking at the people sitting. What can we do? Of course, get the people to disperse first. Let's just say that there's no opening ceremony for this year's exchange, the fifth elder suggested. They couldn't kill all the surrounding people, right? The Lan family was not so bloodthirsty. That's the only way. The third elder nodded. Lan Fei, go out and disperse the people, the second elder ordered. In the past, the medicinal herb exchange meetings usually had an extremely grand opening, so there were many people who liked to come and watch the commotion. They were also very happy to have so many people paying attention to this matter. But they obviously didn't want too many people to come this time. Yes, Lan Fei answered and went to disperse the surrounding people. After sending the onlookers away, Lan Fei returned to the venue to be reprimanded. The third elder rolled his eyes at Lan Fei and said coldly, Lan Fei, tell me your plan. I'll find out the reason first and then decide how to deal with the aftermath, Lan Fei said calmly because he knew that it was useless even if he was anxious now. Many people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The third elder nodded. In fact, Lan Fei was smart. Unfortunately, he didn't use it in the right place. Second master, I'm back. Steward Wu's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Lan Fei grabbed Steward Wu's collar and asked anxiously, Steward Wu, have you investigated the cause? Why didn't any of those alchemists appear? Second master, I spent a lot of effort to understand the whole story, Steward Wu said hurriedly. Tell me quickly. Lan Fei urged with widened eyes. Let go of him first and let him talk slowly, the third elder reminded. Tell me quickly. Lan Fei released Steward Wu's collar and said anxiously. It's like this. I heard that people set up stalls outside our Blue Cloud city to exchange for herbs, so I went out of the city. I saw it, and it was indeed the case. Steward Wu told everyone sitting here everything he had found out. Everyone present frowned when they heard it, and most of their faces were as colorful as a color palette. Damn it. Those alchemists actually dare to go against our Lan family. Humph. Who gave them the guts? Lan Fei roared furiously, the veins on his forehead bulging. Steward Wu, were those alchemists organized by someone? The second elder grasped the main point of the matter. Yes, a person named Leng Ruoxue, Steward Wu said respectfully. Leng Ruoxue? Who is she? The second elder was a little puzzled. Surname Leng? Could she be from the Leng family? But the Leng family has always had a good relationship with the Lan family. The Leng family shouldn't do such a thing. She had a conflict with 5th Mississippi. 5th Miss forbade her from entering the city, so Leng Ruoxue held a medicinal herb exchange outside the city and directly stopped the alchemists who came to participate in our exchange, Steward Wu hurriedly explained while wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. He was full of admiration for Leng Ruoxue in his heart. She really had guts. She actually poached these people right at the corner of their Lan family. So it's because of the 5th young lady, the third elder said with a spurious smile. I wonder if Leng Ruoxue has an invitation, the third elder glanced at Steward Wu. Yes, young master gave her the invitation, Steward Wu said honestly, not daring to hide it. Alas. The invitation sent by our Lan family's young master is actually not as effective as the 5th young lady's words. It's really too unbelievable, the third elder said with slight mockery. The third elder's words made everyone present look at Lan Fei strangely. Third elder, this must be a misunderstanding. If Leng Ruoxue really has an invitation, how could Ninger not let her into the city? Lan Fei defended his daughter. Do you mean that Leng Ruoxue doesn't have an invitation from our Lan family at all? The third elder said without emotion with his eyelids raised slightly. Probably. Ninger has always done things with propriety. If Leng Ruoxue really has an invitation, how could Ninger not let her enter the city? Lan Fei said confidently. There's no need to guess. Let's go and verify it. Won't we know then, said the first elder, who had been silent. Then he stood up and left the exchange meeting venue. Seeing the first elder leaving, everyone present hurriedly followed. Just like that, the group walked out of the city in a grandiose manner. Outside the city, everyone couldn't help being a little speechless when they saw the fiery exchange scene. Most of these people were guests invited by their Lan family. Now, they actually benefited others. This scene is more normal. The third elder was not angry but actually nodded with satisfaction after seeing this scene. Let's go take a look, the first elder said expressionlessly. Elders, this Leng Ruoxue is really too much. We absolutely can't let her go. Lan Fei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was obviously the scene he wanted. But it had nothing to do with him at all. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue was chatting with the alchemists, but she suddenly realized that the alchemists were silent. Moreover, they kept winking at her unnaturally. Leng Ruoxue subconsciously turned around and found a group of people behind her. Moreover, a few of them were staring at her angrily as if they wanted to skin her alive. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. In fact, she had already guessed the identities of these people when she glanced at Lan Ming's expression. However, she had to pretend to be stupid when she should be pretending. You are Leng Ruoxue? Lan Fei asked disdainfully with his head raised. Yes, I am Leng Ruoxue, Leng Ruoxue replied with a light smile. Do you know where this is? Lan Fei questioned fiercely, his cold eyes spitting out flames of anger. This is outside Blue Cloud City. What's the matter? Don't you know? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. She didn't know who this middle-aged man was from the Lan family, but she wouldn't be afraid no matter who he was. Of course I know this is outside Blue Cloud City, Lan Fei said fiercely through gritted teeth. Then why are you asking me? Leng Ruoxue questioned with some displeasure, looking at Lan Fei like he was an idiot. Swear, he's most likely illiterate, Freak said indifferently as he hugged Leng Ruoxue's slender waist. Yes, it's possible. Leng Ruoxue echoed. Damn it. Let me tell you. This is our Lan family's territory. Who allowed you to set up your stall here privately? Lan Fei roared furiously. This is really strange. Blue Cloud City is the territory of the Lan family. Why is it so outside the city too? Then why didn't your Lan family build the city wall here? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement, her face full of question marks. You. Damn it. Leng Ruoxue, do you know who you are talking to? Lan Fei roared at the top of his lungs. I really don't know who I'm talking to. However, what I want to say is, why did the Lan family let you out? Is there no one else in the Lan family? Why did they let an idiotic old man come out to embarrass himself? Leng Ruoxue said mockingly with a light smile. Who are you calling an idiotic old man? Lan Fei was about to vomit blood when he heard someone calling him an idiotic old man. He was only in his 40s, okay? How did he look like an old man? You. Bad memory is a sign of aging. You're about to. Leng Ruoxue deliberately said half a sentence to anger the middle-aged man to death. You. Lan Fei stammered, his breathing a little uneven. He couldn't even manage a complete sentence for a long time. Lass. He is the second master of our Lan family and the second son of the patriarch. How can you be so rude, the third elder suddenly said. He directly revealed Lan Fei's identity and even blamed Leng Ruoxue for being rude. But his tone sounded as though he was gloating. I'm so sorry. I should have been more reserved. Why didn't anyone tell me earlier that he is the second master of the Lan family? Boo-hoo, your patriarch won't be angry with me, right? Leng Ruoxue asked pitifully and uncertainly. The patriarch will definitely not be angry with you, but our second master will definitely hate you. The third elder thought and then nodded with certainty. Oh, then I'm not afraid. I see that his glabella is dark. He is definitely having bad luck recently. If anything happens to him, he won't have a chance to hate me, Leng Ruoxue said with confidence. Lass, you know how to read fortunes, the third elder said with a face full of surprise. He was already laughing in his heart. Hee, this Leng Ruoxue is really infuriating. I like it. In fact, the third elder was a very straightforward and protective person to begin with. If he liked someone, then no matter what this person did, it would be good in his eyes. If he didn't like someone, then no matter how much this person did, he would not be able to gain his favor, just like Lan Fei. I don't. But there's no need to read the second master's fortune. He will definitely be unlucky recently, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. At the same time, she muttered in her head, I have to create some unlucky things for the Lan family's second master even if he isn't unlucky. I like you, lass. The third elder laughed heartily. The conversation between him and Leng Ruoxue actually made Lan Fei faint from anger. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Fei with infinite pity and said lightly, alas. You really have a short life. Your ability to bear stimulation is really too poor. You have to train. The third elder stroked his beard and said seriously, yes, that's reasonable. I'll suggest to the patriarch later and arrange special training for him. How can he compete for the position of the patriarch in such a state? The Lan family members standing beside the third elder were all at a loss for words. Third elder. Are we here to denounce Leng Ruoxue or to chat with her? The first elder looked at the gloating third elder, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Then he cleared his throat and said solemnly, Leng Ruoxue, why are you setting up a stall outside? Do you know that your behavior has seriously affected the medicinal herb exchange meeting that our Lan family has held for many years? I was forced into it. I'm also a victim. Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly, her expression as if she had been wronged. Who forced you? The first elder asked curiously even though he knew the answer. Lan Ninger, the fifth young lady of the Lan family. Leng Ruoxue said fearfully. How did she bully you? The first elder continued to ask. That dog used her position to bully us and forbade us from entering Blue Cloud City. We had no choice but to set up a stall outside the city to exchange for herbs. Leng Ruoxue explained lightly. Oh, then why didn't she let you enter the city? 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down the first elder's forehead. This girl actually scolded Lan Ning'er as a dog in front of him. How gutsy. She thinks we're ugly, mainly because of jealousy, because her big brother Leng would rather go on the road with us ugly monsters than bother with her. Alas. In fact, the number one beauty is also quite pitiful. Who would dare to want a woman with a bad personality? Leng Wuti isn't a fool. Leng Ruoxue kept on recounting Lan Ning'er's crime, and her tone actually carried some sympathy at the end. Also, when we were camping in the wilderness, she used the excuse that she didn't have a tent to stay in the same one as young Master Leng. However, young Master Leng would rather stand guard throughout the night than enter the tent. After we arrived in the city, I reminded her to buy a tent, but she refused and even blamed me for being nosy. Alas. How wrong do you think I felt? I did it for her own good. It's fine if she doesn't care about her reputation, but if she implicates the young master of the Leng family and causes the Leng family to fall out with the Lan family, can she bear the responsibility? Moreover, young Master Leng can lend her his tent once for the sake of the Lan family, but would he lend it to her again and again? How brainless. Even if she wants to be the wife of the young master of the Leng family, she can't use such a trashy method. What would her actions cause for the Lan family's reputation? Don't you think so? Leng Ruoxue said earnestly, her tone so sincere that it was unbelievable. Is what you said true? The first elder asked while suppressing his anger. He really didn't expect Lan Ning'er to be so shameless. I'm a good child, and I never lie. If you don't believe me, you can ask your Lan family's young master. Ah. No, Lan Lai is no longer the young master. Leng Ruoxue said as if she had just realized it. Lass, who told you that Lan Lai isn't the young master? The first elder asked with slight displeasure, his forehead full of black lines. Lan Ning'er. Leng Ruoxue answered very innocently. How can you believe her words? Lan Lai is still the young master of our Lan family, the first elder said very seriously. She is the most favored fifth young lady of the Lan family. Even Lan Lai has to be wary of her. Of course her words are trustworthy, Leng Ruoxue said stubbornly. Lass, do you have an invitation for the medicinal herb exchange? The first elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and changed the topic. Of course we do. Our invitation was personally sent by your former young master. Unfortunately, it was denied by Lan Ning'er. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be regretful. Lass, I'll say it one last time. Our Lan family's young master hasn't changed. It's still Lan Lai, the first elder said with a slight headache. He realized that he really couldn't communicate with Leng Ruoxue. But. Leng Ruoxue wanted to argue but was interrupted by Freak. Schwer, let's not argue with the Lan family anymore. If he said they didn't change him, then so be it. It's only a matter of time before he's changed anyway, Freak said understandingly. Yes, that's true. In fact, Lan Lai's position as the young master is quite low. Lan Ning'er calls him names all day long and doesn't take him, the young master, seriously at all. Alas. As Lan Lai's friends, we can't bear to watch any longer. The Lan family is really too lawless. The children of the concubines are all riding on the heads of the main family. Leng Ruoxue and Freak discussed as if no one else was around. That's right. I'm also the child of a concubine. I don't even dare to speak loudly in front of those from the main family. Freak agreed very much. At the side, the first elder finally understood after listening for a long time. These two people were deliberately putting on an act together. But even though what they said was reasonable, the Lan family's face and foundation were all lost by them now. This couldn't do. The first elder's eyes kept darting around as he said indifferently, Lass. Do you know that our Lan family has become a laughing stock because of your words? What does that have to do with me? It's your family's upbringing. Even if I don't speak, many people will discuss it in private. If you don't believe me, you can go to Blue Cloud City to ask around. See what the people say. Leng Ruoxue suggested kindly. Lass, let's discuss this later. Let's talk about the medicinal herb exchange first. Since you have our Lan family's invitation, how about I invite you into the city as the Lan family's first elder, the first elder said very cordially with a kind smile. In fact, how could he not know the opinions of the people in the city? It was just that the patriarch had his own thoughts, and it was inconvenient for him to say it without seriously harming the Lan family's interests. We've almost exchanged everything. There's no need to enter the city anymore, so thank you for your good intentions, Leng Ruoxue declined politely. How dare you refuse first elder's good intentions? I think you don't want to live anymore. Lan Fei, who had just woken up, was furious after hearing Leng Ruoxue's refusal to enter the city. Don't tell me you pretended to faint. Why did you wake up so quickly? It's such a pity. How good would it be if you couldn't wake up for a long time? Leng Ruoxue said angrily. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, bursts of low laughter emerged from the crowd. Even the Lan family members present couldn't help turning their heads, covering their mouths, and laughing secretly. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Lan Fei and the Lan family members behind him. Looks like the second master of the Lan family isn't popular in the Lan family. This will be much easier. Ahem, Lass. You're really too unkind. How can you say what's on your mind? The third elder pretended to reprimand her. What he implied was that she could say it in her heart. I always say whatever comes to my head. Leng Ruoxue said cooperatively while looking at the third elder aggrievedly. Lan Fei, I'm talking to this lass. Why are you interrupting? The first elder said with some displeasure. First elder, I. Lan Fei wanted to argue, but the first elder didn't give him the chance at all. What about me? Can't you see that I'm cleaning up your mess? It's fine if you don't reflect on yourself, but you actually caused more trouble, the first elder reprimanded, his face full of dissatisfaction with him. First elder. Lan Fei was depressed. He was the second master of the Lan family after all. The first elder actually lectured him in public. He really didn't give him face. He was so angry. However, he didn't dare to talk back in front of the first elder at all, so he could only bear with it. Lan Fei, I order you to return to the Lan family estate immediately to reflect. Reflect. You are not allowed to leave your room by even half a step without my permission, the first elder said resolutely. The first elder turned and ordered the guards beside him, send the second master back. Yes, first elder, the guards replied and then half-forced Lan Fei back to the Lan family estate. Lass, now that the eyesore has left, can we have a good talk, the first elder said warmly, as if he was the big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. But I really don't need to enter the city anymore, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. She was planning to leave. Lass, you've messed up our Lan family's medicinal herb exchange. You have to compensate us. The first elder glared at Leng Ruoxue and pretended to be pitiful. You're mistaken. I didn't ruin your exchange. It was Lan Ninger, so you can't blame me for this. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to take the blame for others. So you want to be irresponsible, the first elder said pitifully as if he was about to cry. I don't have any responsibilities. Okay, we're leaving now, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. The Lan family is really too strange. I should stay away from them. The moment Freak and the others, as well as the alchemists present, heard Leng Ruoxue say that she was leaving, they immediately packed up and prepared to leave, lest the Lan family vented their anger on them. Moreover, they had almost exchanged the herbs they wanted to exchange for, so staying would be a waste of time. Report chapter comments. Schwer, everything is packed. Freak returned to Leng Ruoxue's side. Okay, let's leave then. Don't affect the Lan family's medicinal herb exchange, Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. The first elder was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Did he say he wanted them to leave? He just wanted them to enter the city. Boo-hoo. This girl is really too evil. He was now very sure that Leng Ruoxue definitely did it on purpose. First elder, you don't have to be troubled. We're leaving. Leng Ruoxue waved at the first elder. Then she gave Freak and the others a look and planned to leave. All of you, stop right there. No one is allowed to leave. If you want to leave, step over my dead body. With that, the first elder sat on the ground and began acting shamelessly. Leng Ruoxue and the others, who were about to leave, as well as the alchemists, were all stunned, not knowing what to do. The Lan family collectively turned their heads, not daring to look at the first elder. However, they thought in unison, First elder, you are really unscrupulous in order to achieve your goal. Alas. Your sacrifice for the Lan family is really too great. At this moment, they respected the first elder even more. First elder, you want us to step over you? Are you preparing to commit suicide? Or do you want us to kill you? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously with several black lines hanging on her forehead. I find it painful to commit suicide. Kill me if you want to leave. The first elder steeled his heart and went all out. Anyway, the Lan family had already lost all its face. There wouldn't be much difference even if his was gone. Then what if the Lan family finds trouble with us after we kill you? Leng Ruoxue asked in distress. Alas. Is this old man really the first elder of the Lan family who is virtuous and respected? Why is he so shameless? No wonder the Lan family had so many pieces of work. Hee, then you can all stay. Then we will all be happy, the first elder said with a smile. But we've exchanged all our herbs, and there's really nothing else to exchange for, Leng Ruoxue said in a dilemma. It's okay. You just have to put on a show. Otherwise, our Lan family will lose all our face, the first elder pleaded. Boo-hoo. Take pity on me. First elder, time is money. Money? How much do you want? The first elder asked quickly. Money was not a problem as long as they were willing to stay. Leng Ruoxue was stunned. Did the first elder of the Lan family want to give them money? In fact, what she wanted to say just now was that they didn't have that much time. Lass, as long as you're willing to stay until the exchange ends, our Lan family will pay you. How about it? The first elder said anxiously with widened eyes. How much? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. They won't cause trouble for me and yet will pay us. Is there such a good thing? She couldn't help feeling a little skeptical. How about 500,000 purple gold coins a day for half a month? The first elder asked expectantly. What do you think? Leng Ruoxue turned to ask the alchemists not far away. Is what first elder said true? One of the alchemists asked doubtfully. Would there be such a good thing? In the past, they had to pay the Lan family money when they came to the exchange meeting. They didn't expect the tables to turn today. Moreover, the Lan family was quite open-minded, and the treatment was quite good. Of course it's true. I guarantee it with the reputation of the Lan family's first elder, the first elder said very seriously and sincerely. I think we can consider it, another alchemist said after hearing the first elder's promise, but his face was obviously still a little worried. There's no need to consider. Such conditions are unprecedented and will never happen again. There won't be such an opportunity in the future, the first elder urged. What if the second master of the Lan family finds trouble with us after we enter Blue Cloud City? Leng Ruoxue asked. Yes. Blue Cloud City is the Lan family's territory. Will the Lan family cause trouble for us if we enter? The alchemists asked worriedly. He wouldn't dare. Wasn't he already grounded by me? The first elder said with certainty. Everyone, I am the third elder of the Lan family. I can also guarantee that you won't be harassed by certain people from the Lan family, the third elder promised. If someone harasses us, can we deal with that person as we please? No matter who they are. Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. The other Lan family members might take the words of these two elders seriously, but not necessarily Lan Ninger. Yes, our Lan family will never shield them, the first elder and third elder promised in unison. Everyone, since the Lan family is so sincere, let's give these two elders of the Lan family some face. Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. We'll listen to Miss Leng, the alchemists replied. They were almost following Leng Ruoxue's lead now. In that case, I've decided on your behalf. Let's enter Blue Cloud City to participate in the medicinal herb exchange. However, first elder, you have to pay us in advance, Leng Ruoxue said in a seemingly fair manner. No problem. You enter the city first. I'll get someone to send the remuneration to you later, the first elder said readily. His mission would be completed as long as they were willing to stay. First elder, you can get up now. Leng Ruoxue looked at the first elder still sitting on the ground and reminded him. Alas. The first elder of a super family actually sat on the ground and acted shamelessly in order to achieve his goal. What would happen if news of this got out? Lass, if you agreed earlier, would I need to use this move, the first elder said nonchalantly. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Leng Ruoxue was really curious. How can this old man be so thick-skinned? What I care about is the result. It's good as long as I can achieve my goal, the first elder said stubbornly, his heart racing. Wasn't this forced by you, lass? He hadn't used this move for dozens of years. The last time he had used it was for Lan Tian. First grandpa. At this moment, Lan Lai, who had been hiding, walked out of the crowd. His eyes were slightly red as he spoke in a choked voice. Damn brat, you're finally willing to come out? Is first grandpa's joke so enjoyable to watch? The first elder gently patted Lan Lai's head and pretended to be angry. This brat had returned to the Lan family for a few days, but he didn't even say that he was going to see him. He only knew to run out of the city every day. He was really infuriating. When did I laugh at first grandpa? Lan Lai said aggrievedly, seemingly about to cry. Alas. What a heartless stinky brat. Has third grandpa become heir? The third elder pretended to wipe his tears and sighed. The thick smell of envy seeped out of his body. Third grandpa, I didn't have enough time to greet you yet. Lan Lai said helplessly, cold sweat flowing down his back. Alas. It was a tough call, and the two old men were envious. He really didn't know what to do. Well, he should consult Leng Ruoxue when he had time. Humph. The third elder snorted unhappily, but his eyes revealed deep affection. Ruoxue, let's enter the city. Lan Lai laughed dryly and said awkwardly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Even though there were some people in the Lan family who were a little annoying, she was still very satisfied with the Lan family's attitude. At least, these two elders of the Lan family didn't come to denounce them. This was already very rare for a super family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to enter the city on account of these two elders. As for the old man who had been staring at her from the Lan family crowd, she automatically ignored him. Someone who didn't even dare to speak in front of the first elder and the third elder was probably not an influential person. Leng Ruoxue and the others were escorted into Blue Cloud City like heroes. Lass, this inn is the best in our Blue Cloud City. Stay here. The first elder brought Leng Ruoxue and the others directly to the inn called home and pointed at it. At the same time, the manager of the inn immediately welcomed the first elder and the others when he saw them. Lass. Let's go to another place. You're so ugly, and I'm a beggar. It's really not suitable for us to stay here, the little old man said. After interacting with them for the past few days, he was already very familiar with Leng Ruoxue and the others. He had also accepted Zheng En as his disciple. Moreover, he had changed to addressing Leng Ruoxue as lass rather than little friend. Makes sense. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. This is? The first elder was a little dumbfounded. Did something go wrong again? Moreover, this little old man is so familiar. I'm just a beggar. A nameless pawn isn't worth mentioning. The little old man raised his head arrogantly and coldly. He was an extremely protective person to begin with, and he initially had some contact with them only because he made a bet with Leng Ruoxue. After that, he took Zheng En as his disciple. In just a few days, he was very satisfied with Zheng En as his disciple and also began to love Leng Ruoxue and the others. This time, the first elder was finally sure that this little old man was really emotional. Did anyone from the Lan family offend him? Moreover, even though he didn't know this little old man's identity, he didn't dare to underestimate this little old man at all because the aura on this little old man was really too strong. He is my subordinate's master, Leng Ruoxue introduced while suppressing her smile. She found that she liked this protective old man more and more now. Oh. May I know your good name, senior? The first elder asked curiously. What senior? I'm just an old man from the countryside. The little old man obviously didn't want to bother with this Lan family's first elder. The first elder was a little embarrassed. It seemed like this senior had a deep grudge against their Lan family. With this in mind, he couldn't help turning to Leng Ruoxue for help. Let's stay here. After all, it's a token of the first elder's goodwill. However, first elder, please restrain that fifth dog. It will be very troublesome if we're bitten by a dog, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Don't worry, don't worry. We will restrain her properly, the first elder promised. Promised. In that case, let's stay here for the time being. The little old man nodded and agreed. Manager, they are all esteemed guests of our Lan family. You have to take care of them. Otherwise, you will be the one to answer, the first elder warned. Yes, I understand, the inn manager replied fearfully. He had heard the conversation between these people and the first elder clearly. Alas. These people almost didn't even give the first elder face. How could he dare to slight them? After settling the residence of Leng Ruoxue and the others, the first elder and the Lan family members immediately rushed back to the Lan family estate. At the same time, Lan Fei and Lan Ninger were adding oil to the fire and complaining to the patriarch of the Lan family. In the main hall of the Lan family estate, the patriarch of the Lan family was sitting in the main seat. On each side of him were the family's elders. But the first few seats on the two sides were empty because the masters of these seats were all participating in the opening of the medicinal herb exchange meeting and had yet to return. Just as Lan Fei and Lan Ninger were talking until their mouths were dry and their saliva flew everywhere, a guard came to report that the elders had returned. The first elder and the other members of the Lan family walked into the hall of the main residence and sat down at their respective seats. The first elder looked up at the patriarch sitting in the main seat and said lightly, "Has the elder conference been brought forward? Why didn't anyone inform me?" "First elder, we aren't having a conference," an elder sitting answered and gave the first elder a look. "Oh. Why is everyone here then? Also, didn't I lock the second master up? Who let him out?" the first elder said with obvious displeasure. "The second master escaped by himself," another elder said. "Seems like we have to place a few guards at the second master's door from tomorrow onward. The people locked up can actually enter and leave as they please. How will others look at our Lan family this way?" The first elder nodded cautiously. "Father, did you hear that? The first elder actually wants to lock me up." Lan Fei immediately shouted when he heard this. He looked at his father expectantly, hoping that he could uphold justice for him. Previous chapter. However, the patriarch of the Lan family had closed his eyes at some point and was sitting motionlessly as if he had fallen asleep. His reaction was really intriguing. The first elder raised his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, "Second master, don't you see that the patriarch is sleeping?" Lan Fei was at a loss for words. He had a bad premonition since hearing that the first elder was back. "Second master, you left your room without permission. Is there anything important?" the first elder asked coldly, his tone so calm, it was as if he was asking if others had eaten. I'm here to report to father," Lan Fei stammered. He was actually very nervous, and Lan Ninger was also afraid in front of the first elder. "You have already been locked up. Do you have any work you need to report?" "Why didn't I know that you're so dedicated?" the first elder said mockingly. "Hee, first elder, the second master and the fifth young lady are here to complain about you," an elder said gloatingly. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Lan Fei and Lan Ninger's hearts skipped a beat. They knew that it was impossible to hide the matter of tattling about the first elder, but they didn't expect to be exposed in front of him. "I see. Then tell me what our second master said about me," the first elder asked calmly, his expression unreadable. "The second master said that you covered up for the people who opposed the Lan family, ruined the Lan family's reputation, ignored the authority of the patriarch, and humiliated him, a son of the patriarch. As for the fifth young lady, she said that you never take her seriously, find trouble with her everywhere, and even associate with Leng Ruoxue and the others. By the way, our fifth young lady greatly looks down on those alchemists and thinks that their status is too low and that they aren't worthy of the Lan family's preferential treatment." A certain elder relayed Lan Fei and Lan Ninger's words to the first elder word for word. Hearing this, the first elder only frowned slightly and then said, "It seems that I really have committed a heinous crime in the hearts of the second master and his daughter. However, I have something to report to the second master. The trouble that the fifth young lady caused has caused huge losses to our Lan family. Therefore, I have already promised to pay the alchemists who planned on leaving 500,000 purple gold coins per person per day if they participate in the medicinal herb exchange in order to appease them." "What? Our Lan family won't pay this. They can participate or not as they want. Humph. How dare they go against our Lan family? They really don't want to live anymore." Lan Fei roared furiously. "Second master, are you sure it's okay if they don't participate?" the first elder asked coldly with narrowed eyes. Lan Fei stammered again. "First elder, if no alchemist participates in the medicinal herb exchange, it will be very disadvantageous to our Lan family. However, I want to know who will pay the 500,000 per person per day," another elder asked. The mess was caused by the second master and his daughter, so of course, this money has to be paid by them, the first elder said with a smile. Why? Lan Fei and Lan Ninger were furious when they heard this. How could they have so much money? One person was 500,000 a day, and there were at least 100 people. The first elder glanced at Lan Fei and his daughter lightly and said with displeasure, because I'm cleaning up after you so that those alchemists will stay. Otherwise, our Lan family's medicinal herb exchange won't continue. Those alchemists are not important figures. So what if they don't participate? Lan Ninger said in objection. In her heart, the alchemist representatives of the various alchemist association branches were not very important. After all, the highest level among those people was only Master Alchemist. She looked down on those people since the higher-level alchemists were all gathered in the Alchemist Association headquarters. However, it was impossible for alchemists with higher status to arrive so early, so those who arrived early were unimportant alchemists. At least, this was what she thought. Hehe, I wonder what kind of alchemist is considered important in Fifth Miss's eyes. The first elder was really curious. What was the fifth young lady's brain made of? Why was it different from what others thought? The lowest-level alchemists who could receive the Lan family's invitation to participate in the exchange were master alchemists who were very promising, and their future prospects were limitless. But their fifth young lady actually looked down on these people. Of course, they have to be like my future master, as well as those alchemists who are Grandmaster alchemists and above in the Alchemy Association headquarters. They should be the big shots we value, Lan Ninger said with a face full of pride. Pride, her absolutely beautiful face full of cockiness. Fifth Miss, do you think that just a few Grandmaster alchemists can support our Lan family's medicinal herb exchange? The first elder asked in return. Of course, our Lan family's medicinal herb exchange will become even more famous with their help. Moreover, His Excellency Du Min is also coming to participate in this medicinal herb exchange, so it really doesn't matter whether those insignificant alchemists participate or not, Lan Ninger said confidently. Humph. After I become Du Min's disciple, I have to trample all these people under my feet. They are always at odds with me. Fifth Miss, can you tell me how many Grandmaster alchemists there are in the Alchemy Association headquarters? Will these people come? Even if they come, can you get them to exchange herbs with each other? The first elder rolled his eyes at Lan Ninger and thought, what a brainless fool. If there were only a dozen people at the medicinal herb exchange meeting, then what was the point of this alchemy gathering, which was known as the largest alchemist gathering on the boundless continent? So what if there are fewer alchemists attending this exchange? His Excellency Du Min will come anyway. He's more important than any alchemist. When I become His Excellency Du Min's disciple, and our Lan family is related to him, won't those alchemists take the initiative to curry favor with us? Lan Ninger said nonchalantly. Fifth Miss, are you so sure that His Excellency Du Min will accept you as his disciple? The first elder asked in disbelief. He really didn't know where Lan Ninger's confidence came from. His Excellency Du Min didn't seem to have explicitly said that he would accept her as his disciple, right? Previous chapter. Of course. I am an alchemy genius rarely seen in 100 years on the boundless heaven continent. If he doesn't take me as his disciple, it will absolutely be His Excellency Du Min's loss, Lan Ninger said confidently, her proud tail about to rise to the sky. The first elder really didn't know what to say about Lan Ninger's strong confidence. His Excellency Du Min obviously only said that he would consider it, but she thought that this was a matter set in stone. Moreover, she announced it wantonly and made everyone know. Humph. If His Excellency Du Min doesn't take her in as a disciple in the end, let's see how she ends up. Fifth Miss, His Excellency Du Min is one of the most virtuous and respected people on the boundless heaven continent. Why don't I feel that it would be His Excellency Du Min's loss if he doesn't take you in as a disciple? The third elder said indifferently, his shrewd eyes carrying a hint of faint mockery. Humph. If not for taking the patriarch's face into consideration, these words would probably be even nastier. I'm an alchemy genius, and I'm already an alchemist before I'm 20, Lan Ninger emphasized. This was the thing she was most proud of. It's not like alchemy geniuses like you are unheard of on the boundless heaven continent. If His Excellency Du Min takes in every person, wouldn't most of these alchemists become his disciples? The third elder said with a light smile. How can those people compare to me? I'm the most favored fifth young lady of the Lan family. Lan Ninger couldn't help shouting angrily. Do you think His Excellency Du Min will take you in as his disciple because of your identity? The third elder asked with some amusement. Then. Lan Ninger was about to refute when she was interrupted by a dignified voice. Alright, stop arguing. Do everything according to what the first elder says. Lan Tao, the patriarch of the Lan family, said with his eyes closed. After speaking, he stood up from the main seat and left the hall. Guards, bring the second master and the fifth young lady back to their rooms. None of them are allowed to step out of the room without my orders. In addition, from today onward, deduct the monthly money of the second master and the fifth young lady to pay those alchemists until the second master and fifth young lady repay all the purple gold coins they owe the Lan family, the first elder ordered. You can't do that. I'm the most favored fifth young lady of the Lan family. Grandpa won't allow you to do this. Lan Ninger roared hysterically after hearing what the first elder said. Fifth Miss, didn't you hear what the patriarch said just now? The first elder asked with a frown. Hurry up and bring them down. The first elder didn't want to give Lan Ninger any chance to speak at all and urged directly. Yes. The guard brought Lan Fei and his daughter back to their rooms after receiving the order. First elder. Second elder, do you have anything to say? The first elder asked softly while glancing at the second elder. No. The second elder was about to plead on behalf of Lan Fei and his daughter, but he didn't dare to say anything after the first elder glanced at him lightly. No one could shake the first elder's authority among the elders. Since no one has any objections, then we can all leave. The first elder chased them away. First elder, you have to pay those alchemists as soon as possible, the third elder reminded before leaving the hall. The first elder nodded. Yes, I'll send someone to deliver it to them later. Use the money from the public fund first, and then the second master and his daughter will slowly return it. Hearing this, the other elders couldn't help but mourn for Lan Fei and his daughter for a few minutes. Alas! How pitiful. The father's and daughter's pocket money was actually all gone because of this matter. After the elders left the hall, the first elder went directly to the patriarch's study. He knocked on the door and then walked in. You're here, Lan Tao said indifferently from his chair. The first elder sat down opposite the patriarch and replied with barely a word, yes. Is he okay? Lan Tao asked nonchalantly, seemingly not caring too much. Extremely well, the first elder answered. Damn it. Can't you say a few more words? Lan Tao said furiously, almost exploding with anger in his heart. Don't you know everything? Do you need me to tell you? The first elder said irritably. Humph. He obviously missed his grandson, but he still kept finding trouble with his grandson. Their way of getting along was really strange. I want you to say it. How is he? Lan Tao bellowed somewhat childishly. I won't tell you. The first elder's stubborn temper also rose. You. Lan Hong. I'm your elder brother. Do you want to anger me to death? Lan Tao roared with some jealousy. At this moment, he looked like a child who couldn't obtain candy. He didn't have the slightest demeanor as the patriarch of the Lan family. So what? First elder Lan Hong said nonchalantly, not even bothering to look up. Anyway, he knew that Lan Tao wouldn't do anything other than shouting at him. You. Stay away from my grandson. Lan Tao shouted with jealousy. That was his precious grandson. But that stinky brat would cry endlessly as long as he hugged him since he was young. Moreover, he never gave him, his grandfather, a good attitude, but he would always smile non-stop at others. Alas. As long as he thought of this, jealousy kept flowing out of his heart. He's also my grandson, okay. If it weren't for me back then, would you have this grandson? The first elder said without backing down. You. Lan Tao was a little angry. He knew that he was a little stubborn back then, but didn't he compromise in the end? Why were these people still so vengeful? Especially that stinky brat. Boo-hoo. Big brother, you can't be jealous of familial love. First elder Lan Hong added oil to the fire. Boo-hoo. Return my grandson to me. Mother. Your son is being bullied. Lan Tao had no choice but to use soft tactics when he saw that hard tactics weren't working. Big brother, our mother has passed away for many years, the first elder reminded, his forehead full of black lines. Alas. He was really at his wit's end with his brother's shamelessness. However, if Leng Ruoxue saw this scene, she would definitely say that the Lan family's shamelessness was hereditary. So what? Lan Tao roared in objection with tears in his eyes. Big brother, it's useless even if you're jealous of me. That stinky brat doesn't even like to return home now. Lan Hong spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. Are Leng Ruoxue and the others that attractive? Lan Tao asked with some jealousy. My good grandson. Boo-hoo, he was hanging out with others all day now, and he was even calling a dog brother. Humph. Since he liked dogs so much, he would get someone to find a few good ones for him in case that stinky brat couldn't even find his house. Probably. That little girl is very interesting. Moreover, she isn't afraid of our Lan family at all. I can see that Liar is very happy with them. Oh right, Ming'er is also with them, the first elder said. In fact, the patriarch knew about these things long ago. Even Leng Ruoxue and the others' every move was within the patriarch's control. However, the patriarch didn't take any action. Moreover, he got people to hide all of this. Otherwise, Lan Fei wouldn't have been so passive. Is that so? Seems like I have to meet that little girl when I have time, Lan Tao said after some thought. Then you have to be mentally prepared. That little girl isn't easy to deal with. She's very sharp-tongued. Lan Hong reminded. Then I have to take a look and see the dog that stole my grandson away, Lan Tao decided. After Lan Hong heard what the patriarch said, the corner of his mouth twitched. That dog is your true goal, isn't it? At this moment, Icy, who was asleep in the inn, had no idea that he was being marked by a certain jealous old man. In the inn, Leng Ruoxue and the others were gathered in the room discussing something. Icy was sleeping on the bed, while Lan Lai was half lying on the bed, watching him sleep and touching Icy's fur from time to time. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Icy shook his little ears in displeasure and shouted, "Go away. Don't disturb my sleep. Little Icy, you've been sleeping for almost a day. Why are you still sleeping? Don't sleep anymore. Get up and play with me. Let's go play frisbee," Lan Lai said excitedly. If he remembered correctly, Dog's favorite sport was to fetch frisbees, hee. F***ck frisbee. Icy was furious when he heard the word frisbee. Damn it. I'm not a dog. Why would I fetch frisbees? You don't like frisbee? Then shall we play yarn ball? Lan Lai asked a little out of line. He felt that all cats and canine animals should like this sport. However, little Icy was really too lazy. F*ck your yarn ball. Icy was even angrier. F*ck. I'm not a cat. Why would I play with a ball of fur? I want to bite someone. Leng Ruoxue, not far away, couldn't help laughing after hearing their conversation. Unable to stand it anymore, Icy jumped directly into Leng Ruoxue's arms. Little Snowy, quickly chase this fool away. I'm about to die from anger. Boo-hoo. Little Icy, I like you so much. How can you despise me? Lan Lai complained, his eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Why doesn't little Icy allow me to hug him? I want to hug him too. I don't like you. Stop pestering me. Icy said impatiently as 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Boo-hoo, he was a male, so he really couldn't accept other males being so intimate with him other than his master. Stop bickering. Lan Lai, it's getting late. Shouldn't you go home? Leng Ruoxue said very implicitly. To put it bluntly, she was chasing him away. Little Snowy, you despise me too, Lan Lai said pitifully. Of course. Do you think she likes you? Freak said coldly. Lan Lai's words pissed him off. Schwer has never liked you, okay? Hurry up and scram. We want to rest, Freak added. It's getting late. Let's go back. Leng Woody came out to smooth things over. Alright. I'll see you tomorrow, little Icy. Lan Lai said reluctantly and left with Leng Woody and Sun Teng. After Lan Lai's group left, Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Qingtian and the others and said, Grandpa, let's take turns to go to the exchange during this half a month. Okay. Leng Qingtian and the others agreed. Everyone, have a good rest. I'll go with Freak tomorrow, Leng Ruoxue said. She had already divided everyone into 5 groups, with 2 people in each group taking turns to watch the stall. Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and Freak arrived at the exchange meeting venue. Although there were many alchemists present, everyone was chatting in groups of 3 to 5. There were not many alchemists who really exchanged, mainly because they basically exchanged almost all their medicinal herbs. 10 days later. It was Leng Ruoxue and Freak's turn to watch the stall again. In the venue. Leng Ruoxue was leaning in Freak's arms and glancing around the venue casually. She said lightly, Freak, there seem to be more new faces today. Yes, they are probably from the Alchemist Association headquarters. I heard that they are the last to arrive at each exchange, Freak replied. The alchemists of the Alchemist Association headquarters were of higher levels and status, so they naturally wouldn't come to the exchange meeting early like the other alchemists. Therefore, they were always late. But even if they came late, they were still the biggest winners of the exchange in the past. However, it was difficult to say this time. While they were chatting softly, a tall, handsome middle-aged man in his 50s walked toward their stall. The middle-aged man squatted down and said critically, Are these the herbs you want to exchange? They seem quite ordinary. Yes. We are poor. Leng Ruoxue replied lightly. In fact, she had basically exchanged all her herbs, so the stall only had some ordinary ones now. Moreover, it was not only her. Most of the alchemists were the same. They were only here to make up the numbers. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. You're poor. How can you be poor? By the way, where's your puppy? I heard you have a very powerful puppy, the middle-aged man asked directly, not beating around the bush. He looked around but didn't find a single dog fur. Sleeping. Leng Ruoxue said softly with her eyes raised, but she was alert in her heart. This man doesn't look like he's here to exchange for herbs at all. Moreover, why is he asking about Icy? Let me see that puppy. I'm very curious, the middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. Icy doesn't see outsiders. Leng Ruoxue refused without thinking. This man is really too strange. Does he have a grudge against Icy? Why is he gritting his teeth at the mention of Icy? I don't care. I have to see it, the middle-aged man said unreasonably. No. Leng Ruoxue was amused. How interesting. Who does this person think he is? I won't leave if you don't let me see that puppy, the middle-aged man said shamelessly. Up to you. Freak, let's go. Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. How could she meet all sorts of crazy people? Okay, Freak replied. The 2 of them stood up, packed their things simply, and left the exchange meeting venue. The middle-aged man was stunned. Then he immediately followed. Walking on the streets of Blue Cloud City, Freak looked back at the middle-aged man following them. He frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, Schwer, that person is still following us. It's okay. We're about to reach the inn, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Although she didn't know why this man wanted to see Icy, her intuition told her that he shouldn't have any ill intentions. As soon as Leng Ruoxue and Freak arrived, they found that the entrance of the inn was crowded. Moreover, the surrounding people were discussing. What happened? Freak and Leng Ruoxue looked at each other in puzzlement. I really can't tell. This man looks very loyal. How could he cause someone's death? You can't judge a book by its cover. Yes, yes. It's really terrifying for an alchemist to cause someone's death. Upon hearing everyone's discussion, Leng Ruoxue and Freak pushed through the crowd and walked directly into the inn. At this moment, Zheng En was confronting a greasy-looking man in his 30s in the lobby of the inn. The man looked at Zheng En arrogantly and provocatively, while Zheng En said nothing. But his flushed handsome face and trembling body showed his current anger. Zheng En, I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought you had committed suicide long ago, the man said gloatingly, his slightly feminine face full of pride. Sun Wei, you are not dead yet, so how can I bear to die? Zheng En suppressed his hatred. He knew that he didn't have the ability to deal with Sun Wei now. Moreover, he couldn't cause trouble for his young lady. Therefore, he chose to endure Sun Wei's humiliation. Anyway, his young lady had said that it was never too late to take revenge. He had waited for so many years, so what were a few more days? Huh, do you think you are my match? You lost to me 15 years ago, and you can't beat me now. Sun Wei said confidently. With his current status, it was simply easy to kill Zheng En if he wanted to. But he wouldn't let Zheng En die easily. Zheng En was once the person he was most envious of. Moreover, the feeling of a cat catching a mouse was the best, so he wanted to play Zheng En to death slowly. That would be more satisfying. Is that so? Leng Ruoxue's voice sounded indifferently in the lobby. Who are you? Sun Wei looked at Leng Ruoxue with some displeasure. Where did this ugly monster come from? You better not meddle in my affairs, or I will definitely make you regret it. Zheng En is my subordinate. Who do you think I am? Leng Ruoxue asked coldly. Miss, Zheng En called out in embarrassment, his handsome face full of guilt. He knew that he still caused trouble for his young lady. In that case, an ugly monster like you is his master. I didn't expect that our once famous alchemy genius would actually find himself a master. Seems like you're really not doing well. Sun Wei laughed hysterically, his greasy face full of pride. Shut up. This is my business. Zheng En shouted. He could tolerate Sun Wei humiliating him, but he wouldn't allow Sun Wei to humiliate his young lady. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Am I not telling the truth? Sun Wei asked with a smug face. Zheng En, step aside, Leng Ruoxue ordered lightly. She hoped that Zheng En could take revenge himself, but this didn't mean that she could tolerate others bullying her people. This Sun Wei had obviously touched her bottom line. Yes, miss, Zheng En answered and then obediently retreated to the side. Your name is Sun Wei, right? Leng Ruoxue turned her head and glanced at Sun Wei coldly. That's right. Everyone calls me Master Sun, Sun Wei said proudly. Master? Are you qualified to be called a master? Leng Ruoxue asked. On the boundless heaven continent, only certain virtuous master alchemists would be respectfully addressed as masters. And those at the Grandmaster Alchemist level and above would be addressed as excellencies. Humph. I'm the beloved disciple of the Alchemist Association headquarters president. If I'm not qualified to be addressed as master, then others are even less qualified, Sun Wei said, suppressing his anger. So you're the disciple of the headquarters president. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, being called a master isn't about status but the attainments and character of an alchemist in alchemy. I don't know how your attainments are, but your character is really insulting the honorific title of a master. Leng Ruoxue said very disdainfully. Humph. She didn't care about this fellow's identity. Anyone who dared to humiliate her in public had to pay the price. Well said. Truly well said. At this moment, the little old man appeared out of nowhere and clapped his hands in praise. In fact, he had been here for a while, but he didn't appear because he wanted to see how his foolish disciple would deal with this fellow. But this result. Clearly, he wasn't satisfied. Master. Zheng En bowed respectfully and then lowered his head, not daring to look at the little old man. Raise your head, the little old man rebuked with a displeased face. He was a little disappointed that his disciple didn't live up to his expectations. He knew that his disciple didn't want to cause trouble for them, but how could he be someone who was afraid of trouble? Moreover, what he couldn't tolerate was someone bullying his disciple. Master. Zheng En looked up at the little old man with tears in his eyes. The little old man cleared his throat and said loudly, Zheng En. If you are my disciple, tell me what happened back then and let everyone here judge. I believe everyone's eyes are clear on who is right and who is wrong. Yes, master. Zheng En hesitated but still answered. Although this matter was a little difficult for him to say, he knew that he really couldn't hide what had happened back then at this moment. The little old man stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. This is more like my disciple. 15 years ago, when I was still an alchemist, Sun Wei and I participated in an alchemy competition held by the Alchemist Association headquarters. In this competition, Sun Wei and I were the best among all the participants, so we became friends and appreciated each other. In fact, this was just my wishful thinking. Sun Wei didn't treat me as a friend at all. He approached me for another purpose. He approached me to obtain my trust, and then he tampered with my pill furnace. That time, he obtained first place in the competition. Afterward, he was accepted as a disciple by the president of the headquarters. He was at his best and still regarded me as his confidant. At the time, I was very touched and would say almost anything to him. But something happened not long after. Someone said that a pill I concocted killed someone. I didn't know the whole story at all, so I was directly convicted and expelled from the Alchemist Association. Later on, by chance, I got to know that it was all Sun Wei's doing in the dark. He deliberately framed me so that I couldn't be an alchemist. Moreover, the cause of all of this was envy. He was envious of my talent and wanted to become a disciple of the headquarters as president. He had always treated me as his greatest competitor, so he wanted to destroy me. He wanted me to be deserted and despised by everyone. In the following years, Sun Wei kept sending people to hunt me down. Zheng Yan explained while suppressing his hatred. After everyone present heard Zheng Yan's words, there was a moment of silence. They were not clear about the authenticity of the matter back then, but everyone believed that at least 50% of Zheng Yan's words were trustworthy because such things did happen on the boundless heaven continent. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just quibbling. What I said is true. Sun Wei hurriedly said after seeing everyone's doubtful gazes. Leng Ruoxue looked at Sun Wei and said with a slight mockery, "What's the rush? Are you feeling guilty? Everyone knows what's right and wrong. Not just anyone can change it with a few words." Sun Wei was at a loss for words. "Everyone, I believe you are all intelligent people. This matter is from a long time ago, so you won't know the truth of the matter. Even I am not very clear about it. Although Zheng Yan is my subordinate, please believe me. If it's really Zheng Yan's fault, I will definitely not protect him. But if what happened back then is really as Zheng Yan said, then I won't let anyone who dares to bully my subordinate go. Therefore, I hope everyone can give us some time to investigate the truth of the matter back then. This way, we will not wrong a good person, nor will we let the bad person continue to be carefree," Leng Ruoxue said to all the onlookers. "Humph. Sun Wei isn't the only one who knows how to use the power of public opinion. I also know how to." The surrounding citizens felt that Leng Ruoxue's words were reasonable and nodded one after another, expressing their support for her to investigate the truth back then. In fact, what happened back then had nothing to do with them at all. But everyone was gossipy, so they were also very curious about the truth of the matter back then. It wouldn't be a loss for them if they knew. "Everyone, for the sake of fairness, I hope you won't discuss this matter anymore. I will naturally give everyone an explanation for it," Leng Ruoxue said again after seeing that she had achieved the effect she wanted. She didn't want these people to point at Zheng Yan and gossip when they saw him in the future. Okay. The people nodded and left. At this moment, Leng Qingtian and the others emerged from the darkness. "Huh, lass, you're the best," old Zhao said with a smile. They had been thinking of a way to help Zheng Yan without making him feel awkward. He didn't expect the girl to solve the problem with a few words. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Sun Wei and then said to Leng Qingtian and the others, "Let's go back to our room." "Okay." Everyone nodded and walked toward the room collectively. Stop. Stop right there." Sun Wei shouted from behind them, but no one bothered with him. Leng Ruoxue deliberately put on a stern face after entering the room. She glared at Zheng Yan and said with slight displeasure, "Zheng Yan, isn't he just the disciple of the Alchemist Association headquarters president? Why are you afraid of him?" "That's right. Brat Zheng, your performance just now was very embarrassing for us. What do we usually teach you?" Old Zhao also reprimanded very unhappily. If the waiter in the inn hadn't told them that something had happened to Zheng Yan, they would have still been kept in the dark. Zheng Yan was speechless. "Alright, don't make things difficult for my disciple. He's just too kind and is afraid of implicating us. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bullied by others." The little old man helped his disciple out of the predicament. "Master, I'm sorry. I'm too useless," Zheng Yan said. "Silly boy. What do you intend to do with this matter?" the little old man asked with some heartache. It's been 15 years since this matter happened. It probably won't be easy to find witnesses to prove what happened back then. In fact, I originally wanted to get rid of Sun Wei when I became stronger, but now." Zheng Yan was a little at a loss. He wanted to clear his name, but unless Sun Wei confessed, the truth of the matter back then would probably only sink to the bottom of the sea. After all, Sun Wei was a very careful person. He had probably eliminated the people who worked for him back then long ago. It's indeed not easy to find the witnesses from back then, so the best way is to get Sun Wei to confess. "This will save us a lot of trouble," Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. "Get him to confess? That's impossible," the little old man said. "How will we know if we don't try? Moreover, I have a way to make him confess," Leng Ruoxue said mysteriously. "Lass, what idea do you have? Tell me about it." Old Zhao was really too curious. You'll know when the time comes." Leng Ruoxue kept them in suspense. "Lass. Tell me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep," old Zhao pleaded pitifully. "No." Leng Ruoxue's will was very firm. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue dragged Freak back to her room. In the room, Freak hugged Leng Ruoxue's waist and asked with some bitterness on his face, "Schwer, don't tell me you won't even tell me." I can tell you, but you can't tell others," Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Why does the resentful expression on Freak's face make me want to bully him so much? Yes. Freak nodded repeatedly. "Come closer." Leng Ruoxue lowered Freak's head and whispered her plan into his ear. "Are you sure it will work?" Freak asked doubtfully. "Yes." Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Freak turned to open the door but found that it was actually the middle-aged man standing at the door. Alas! He was really like a lingering ghost. "What do you want by following us?" Freak asked irritably, his face full of displeasure at being disturbed. I just want to see that puppy, the middle-aged man said stubbornly, looking like he wouldn't turn back until he saw the puppy. Freak rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, it's just a dog. What's there to see? My grandson likes dogs very much. I heard that your dog is very likable, so I came to take a look so that I can also get him an identical one, the middle-aged man said helplessly. Our Icy is unique. Freak couldn't help reminding. Icy was not a real dog, so how could there be an identical one in the world? It was only possible if he could get a Chilan for his grandson. However, Chilans were not cabbages that could be found just because you wanted. Yes, I know. Let me take a look. It won't be a loss for you if I just take a look, right? The middle-aged man said without giving up. Humph. He decided that he wouldn't leave if he didn't see the puppy. Freak, let him in. Leng Ruoxue, who had been listening in the room for a while, said helplessly. She really didn't know what to do with this middle-aged man's persistence. All right. Come in. Freak made way and let the middle-aged man in. Where's the dog? The middle-aged man looked for the puppy impatiently after entering the room. Leng Ruoxue moved Icy out of the bracelet and put him on the bed. This is your puppy? The middle-aged man looked at Icy, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and couldn't help being a little disappointed. This dog looked very ordinary. It was so small and not as mighty as the dogs he had found. He really couldn't understand why his grandson liked this puppy so much. Yes. He's called Icy, Leng Ruoxue explained simply. What's so good about this dog? Can he look after the house? Can he catch mice? Can he play with his master? Can he? The middle-aged man asked non-stop. Leng Ruoxue was speechless with every question he asked. After asking, the middle-aged man looked at Leng Ruoxue expectantly, waiting for her to answer his questions. Our Icy doesn't know anything except eating and sleeping, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly while wiping the cold sweat off her forehead. Our Icy is a Chilan, so he doesn't know anything that those dogs can do. Why do you keep him if he doesn't know anything? Why don't you sell him to me? The middle-aged man said after some thought. Humph. Doesn't my grandson like this dog? Then I'll buy this dog for him. I'm sorry. Little Icy is not for sale. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Is this middle-aged man mentally abnormal? Why are his thoughts so whimsical? I'm willing to pay a sky-high price, the middle-aged man said resolutely. He's not for sale, Leng Ruoxue said firmly. Then how are you willing to sell this dog to me? The middle-aged man refused to give up. I'll say it one last time. Little Icy is not for sale. He's priceless, and I won't sell him for any amount of money, Leng Ruoxue said without any room for negotiation. What if I insist on buying him? The middle-aged man's aura suddenly became a little unyielding. He's not for sale, Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Why is this middle-aged man so stubborn? Doesn't he understand what I'm saying? You'd better sell him to me. At least you can obtain some money that way. With this money, you can buy as many dogs as you want. But if you don't sell him to me and force me, I will snatch him away, the middle-aged man threatened with both soft and hard tactics. Oh. You can try. Little Icy, wake up. Someone's here to snatch you, Leng Ruoxue said gloatingly, waking little Icy up. Who dares to snatch this lord? You're courting death. Icy opened his beautiful ice-blue eyes and spoke with obvious displeasure. He hated two things in his life. One was others disturbing him while he was eating, and the other was others disturbing him while he was sleeping. It's this middle-aged uncle. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the middle-aged man not far away. Icy's blue eyes turned to the middle-aged man and looked at him carefully. I didn't expect this old man to be a mystic supremacy. Do you want to snatch me away? Icy asked. I wanted to buy you, but your master refused to sell you, so I was forced into it, the middle-aged man said aggrievedly. However, he was surprised. Is this really a puppy? Why do I have a very strange feeling? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue grumbled in her heart. This middle-aged man is really not an ordinary scoundrel. You can't afford me. Icy said very arrogantly. Humph. There's nothing in this world that I can't afford. The middle-aged man's anger immediately surged when he heard Icy's words. Is that so? That's because you're too inexperienced, Icy said lightly while looking at the middle-aged man with interest. You're saying that I'm inexperienced? The middle-aged man was depressed. He had lived for more than 100 years, but a puppy said that he was inexperienced. How ridiculous. Of course. Icy nodded seriously. You are just a puppy. What right do you have to talk about me? The middle-aged man roared furiously. His roar was deafening and attracted Leng Qingtian and the others in the room next door. Leng Qingtian was the first to rush into his granddaughter's room and asked worriedly, Shuer, what happened? It's okay. Little Icy is arguing with this middle-aged uncle. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Leng Qingtian was stunned. He thought someone was sneak attacking them. Father. Lan Ming, who also followed over when he heard the sound, exclaimed in a daze. The middle-aged uncle Leng Ruoxue was talking about was actually his father. The word father stunned Leng Ruoxue and the others. They immediately reacted, and 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. None of them expected this middle-aged man to be the patriarch of the Lan family. Minger, you're here too. Lan Tao pretended to be stupid, his handsome face a little awkward. Yes. Lan Ming couldn't be bothered to play word games with him. It would be strange if the mighty patriarch of the Lan family didn't know that he was staying here. Minger, I want to buy this puppy, Lan Tao said bluntly. Father, you can't buy this puppy. Lan Ming was a little speechless. This puppy was not to be trifled with. Although he had already left the Lan family, he couldn't watch his father jump into a fire pit. Why can't I buy him? There's nothing in this world that I can't buy. Lan Tao roared angrily. I told you, you can't afford me. Icy rolled his eyes at Lan Tao. I didn't expect this old man to be the patriarch of the Lan family. It shouldn't be a problem if I beat up the patriarch of the Lan family. I said it too. There's nothing in this world that I can't afford. Humph. If there's really no other way, I'm going to snatch you. Lan Tao said unreasonably, his shamelessness rising again. Old thing, try snatching me. I will definitely let you know why flowers are so red. Icy threatened. Humph. I won't be polite if this old thing is really so insensible. Humph. I'm a mystic supremacy. Would I be afraid of a puppy like you? What a joke. Lan Tao didn't take Icy's threat seriously. In his opinion, he could kick this puppy away with a single kick. How dare this puppy boast that he wants me to know why flowers are so red? Do you want to try it? Icy asked with a naughty smile. No. Little Icy, show mercy. Lan Ming hurriedly stopped him. Go away. This is between us. Don't interfere. Lan Tao said very unpleasantly. Humph. My son actually asked this little dog to show me mercy. It really boosts the dog's aspirations and destroys my prestige. Yes, little Lan, go play somewhere else. This is a personal grudge between me and this old thing. Don't interfere, Icy said. Humph. How dare you have any ideas about me? I must let this old thing broaden his horizons today. Lan Ming was helpless and turned his pleading gaze to Leng Ruoxue. Little Lan, calm down. Let's watch the commotion from the side, Leng Ruoxue comforted. She obviously didn't intend to stop the confrontation between this man and dog. I like watching commotions. Old Zhao gloated. Hee, how can our Icy be so easy to bully? Come, everyone, sit down and eat some fruits. The show is about to begin. Old man also began to prepare happily. He took out a lot of food from his ring and placed it on the table. Hearing what old man said, everyone found a seat and sat down. They drank tea and ate snacks and fruits, preparing to watch the commotion. You. Several black lines rolled down Lan Ming's forehead. What kind of people are these? Old thing, let's begin. Icy narrowed his eyes disdainfully. Although their strength was on par, he was a Qilin. This old thing wasn't his match at all. Okay. Lan Tao admired this puppy's courage. No wonder my grandson likes him so much. Wait. Are you sure you want to fight here? Leng Ruoxue quickly asked before they prepared to start fighting. Is there a problem? Lan Tao asked in puzzlement. This is an inn, and it belongs to your Lan family, Leng Ruoxue reminded. It's okay. The quality of our Lan family's inns is good. Lan Tao said confidently. He didn't take this puppy seriously at all, so he didn't expect Icy to have any destructive power at all. Little Icy, this is our room. Be careful. Leng Ruoxue couldn't do anything about the stubborn middle-aged man, so she reminded Icy instead. Little Snowy, don't worry. I know my limits, Icy promised. Little Icy, please show mercy. Lan Ming, who was pulled away by old Zhao, said worriedly. It would have been better if Lan Ming didn't say this. After he finished speaking, Lan Tao became even angrier and couldn't help cursing, stinky brat, is your father that useless? You actually want a puppy to show mercy. Lan Ming was a little aggrieved. Boo-hoo. Why am I always the one getting scolded? Just stay here obediently. You don't have to worry about what happens between them. Little Icy knows his limits, and he won't kill him. Leng Ruoxue was obviously comforting Lan Ming, but her words were like adding oil to the fire, instantly triggering all of Lan Tao's anger. You puppy, take this. Lan Tao roared and prepared to attack. Hurry up and attack if you want to fight. There's no need to say so much nonsense. Icy stood up lazily. Take this. Lan Tao gathered light blue mystic power in his palm and then released the water attribute mystic power. Icy looked at the dense water attribute mystic power approaching him without frowning at all. Instead, he opened his little mouth very calmly and sneezed dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, the raging water attribute mystic power was repelled. Moreover, it flew directly out of the window with Lan Tao and disappeared into the sky. Father. Lan Ming stood up anxiously and looked out the window, but there was no sign of Lan Tao. Little Icy, where did you send my father? Didn't I beg you to show mercy? Lan Ming said gloomily. I don't know where your father went either. Moreover, I did show mercy. But I have a cold today, so I accidentally sneezed a few more times. I'm so sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, Icy said guiltily. Little Lan, don't worry. Your father is a mystic supremacy. His body is sturdy, and it won't break with a single touch. Leng Ruoxue hugged Icy and comforted Lan Ming. Yes, Lan family brat, don't worry. Mystic supremacies won't be injured so easily. The little old man also comforted him. But his eyes couldn't help looking at Icy with surprise. This puppy is really amazing. During the time he was with Leng Ruoxue and the others, this puppy named Icy either ate or slept. Therefore, he really didn't know that this puppy actually had such power. Little Lon Lon, don't worry, old Zao comforted. He wanted to praise Icy, but now was obviously not the time. Alas. I hope so. I'll go to the Lon family estate and ask them to send people to search for him. Lon Ming still couldn't be completely at ease. I advise you not to go. The Lon family patriarch is obviously a stubborn old man who cares about face. If you tell the Lon family, he will definitely beat you up when he returns. Leng Ruoxue reminded very kindly. Lon Ming knew that what Leng Ruoxue said was the truth, so he was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, he decided not to report to the Lon family. Alas. Father. You can only count on yourself. It's not that I don't care about you. I'm doing it for your face. Little Lon Lon, are all your Lon family members so shameless? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. The first elder of the Lon family was like this, and so was the patriarch. She really didn't know if there were any normal people in the Lon family. Of course not, Lon Ming said speechlessly while wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. But, why do I feel like they're all the same? Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Lass, you don't know about this. This personality of the Lon family is hereditary. The Lon family members I know are like this. They will do anything to achieve their goals. They don't care about their faces or anything, the little old man said with a smile. Lon Ming really didn't know what to say. Why didn't his half-brothers inherit such a trait? He didn't either. No wonder. Leng Ruoxue nodded in realization. Swear, it's getting late. Let's go back to our rooms, Leng Qingtian said. In fact, he felt incomparable pity for the Lon family patriarch. Alas. He could have provoked anyone but their family's little Icy. Now that little Icy had shown his might, the Lon family patriarch had disappeared. Good luck to you, patriarch. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After sending Leng Qingtian and the others away, she entered the bracelet with Freak and Icy. Big sister. Qing Ju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue. Qing Ju, how are Big Brother and the others? Leng Ruoxue asked with concern. They're all right, Qing Ju answered. Where's Confound? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Master, I'm here. A small white snake appeared on Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Confound, are you confident? Leng Ruoxue asked. Master, it depends on how strong that person's willpower and strength are. I'm not too confident if he's too strong, Confound said honestly. Don't worry. I don't think his willpower is very strong. As for his strength, he's just an elementary mystic like me, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. That's much easier. But I have to prepare first, Confound said. Okay. Tell me if you need anything. Anything. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Master, I'm going down to prepare. Confound slipped off Leng Ruoxue's wrist and left. After Confound left, Leng Ruoxue and Freak walked into the purple bamboo house to rest. The next morning. After Leng Ruoxue and Freak left the bracelet, they went directly to Zheng En's room. Mississippi. Zheng En heard a knock on the door and opened it. Zheng En, we're going to the exchange with you today, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. Zheng En and Lon Ming were supposed to go together today, but she was a little worried after what had happened yesterday, so she decided to go with them. Miss. Zheng En didn't know how to express his gratitude. Let's go. Go get Lon Ming. We'll wait for you at the entrance of the inn. Leng Ruoxue left with Freak after instructing him. At the medicinal herb exchange meeting venue. After Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived, they set up their stalls and went about their business. Leng Ruoxue leaned comfortably in Freak's arms, hugged Icy, and closed her eyes to take a nap. Zheng En took out the little old man's record of his alchemy experiences of many years and looked at it carefully. As for Lon Ming, he circled the venue because he was bored and chatted with random people. Zheng En, you're really brazen. How dare you come here? An ear-piercing voice sounded in the ears of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue still kept her eyes closed and ignored the owner of the voice. Freak didn't even raise his eyes and completely ignored the existence of this person. As for Zheng En, he only looked up once and then continued to lower his head. Zheng En, how dare you? You actually. Sun Wei couldn't finish his sentence even after speaking for a long time. He was so angry that he was a little incoherent. Where did this annoying fly come from? It's buzzing non-stop. So noisy. Leng Ruoxue frowned and opened her eyes in displeasure. Damn ugly monster, who are you calling a fly? Sun Wei roared furiously. His roar attracted the attention of everyone present. Is there a need to ask? Is there anyone else here? Leng Ruoxue said with slight mockery as she looked at Sun Wei like he was an idiot. How dare you? Guards. Chase them out. Sun Wei roared furiously. Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly and silently looked at Sun Wei as if she was looking at a joke. Did you hear me? Hurry up and chase them out. Sun Wei roared at the staff beside him. Master Sun, I don't have such. He was so angry that his face and neck were red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Master Sun, I don't have such authority, the staff said calmly, the impatience in his eyes flashing for a moment. Go call your first elder over. They don't have the right to stay here, Sun Wei ordered arrogantly. Then, Master Sun, please wait. I'll go back to the Lan family estate and invite the first elder now, the staff said. Go quickly. Sun Wei ordered. The staff looked at Leng Ruoxue meaningfully and then left the exchange meeting venue. Alchemist Sun, you're too arrogant. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Humph. Ugly monsters, you will regret offending me, Sun Wei said with a face full of arrogance. He was the beloved disciple of the Alchemist Association headquarters president. Everyone in the Lan family would have to give him some face. Is that so? I'll wait and see. With that, Leng Ruoxue closed her eyes again and ignored Sun Wei. The alchemists in the venue looked as though they were watching a good show. Some of them even looked at Sun Wei with pity, but the overly arrogant Sun Wei didn't notice it. In the Lan family estate. After the staff returned to the Lan family estate, he didn't go directly to see the first elder but returned to his room to sleep. By the time he woke up, it was already 5 hours later. Stinky brat, you're finally willing to wake up. The third elder of the Lan family was sitting by the bed with a kind face and scolded jokingly. Grandpa, why are you here? Lan Xiang, who was dressed as a staff member, asked in puzzlement. Stinky brat, you've ignored Sun Wei's matter for 5 hours. That fellow couldn't wait any longer and sent his subordinate here. Fortunately, I stopped him, the third elder said helplessly, his old face full of affection for his grandson. Grandpa, you can't blame me for this. You don't know how annoying Sun Wei is. I've only accompanied him for less than a day, and he's already shouting at me and ordering me around like I'm his servant, Lan Xiang complained. Huh, you were the one who said you wanted to gain some experience. Who can you blame? Not only did the third elder not pity his grandson's plight, but he even laughed out loud. Grandpa, I'm your only grandson. Can you bear to see me being bullied? Lan Xiang said, acting spoiled. Alright, stinky brat, stop acting spoiled. Isn't it time for you to go and see the first elder, the third elder reminded kindly. If he didn't let the first elder know about this matter, Sun Wei would probably come personally. Okay, I'm going to see first grandpa. Lan Xiang got up from the bed, tidied up simply, and went straight to the first elder's study. When he arrived at the door of the study and felt that there were outsiders inside, Lan Xiang deliberately shouted outside the door, subordinate has something important to report. In the study, the first elder's lips twitched as he said indifferently, come in. Lan Xiang strode into the study and bowed respectfully. What's the matter? The first elder asked with a frown. It's like this. Master Sun had a dispute with someone at the medicinal herb exchange, so he ordered me to ask the first elder to back him up. He wants to chase those who are in conflict with him out of the exchange, Lan Xiang reported. Oh, the first elder answered softly and glanced at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him. This unfilial disciple. Hee, first elder, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for not teaching him well. The middle-aged man was none other than Sun Wei's master, the president of the Alchemist Association headquarters, Ren Li. Hee, President Ren, you're too polite. Master Sun was bullied in our Lan family's territory. We didn't take care of him well, the first elder said politely. Tell me what happened in detail. The first elder turned to Lan Xian. Yes. Lan Xiang described the incident to them in detail. After hearing this, the first elder frowned again. I didn't expect Sun Wei would actually have a conflict with Leng Ruoxue's group. What should I do? I don't like Sun Wei either, but logically speaking, should be on the side of the Alchemist Association headquarters. But my intuition tells me that I have to befriend Leng Ruoxue. Alas. I'm not sure what to do. President Ren, why don't we go and take a look? If Master Sun is really bullied, my Lan family will definitely uphold justice for him, First Elder Lan Hong said ambiguously. Okay, Ren Li replied with a nod. Then he stood up and left the Lan family estate with the first elder. At the venue of the medicinal herb exchange meeting. After waiting for several hours, Sun Wei didn't see anyone from the Lan family and kept circling on the spot. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Humph. He had to chase Zheng En and his group out of Blue Cloud City today. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease if they stayed here for another day. On the other hand, Leng Ruoxue and the others were much calmer. They did what they were supposed to do without being affected in any way. The first elder is here, someone shouted, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to the door. The Lan family's first elder, Lan Hong, was currently surrounded by people as he slowly walked into the venue. As for the people beside him, most of the alchemists also knew them. The alchemists familiar with Leng Ruoxue and the others all cried out in their hearts when they saw who they were and silently worried for Leng Ruoxue and her group. What happened? The first elder asked the advisor as he walked to Sun Wei. First elder, master. Sun Wei bowed respectfully, forming a sharp contrast with his arrogant and overbearing appearance just now. Are you the president of the Alchemist Association headquarters? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly after hearing Sun Wei call him master. Yes, Ren Li replied lightly. How many disciples do you have? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. This president of the Alchemist Association headquarters was about 50 years old, had good facial features, and looked quite upright. But why had he handled the matter back then so casually? She really couldn't understand. 3. Why? Renly was puzzled. This little girl's thinking was so strange. Why was she asking him this? It had nothing to do with her. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly and stopped talking. Her question stunned many people for a moment because they didn't know what her meaning in asking this question was. Master, these people are not alchemists. They are not qualified to participate in the medicinal herb exchange at all, Sun Wei said impatiently. Alchemist son, who told you that only alchemists can exchange here? Going by your opinion, wouldn't the medicinal herb merchants be unqualified to enter as well? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. You are not herb merchants. Sun Wei said after some thought. He believed that these people must have sneaked in as alchemists. He didn't know why they were here, but he was confident that the Lan family would definitely not send invitations to nameless people like them. How do you know we're not? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Isn't this man too self-righteous? Sun Wei looked at the ordinary herbs on the stall disdainfully and said mockingly, how dare you call yourself a medicinal herb merchant with these herbs you put out? You can't judge a book by its cover. Didn't your master teach you? Leng Ruoxue looked at Renly and smiled. This is my business. You have no right to stay here anyway, Sun Wei said unreasonably, his eyes glaring fiercely at Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue turned her head to look at Renly and said fearlessly, I'm very curious. Why did you accept this disciple? Your taste is really too poor. He's simply a scumbag. I think your master will probably be angered to death if he knows that you accepted such a disciple. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, everyone present couldn't help but be at a loss for words. They were even sweating for her in their hearts. Phew, she was really too bold. She actually dared to criticize the president of the Alchemist Association headquarters in front of everyone. Damn it. What nonsense are you saying? Sun Wei was furious. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Huh, lass, you still dare to talk to me like this despite knowing my identity. You're really gutsy. Renly was not as angry as everyone thought. Instead, he laughed happily. Interesting. No one has dared to talk to me like this since I became the president of the headquarters. For some reason, this actually made him feel a little friendlier to her. I'm an honest child. Of course I have to tell the truth, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Okay, what an honest answer. But I'm the president of the headquarters after all. Aren't you not giving me face by saying this in public? After laughing, Renly deliberately put on a stern face and spoke unpleasantly. Well, I've already said it, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Lass, are you really not afraid of me at all? Renly asked curiously. Leng Ruoxue raised her head, looked at Renly up and down, and then shook her head. No. If you dare to bully me, Little Icy won't let you go. She raised Little Icy as a shield. Who is Little Icy? Renly couldn't help asking. Him. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the puppy sleeping soundly in her arms. So small? Renly was a little speechless. How could such a small dog not let him go? What? Didn't your master teach you not to judge a dog by its appearance? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile, her face full of curiosity. Of course I taught him, a loud voice interrupted. Master. Master. Two voices sounded at the same time. Renly and Zheng En looked at each other in surprise, both feeling a little baffled. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little old man who suddenly appeared in realization. In fact, she had long guessed that this little old man's identity was not simple, but she didn't expect him to be the legendary Excellency Du Min. Everyone present was stunned when they heard Renly and Zheng En actually call the little old man master at the same time, but they quickly reacted. Heavens! Wasn't President Ren's master His Excellency Du Min? At this moment, the alchemists were so excited. The first elder of the Lan family, Lan Hong, was also stunned when he heard Renly's greeting. He never dreamed that this old man was actually His Excellency Du Min. Suddenly, he remembered Lan Ning'er's rudeness to this person. Alas! No wonder he had a deep grudge against the Lan family. It seemed like the Lan family had really slighted him. Humph. Enner, someone is bullying you. The little old man snorted coldly and then spoke to Zheng En amiably. Master. Zheng En looked at the little old man, a little embarrassed. He didn't expect his master to be His Excellency Du Min. In this way, wouldn't the president of the Alchemist Association headquarters be his senior brother? Then Sun Wei, alas. This relationship is really messy. Master. Renly called out excitedly when he saw his master. He hadn't seen his master for many years, but his master actually ignored him. Why was that? Boo-hoo. Humph. He's your junior brother, master's new disciple, the little old man introduced simply. In fact, he came to Blue Cloud City with two main objectives. One was to exchange herbs, and the other was to inspect the Lan family's fifth young lady. However, he had already completed these two objectives. Hello, junior brother, Renly said politely. Senior brother. Zheng En stammered. He was still a little unaccustomed to the change in identity because it was really too sudden for him. Master, let me introduce him to you. He is your grand disciple, Sun Wei. Renly pulled over the dazed Sun Wei and introduced him. Oh. The little old man didn't even raise his eyelids and just responded indifferently. Humph. Those who dare to bully my disciple aren't qualified to be acknowledged by me. Unfilial disciple, quickly address him. Renly patted Sun Wei's head and urged him with some displeasure. At the same time, he couldn't help muttering in his heart, this disciple of mine is usually quite smart. What's going on today? There's no need. I can't bear it, the little old man said coldly. Master. Renly was a little puzzled. Master seems to be very displeased with my disciple. Is it because of this little girl? Junior brother is with them, so it appears Master should also know this girl. Master, although Sun Wei has a feud with them, I believe that this is definitely a misunderstanding, Renly tried to smooth things over. Is that so? The little old man raised his eyelids slightly. Lass, it's just a misunderstanding between you two, right? Renly gave Leng Ruoxue a meaningful look. Leng Ruoxue pretended not to see and said without giving him face, I don't know. You have to ask your disciple. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was unwilling to cooperate, Renly could only scold his disciple. Sinful disciple, tell me. Is this a misunderstanding? Master, they are not qualified to participate in the exchange at all. Moreover, do you remember who this Zhengyan is? Grandmaster is being deceived by him. After regaining his scenes, Sun Wei roared with raging jealousy. Why could Zhengyan have such good luck? 15 years ago, Zhengyan was only a loser under him. But 15 years later, this damn Zhengyan actually became his uncle master. How could he accept this? He was so jealous. Unfilial disciple, do you know what you're saying? Renly roared with some displeasure and stole a timid glance at his master, only to find that his master's expression was very ugly. His heart skipped a beat and turned half cold. Master, he is Zhengyan. Zhengyan. Don't you remember that you expelled Zhengyan from the Alchemist Association headquarters 15 years ago? Sun Wei reminded. With Sun Wei's reminder, he really remembered that he had expelled an alchemist from the headquarters 15 years ago. But is that person really the same person as my junior brother in front of me? Is Master being deceived? Master, he. Renly looked at the little old man, not knowing what to say. I know who he is. In addition, I have to tell you that he is now my disciple, your junior brother, the little old man said very seriously. Yes, Master. Since his master said so, he naturally couldn't say anything as his disciple. Moreover, his master had always been stubborn. There was no way he could change his mind. Grandmaster, you can't accept this person as your disciple. He's not worthy at all. He's a sinner of our alchemy world. Sun Wei was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He didn't give up and persuaded him with a face full of respect. Sun Wei, right? Do I need your permission to accept a disciple? Moreover, I don't acknowledge that you are my grand disciple, so don't act so friendly, the little old man said disdainfully. Humph. I met Sun Wei yesterday, so why didn't he treat me respectfully then? He changed his attitude after knowing my identity today. Grandmaster. Sun Wei was a little dumbfounded. Why is he protecting Zheng En even though he knows his identity? I said don't call me Grandmaster. The little old man didn't intend to acknowledge Sun Wei's identity at all. Grandmaster, I'm doing this for your own good. If outsiders know about what happened regarding Zheng En back then, it will affect your reputation. Sun Wei still acted the same as before, calling out shamelessly and even having an expression that said, I'm doing this for Grandmaster's good. I believe the truth of what happened back then will come to light one day. But what I want to tell you is that Zheng En is my disciple. If any of you dare to look down on him, then don't stay in the Alchemist Association, the little old man shouted at everyone present with a glare. He didn't care if these people knew what had happened back then, but whether they did or not, he wouldn't allow these people to look at his disciple with different eyes. After this, everyone present hurriedly nodded. Alas! No one dared to disobey him. He was a godlike figure in the hearts of all alchemists. Master. Zheng En was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes, and he was so excited that he could barely speak. Speak. Silly boy, how can I be at ease if you're so easily bullied, the little old man said helplessly. Zheng En lowered his head and said guiltily, Master, I'm too useless. You are very useless, but you are lucky. The little old man gently patted Zheng En's head and scolded him with a smile. Yes. Zheng En nodded. Your Excellency Du Min, I've heard a lot about you, the Lan family's first elder said when he saw that the matter was almost resolved. The little old man narrowed his eyes and questioned with some displeasure, Lan family brat, are you here to chase my disciple and the others out? Of course not. I'm just here to understand the situation, the first elder said tactfully. In this situation, how foolish would he be if he still had to consider which side to stand on? Oh. Lan family brat, if there's nothing else, we'll go back first, the little old man said with a slight nod. Your Excellency Du Min, I didn't know your identity previously, and it was really rude of me to let you stay in an inn, the Lan family's first elder said awkwardly. In fact, what he wanted to say was that he wanted His Excellency Du Min to stay in the Lan family estate, but he didn't know how to say it. It doesn't matter. I'm just a countryside old man. It doesn't matter where I stay, the little old man said nonchalantly. Your Excellency Du Min, why don't you move to our Lan family estate? Otherwise, my father will blame us if he finds out that we neglected you, the first elder said after some thought. Don't be afraid. I won't complain about you. By the way, is Lan Tao home? The little old man asked curiously while looking at Icy. The The patriarch went out to do something, the first elder said. When did he leave? The little old man asked. Yesterday, the first elder said. His elder brother had gone out yesterday, but he had yet to return. He didn't know where he went, and he didn't even tell them. This is too much. He couldn't help cursing in his heart. What? My father isn't back yet? Lan Ming couldn't help asking loudly. Not yet. Ming'er, have you seen the patriarch? The first elder asked doubtfully. Ming'er's reaction is really too strange. No, how could I have seen my father? Lan Ming stammered, but he was worried. Where was father blown to by icy sneeze? Little Lan, let's pack up and go back to the inn. Leng Ruoxue suddenly said, deliberately changing the topic. Oh, okay, Lan Ming answered. He understood what Leng Ruoxue meant, so he didn't dare to show it even though he was a little worried. Boo-hoo, this concerned the old man's face. Leng Ruoxue and the others packed up, left the venue, and returned to the inn. After entering the room, Leng Ruoxue realized that Renli and Sun Wei were actually following her, so she said with some displeasure, "You're in the wrong room. You ugly monster, we're here to see my grandmaster. Move aside." Sun Wei roared with some displeasure, his eyes revealing a vicious expression. Ugly monster? I'll show you what an ugly monster is today. Leng Ruoxue summoned her cute little beasts. Darling, you know what to do. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly at her beasts. Beloved master, don't worry. Leave this thing to us. Darling jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and rubbed against her coquettishly. Okay, teach him a good lesson. Leng Ruoxue caressed Darling's fluffy fur and smiled lightly. Yes, beloved master. Brothers, let's go defeat the bad guy who bullied master, roared the small and exquisite Darling, and a few beasts pounced. In a moment, Sun Wei was hiding in a sorry state, wanting to avoid the attacks of the small beasts. But he couldn't dodge no matter what. In a short while, his body was full of injuries. Moreover, his hair was disheveled, his face was full of scratches, and his clothes were tattered, half covering over his body, in danger of exposing his naked body at any time. Come on, come on. Old Zhao cheered loudly. Darling, scratch him. Use all your strength. Lin Liang echoed, his expression very excited. Hee, it had been a long time since there was such an intense scene. Standing at the side, Renli watched as the little beasts punched, kicked, and scratched his disciple. However, he was helpless. It was not that he didn't want to save his disciple, but under the sharp glare of his master, he couldn't bring himself to ask the beasts to show mercy. Alas. Perhaps Sun Wei should be taught a lesson. He had never thought that such small beasts would have such strong attack power. Master, save me. Master, save me. Sun Wei, who was dizzy from the beating, finally found an opportunity and hurriedly shouted. But how could the little beasts be willing to give him a chance to seek help? Darling disappeared with a whoosh and returned in the blink of an eye. Moreover, in his paw was a ball of cloth emitting a strange smell. Darling smiled evilly and stuffed the ball of cloth into Sun Wei's mouth. Then he turned to all the beasts and said, "Brothers, continue beating him up. Beat him until even his father can't recognize him." Okay. All the beasts nodded again and again, their excitement beyond words. Darling. Where did you get that cloth? Old Zhao asked curiously while looking at Sun Wei, who had been beaten until he had a pig's head. Hee, it's a secret. Darling kept him in suspense. At this moment, a furious roar sounded from outside the door. Damn, someone stole my underwear. Why is the security in your inn so poor? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and the others in the room were at a loss for words. They couldn't help grumbling in their heads, Darling, you're so cruel. After some time, the beasts were tired from beating, and Sun Wei was completely unconscious. Renli finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at least his disciple was still alive. These little beasts' claws were too ruthless. But things wouldn't end as easily as he imagined. Darling, resting on the table, looked at everyone in the room with a naughty smile. Then he raised his voice and roared, "The thief who stole underwear is here." Leng Ruoxue and the others were sweating profusely when they heard Darling's words. Words. They thought, Darling. Sun Wei has already been beaten up so badly that even his father can't recognize him, and you still want to accuse him of stealing underwear. He's really, too pitiful. They actually felt some pity for Sun Wei now. After Darling finished speaking, a dozen people ran in immediately. One of the burly men said anxiously, Where? Where? The one lying on the ground. Darling pointed his little paw at the unconscious Sun Wei. Damn it! How dare you steal my underwear? Are you tired of living? The burly man roared furiously. He had long cursed the thief who stole his underwear to death in his heart. Damn it! I only have this pair of underwear, and you actually stole it. Big brother, we can't let this pig head go, another person said. Humph. How dare he steal their boss's underwear? He really didn't know life from death. Okay, teach him a severe lesson. The burly man was enraged. He had been using the toilet. But his underwear has been snatched away as soon as he stood up. He didn't even see clearly who or what snatched his underwear. He only felt a gust of wind blow past his lower body, and his lower body turned cold. Hearing the burly man's words, the dozen or so people who barged into Leng Ruoxue and the others' room gave the unconscious Sun Wei a good beating. After beating him up enough, the burly man took out the cloth in Sun Wei's mouth, bowed to Leng Ruoxue and the others, and said apologetically, "Thank you for your help in catching the thief who stole my underwear. I have nothing to repay you with. If you need my help in the future, just tell me." After he finished speaking, the person behind him hurriedly handed a black token to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said guiltily, It's only right to help if you see injustice on the road. There's no need to be so polite. This isn't an ordinary favor. You don't know the significance of this underwear to my big brother," said the person who handed Leng Ruoxue the token. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. What is the significance of underwear? Let me tell you. Our big brother is good in every way, but he doesn't like to change his underwear. He only has this one. The person was about to continue when his mouth was blocked by the burly man. "I'm sorry, my brother is a little out of line. In fact, I often wash my underwear," the burly man couldn't help explaining. "Oh." Leng Ruoxue answered softly, not knowing what to say. In her opinion, this burly man was obviously a little too stingy. Farewell. You are welcome to come to my home as guests." The burly man scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "Okay. I'll definitely go if there's a chance," Leng Ruoxue said politely. After these people left, Leng Ruoxue kicked the unconscious Sun Wei on the ground. He's still alive. Now that my disciple has been taught a lesson, can everyone forgive him?" Renli, who had been standing at the side, took the opportunity to say. Alas. He hoped that this opportunity could resolve the conflict between them. Unfortunately, his wish was beautiful, but reality was cruel. "That's impossible," Leng Ruoxue said lightly, but she was sneering in her heart. "Humph. This old man's imagination is pretty good. How can it be so easy?" But with Sun Wei's current appearance, it seemed like he was temporarily unable to confess about the matter from that time. "You're just fighting because of your personal feelings. Now that you've already made him so miserable, what conflict can't be resolved?" Renli didn't understand. Was there such a great enmity between them? In his opinion, his disciple was already miserable enough, so the anger of these people should be appeased. A dispute over personal feelings? To think you could think of that. Leng Ruoxue said with slight mockery. This old man thought of things a little too simply. No wonder he hadn't been able to see the truth back then and had been used by others. Could it be that you hate him so much because of what happened 15 years ago? Renli guessed after some thought. Even though he had somewhat forgotten it, he still remembered the incident involving his disciple back then. "You're wrong. We don't hate him. Is he worthy?" Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. "Then why did you?" Renli was a little puzzled. Why couldn't everyone get along peacefully if they didn't hate Sun Wei? The matter from 15 years ago must be resolved, so you'd better not meddle in it. Leng Ruoxue reminded and also warned. "He is my disciple. I can't leave him alone," Renli said stubbornly. Even though Sun Wei had a lot of shortcomings, he was still his disciple after all. "Fine then. Don't call me master anymore," the little old man said, suppressing his anger. "Master. Sun Wei is your grand disciple after all. You." Renli was about to continue, but he was interrupted by the little old man. "I don't acknowledge him. If you insist on standing up for him, you don't have to call me master anymore," the little old man said heartlessly. "Master, don't make things difficult for senior brother anymore." Zhengyan couldn't help pleading. Alas. He really didn't want his master to disregard the master-disciple relationship of many years he had with his senior brother. "Silly boy, don't worry about this matter," the little old man said with a displeased glare. "Yes." Zhengyan shut his mouth obediently. He was helpless against his master's stubbornness. "Master, Sun Wei is seriously injured now. Let's talk about the grudges when he wakes up," Renli suggested. Alas. It seemed like his master had already made up his mind, and no one could change his master's decision. "Okay, quickly take this thing and leave this place." "I hate seeing him," the little old man said with some disgust. He had always been protective of his loved ones, so he really didn't have a good impression of Sun Wei. "Master, I'll take my leave first." Renli sighed helplessly. With that, he left the room of Leng Ruoxue and the others with the mangled Sun Wei in one hand. After Renli left, Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Darling, who was sitting on the table with his legs crossed and eating spirit fruits. She said speechlessly, "Darling, why do you steal everything?" "Beloved master, Darling doesn't steal everything." "Boo-hoo. Your Darling never steals anything. I just borrowed them for a while." Darling jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and rubbed against her. His fluffy little face was full of grievance, and there were faint tears in his beautiful silver eyes. "Alright, stop pretending to be pitiful. I'm not blaming you. It's just that you're not allowed to borrow other people's underwear in the future." "Ugh. Unhygienic," Leng Ruoxue reminded. Alas. It would have been fine if it hadn't been worn, but he had pulled it off of that man's body. It was so bad for him to think of this. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yes, yes. Darling nodded repeatedly and obediently. Old Zao walked to Leng Ruoxue and said happily, "Hee, Darling. You're really too evil. But I like it. Hee." Darling smirked cockily, his beautiful silver eyes spinning non-stop. Who knew what he was thinking? "Master, I'm going out for a while," Rai said after some thought and then slipped out directly. Rise, where are you going? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. Hee, lass, don't worry. I'll follow and take a look, old Zao said excitedly. These beasts of hers were each more scheming than the other, so how could he miss such liveliness? I'll take a look too, Lin Liang said curiously. I'll go too. Feng Jing and the Feng family's first elder joined in the fun. Go ahead. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. Why are these people so curious? In the blink of an eye, only Freak and she were left in the room. The others, including the beasts, all went out to join in the fun. Swear, there's only the two of us. Freak looked at Leng Ruoxue and smiled seductively. Yes, that's right. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. Swear, what should we do? Freak said alluringly, his bright starry eyes glowing at Leng Ruoxue. Sleep. I'm sleepy. Leng Ruoxue yawned lazily. Swear. Freak stared at Leng Ruoxue aggrievedly, his face full of dissatisfaction. Leng Ruoxue also stared at Freak. The two of them stared at each other until Leng Qingtian and the others returned. Swear, what are you two doing? Leng Qingtian asked curiously. We're competing to see who can stare longer. Leng Ruoxue found a random reason awkwardly. Grandpa, you came back so quickly. Leng Ruoxue continued, changing the subject. Yes. Leng Qingtian said happily with a mysterious smile on his face. Grandpa, what did you do? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Judging from the evil smiles on their faces, they definitely didn't do anything good. Hee, lass, we only spread the news that Sun Wei stole underwear. Old Zao said with a smile. Well done. Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Grandpa. Why did you become bad too? Back then, you were such an upright person. Master, many people in the city know this news now. Tomorrow, it will probably spread throughout Blue Cloud City. Rise said excitedly. Hee, doing bad things is addictive. Only people from Blue Cloud City know. Leng Ruoxue said thoughtfully. What? Lass, isn't it enough that everyone in Blue Cloud City knows? Old Zao widened his eyes in disbelief. Alas. It seemed like this small fuss of theirs wasn't enough for her. She was the real ruthless person. Of course not. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Little Snowy, don't tell me you want everyone on the entire Boundless Heaven continent to know. Lan Ming said in disbelief. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Little Snowy, I have a way to let everyone on the Boundless Heaven continent know. Icy, who was sleeping in Leng Ruoxue's arms, opened his eyes. What are you going to do? Leng Ruoxue asked. Hee, watch me. Icy smiled evilly. Although he always had his eyes closed, he knew what had happened just now. Huh? Leng Ruoxue looked at Icy doubtfully, not knowing what he wanted to do. Icy cleared his throat and then roared out the window. Sun Wei from the Alchemist Association headquarters stole someone's underwear. The sound was so loud that it traveled far and wide, and it even echoed. Are you sure the entire continent can hear you? Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead speechlessly. Is this Icy's so-called way? Of course. This is my secret technique. It's called 1,000 miles sound transmission. It won't be a problem to spread it across the entire continent, Icy said with a face full of pride. Little Icy, you're amazing, old Zao praised with 2 drops of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Hee, it's just child's play. Icy's little face was full of cockiness, and then he closed his eyes to sleep. It's getting late. Everyone, rest early. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly to everyone. Everyone nodded and then returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and the others welcomed an unexpected guest before they woke up. Leng Ruoxue and Freak were the first to come to the living room. When she saw the old man waiting for them in the living room, she couldn't help saying, Patriarch Lan, it's still early. Can't you come later? No, Lan Tao said irritably. Then what do you want? Leng Ruoxue asked speechlessly. She more or less understood this old man's character now. You have to be responsible for me, Lan Tao said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. I really lost all my face this time. What happened to you? Did you encounter a robber? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement while looking at Lan Tao, who was covered in dust and had tattered clothes and messy hair. Humph. It's all that puppy's fault, Lan Tao said furiously. Boo-hoo. That dog is really too much of a bully. You only have yourself to blame. You said you wanted to snatch him. Little Icy was just defending himself. Leng Ruoxue didn't pity him at all. Moreover, seeing Lan Tao in such a sorry state, she was already laughing in her heart. What defending himself? Do you know where his sneeze sent me? Lan Tao said through gritted teeth. Boo-hoo, he was really pitiful. It took him 2 days to return to Blue Cloud City. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Lan Tao and said without sympathy, how would I know if you didn't tell me? Lan Tao was about to say something when he was interrupted. Father, how did you become like this? Asked Lan Ming, who just rushed to the living room when he saw his father's tragic state. Leng Qingtian and the others followed closely behind. They were all stunned when they saw Lan Tao. Then they turned their heads in unison and covered their mouths to laugh. You heartless baddies. Boo-hoo. Lan Tao felt wronged. Fortunately, he didn't go home first. Otherwise, his dignified image would have been ruined. Father, don't worry. No one in the Lan family knows that you disappeared. Lan Ming comforted him. What he implied was that no one in the Lan family knew that he had embarrassed himself. Alas. Little Snowy is a seer. If the Lan family saw father like this, he would definitely have beaten me to death. Oh. That's good. Lan Tao was relieved, but he felt that something was amiss no matter how he thought about it. Father, come with me to change your clothes first. Lan Ming said helplessly. Yeah. Bring me to change quickly. I want to bathe. Lan Tao said impatiently. After Lan Tao left the living room with Lan Ming, old Zhao looked at everyone present and couldn't help asking curiously, guess where he fell? I smelled seawater on him. He probably fell into the sea, Lin Liang guessed. Sea? There aren't many seas on the boundless heaven continent. Moreover, they are all thousands of miles away. Seems like that puppy's sneeze is quite powerful, the little old man praised. Little Icy has already shown mercy. Leng Ruoxue didn't pity that old man from the Lan family at all. It wasn't so easy to have designs on Icy. Hehe, little Icy is really amazing. Old Zhao said excitedly. Icy's status in his heart had already risen to an unprecedented height. While Leng Ruoxue and the others were chatting, Lan Tao had already bathed, changed his clothes, and came to the living room with Lan Ming. Lan Tao sat down on a chair, looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others, cleared his throat, and said, how do you intend to compensate me? How about letting little Icy sneeze a few more times? Leng Ruoxue said calmly with a light smile. Hehe, lass, that's a good idea. Old Zhao echoed. I think that's a good idea too, the little old man also said. Alas. Lan Tao really didn't learn his lesson. Could Leng Ruoxue and the others be at his disposal? No, I don't want this compensation. Lan Tao hurriedly said. He was a little afraid of the puppy and didn't dare to look down on him anymore. But I think this is the best idea. Where do you want to go? I'll get little Icy to send you there. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. No need. I have something to do. Goodbye. Lan Tao stood up as if someone was chasing after him and disappeared without a trace. Patriarch Lan is pretty fast. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Hehe, I think he's scared. Old Zhao gloated. There's still hope if he's fearful. I'm going to sleep for a while, Leng Ruoxue said and left the living room with Freak. It was already afternoon when Leng Ruoxue woke up naturally. She washed up simply and went to the dining hall with Freak. They found a window seat and sat down. The waiter quickly served the dishes. Just after taking 2 bites, she heard someone shout, Fifth Miss is here. In the blink of an eye, only Leng Ruoxue and Freak were left in the dining hall. Leng Ruoxue frowned slightly when she heard the shout and saw everyone scattering like birds and beasts. She was a little displeased. Didn't the first elder of the Lan family say that he would restrain her? Why was she out again? You 2 ugly monsters, who allowed you to eat here? Get lost. Don't affect my appetite. Lan Ninger's voice sounded in their ears at this moment. You're the one who should scram. You've already affected our appetite, Miss Lan. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Lan Ninger coldly. What did you say? How dare you say that to me? Lan Ninger roared furiously. Humph. She had been locked up by the first elder for more than 10 days because of these ugly monsters. She had to take revenge for this. Otherwise, how could she swallow this anger? I told you to scram. Don't affect our appetite. Don't you understand? Leng Ruoxue said sympathetically. Humph. Do you know that this is our Lan family's territory? How dare you tell me to scram? You're really tired of living. Lan Ninger threatened. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Lan Ninger and didn't waste her breath on her. She summoned her beasts and said, I'll leave it to you. Hehe, little sister Ruoxue, don't worry. Leave this ugly monster to me, Feng Linger said. She was bored to death in the space and was just looking for someone to relieve her boredom when someone came knocking on her door. Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Why did this violent woman come out? Moreover, why are most of the beasts that emerged actually female? What's going on? I obviously called darling. Big sister, I released them, Qing Ju said helplessly via voice transmission from the bracelet. Oh. Leng Ruoxue answered softly. I knew it. My memory shouldn't be bad. Beloved master, leave this ugly monster to that violent bird. Darling said fearfully. After dealing with that man yesterday, they were taught a lesson by this little bird when they returned. She said that they had forgotten about her whenever they had something good. Big sister Linger, you can do it. Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and cheered. Alas. It seemed like Feng Linger was really too bored. She even wanted to make a move on such a small character. Of course. Feng Linger said with a smug smile. Then she spat out a stream of flames that coiled around Lan Ninger's body. I'm on fire. Hurry up and save me. Lan Ninger saw that her body was on fire and was so scared that she peed on the spot. Previous chapter. Her subordinates felt the temperature of the flames and saw the beasts glaring at them like they were prey not far away. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move at all. Miss Leng, please show mercy. She is the fifth young lady of the Lan family after all. The inn manager braced himself and appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue to plead. He didn't like this fifth young lady at all, but he couldn't let her die in the inn. Manager, don't worry. My beasts know their limits. Moreover, your Lan family's first elder promised me that I could deal with any Lan family member who provoked me. Leng Ruoxue gave the manager a reassuring look and comforted him. All right then. The manager was speechless and simply left the inn. Out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, Feng Linger felt that it was about time. She retracted her southern spirit flame, grabbed a teapot on the dining table with her little claw, and poured the water inside onto Lan Ninger. Lan Ninger's pitch-black body, which had been burned by the fire, immediately revealed its original appearance after being watered. She was naked from head to toe, and even her hair had been burned away. Hee, little sister Ruoxue, big sister did a good deed and trimmed the excess hair on her body. Don't blame big sister. Feng Linger said guiltily as though she was being too nosy. It's only right to do good deeds. But her subordinates probably won't be able to bring her back to the Lan family estate. You should do your good deed to the end and send her back. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Okay. Leave this to big sister. Feng Linger got a rope out of nowhere and tied Lan Ninger up. Then she tied one end of the rope to her claw and flew around the inn. Little sister Ruoxue, this thing is actually heavier than a pig. But I can still carry it, Feng Linger said with some dissatisfaction. That's good. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Sisters, let's do something good and send this trash from the Lan family back. Feng Linger said to the fire phoenixes and silver wolves who came out with her. Okay, we'll listen to big sister Linger, the female beasts said excitedly. Usually, they would watch Darling and the other beasts show their might. Today, they finally had a chance to perform. Little sister Ruoxue, we're going. Then Feng Linger left the inn with Lan Ninger in tow. The other beasts did the same and tied Lan Ninger's subordinates into dumplings with ropes. Then they dragged them and left closely behind Feng Linger. Beloved master, they are all tigresses. We can't provoke them, Darling couldn't help saying fearfully when he saw the female beasts leaving. Leng Ruoxue caressed Darling's fur and smiled gently. Schwer, aren't we going to watch the commotion? Freak asked curiously. No, the Lan family will deliver themselves to our door later, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Humph. If she guessed correctly, this had to be Lan Tao's doing. Then let's continue eating. Freak nodded. Okay. Let's eat quickly. The Lan family will be coming to settle the score later. Leng Ruoxue said expectantly. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue and Freak returned to their room and waited for the Lan family to come. At the same time, in the Lan family estate. In Lan Tao's study, Lan Tao and Lan Hong were staring at each other. The third elder of the Lan family was sitting calmly in a chair, holding a cup of tea and drinking it as if no one was around. Why did you let Lan Ninger out? First elder Lan Hong roared with some displeasure after staring for a while. She's been locked up for more than 10 days. This punishment should be enough. Lan Tao said nonchalantly. Humph. I think you just want to see the world burn. You will definitely regret it, the first elder gloated. How could Leng Ruoxue and the others be so easy to deal with? A single Lan Ninger would probably never return. But he didn't care. Anyway, he didn't like Lan Ninger much. He didn't care about Lan Ninger's life or death at all. Lan Ninger is from the Lan family after all. Leng Ruoxue won't dare to do anything to her, Lan Tao said nonchalantly. Are you sure? Lan Hong wasn't angry anymore. Instead, he chuckled. He didn't think that Leng Ruoxue wouldn't dare to do anything to Lan Ninger. After all, His Excellency Du Min was on their side. However, his eldest brother should know that His Excellency Du Min was with Leng Ruoxue and the others, right? Of course. Lan Tao was very confident. No one would dare not to give the Lan family face on the boundless heaven continent. But he would very quickly find out that he had miscalculated. Then I wish you good luck. Lan Hong was speechless. His eldest brother was sometimes like a child. He wouldn't turn back unless he hit a wall. By the way, why was Sun Wei injured? Lan Tao asked in puzzlement. He hadn't been home for 2 days. Why did Sun Wei get injured? Fortunately, he wasn't injured in their Lan family estate. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to deal with it. His Excellency Du Min was famous for being protective of his loved ones. I heard that he was injured because he stole someone's underwear. Lan Hong suppressed his smile. Yesterday, everyone in Blue Cloud City had heard that voice. After that, President Ren returned to the Lan family estate with the bloody and bruised Sun Wei. Today, the news of Sun Wei being injured spread across the entire continent like bamboo shoots after rain. Sun Wei is a master alchemist, but he actually stole underwear. It's really too embarrassing. Lan Tao sighed repeatedly. Pfft. The third elder spat out the tea in his mouth and coughed non-stop after hearing what the patriarch said. Third elder, you're already so old. Why are you still spraying tea? You're really too careless. Lan Tao shook his head, his face full of helplessness. The third elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his heart racing. Isn't that because your thoughts are too foolish? Anyone who wasn't a fool could guess that Sun Wei must have offended someone. Otherwise, how could he be so miserable? Hee hee. Serves him right for bullying my grandson. Lan family, come out quickly to collect your trash. Suddenly, a roar resounded through the entire Lan family estate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Trash? What trash? How could our Lan family have something like that? The third elder said nonchalantly when he heard the roar. That's right. Our Lan family is full of treasures. How could we have trash? Lan Tao said angrily. But he didn't take it too seriously. Such a small matter wasn't worth him, the patriarch, stepping in. The elders would handle it. Yes, our Lan family only has a few pieces of trash, the first elder said meaningfully. What did you say? Those people are also your nephew and granddaughter. Lan Tao roared. Of course, he knew who Lan Hong was talking about, but he didn't like Lan Hong saying it in a gloating tone. It was really too annoying. Big brother, are you really sure that they're the descendants of our Lan family? Lan Hong asked uncertainly. He had always felt that the Lan family's genetic inheritance was good. Why did it go bad when it came to Lan Fei? Probably. Lan Tao said uncertainly. They didn't crawl out of his stomach, so how would he know? Lan Hong was speechless. Big brother, can you not be so silly? But speaking of which, other than Tiana and Minger, I really don't find the characteristics of our Lan family in Big Brother's other sons. Patriarch, bad news. Some beasts are here to cause trouble. A guard of the Lan family came to report anxiously. There are actually beasts that dare to cause trouble in our Lan family's home? How bold. First elder Lan Hong said eagerly. Hee, this old bag of bones of mine hasn't exercised for a long time. I just happened to have a chance today. Let's go out and take a look, the third elder said with interest. Let's go. Lan Tao was the first to stand up. The three extremely bored old men looked at each other and walked out of the study together. After arriving at the main courtyard, the three of them looked up at the several huge fiery red birds flying in the sky, their bodies burning with raging flames, and were a little dumbfounded. Damn, this is. Patriarch, these firebirds are really too much. They actually dare to cause trouble in our Lan family's home. We can't let them go. The second elder, who was covered in dirt, walked to the side of the three of them and said with hatred. Damn it. He had lived for so long, but today, he was actually embarrassed by these few birds. Second elder, what happened to you? Where's your hair and beard? The third elder held back his smile and pretended to be stupid. The second elder's current appearance is really too funny. He would have rolled on the ground if he didn't have to consider the face of the elders. At this moment, the second elder's hair, beard, and eyebrows were all gone. His clothes were pitch black, hanging on his body like a rag with smoke coming out. Second elder, how did you end up in such a miserable state? The first elder said speechlessly. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. It's all because of those damn firebirds. They captured the fifth young lady and even came to our Lan family to cause trouble. I ended up in such a sorry state in order to protect our Lan family's reputation, the second elder said with a bitter face. What he implied was, I did all this for the Lan family. You can't laugh at me. Firebirds, your head. Do you know what kind of beasts they are? Lan Tao roared as he slapped the second elder's bald head furiously. Aren't they just a few firebirds? Humph. They actually dare to pretend to be fire phoenixes. However, firebirds are firebirds. It's impossible to become a fire phoenix even if they look alike, the second elder said with a face full of disdain. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. They are genuine fire phoenixes. Lan Tao roared furiously. They would have killed them if they were firebirds, but these were obviously female fire phoenixes of the Fire Phoenix clan. Even though their Lan family was a super family, he didn't dare to kill them. Otherwise, if the Fire Phoenix clan knew about it, it would mean endless trouble. Patriarch. Are you sure? The second elder asked in disbelief. At the same time, he was a little scared. But he also couldn't help wondering why their flames were so weak if these birds were really fire phoenixes. They only burned his hair and beard. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The flames on firebirds don't have a seven-colored light. Lan Tao reminded. Although firebirds resembled fire phoenixes, and both had flames on their bodies, these two flames were incomparable. They were not on the same level at all. They are really fire phoenixes. The third elder raised his head and observed carefully after hearing what the patriarch said. With a look, he found that it was indeed as the patriarch said. They were fire phoenixes. Moreover, there was a silver wolf on each of their backs, and there seemed to be something tied to their claws. But they flew too high, so only a small black dot could be seen. Lan Tao looked at the sky and said very politely, May I know your names? Feng Linger. Feng Linger said with displeasure. Humph. They sent these people back to the Lan family out of goodwill, but who knew that the Lan family was actually unreasonable and attacked them without a word? It was really infuriating. Miss Feng, may I know why you came to our Lan family? Lan Tao asked, fully displaying the dignity of the patriarch. I'm here to deliver trash to you. This is garbage from your family. Feng Linger waved the rope in her claws. Trash? What trash? Lan Tao asked in puzzlement. Feng Linger gave another fire phoenix a look, and with a plop, a piece of trash fell from the sky. Isn't this the fifth young lady's guard? His body is so sturdy. The third elder praised as he looked at the guard who was still breathing despite falling from the sky. The first elder was speechless after hearing the third elder's conclusion. Miss Feng, please tell me why you're here. Lan Tao had a sudden realization after seeing the guard. But he didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to be related to the Phoenix clan. This really surprised him. I originally sent this trash back to your Lan family out of goodwill. Unfortunately, not only did your Lan family not appreciate my kindness, but they actually dared to attack us. Humph. I'm angry, so I won't give these people to you. If you want them back, redeem them with money. 100 million purple gold coins per person, and 1 billion for this female. Feng Linger roared furiously. Humph. Did they really think a fire phoenix was a bird if it didn't show its might? Big sister Linger, they bullied us so much. Are we going to only get such little compensation? A fire phoenix said with some dissatisfaction. It's a little too little. What else do you want? Feng Linger asked. I want herbs, lots of herbs. I want a lot of ores and materials. And all sorts of good treasures. The few beasts began talking at once. Moreover, a black line would appear on Lan Tao's forehead with every word they said. The second elder almost vomited blood from anger when he heard what the fire phoenixes said and couldn't help roaring, You're clearly robbing us. You're mistaken. We were originally doing a good deed, but you got someone to attack us. We've sustained mental trauma, so you have to compensate us for it. This is all your fault. Feng Linger said resentfully. Lan Tao glared at the second elder and then negotiated with Feng Linger. You want too many things. Can you ask for less? Is it a lot? Your Lan family is one of the 3 great families. Don't you have at least this bit of money? Feng Linger asked in disbelief. Big sister Linger, I think this Lan family is just for show. They probably can't take out so much money. Why don't we take pity on them and charge them less for our mental trauma? Just treat it as us stepping on a dead rat outside and admitting our bad luck, a silver wolf said very kindly, but her words infuriated the Lan family below. I see. But. Feng Linger was a little hesitant and unwilling. With no one guarding the door, Lan Fei ran out of his room and heard the silver wolf's words as soon as he arrived at the main courtyard. He roared at the top of his lungs in anger, who said that our Lan family is poor? Our Lan family has a lot of money, you furred beasts. Boo-hoo. Big sister Linger, he called me a beast. The silver wolf immediately wailed with tears in her eyes. Don't cry. Don't cry. He's the beast. He's a bastard. Feng Linger comforted while scolding. Big sister Linger, my fragile little heart has been seriously injured. I demand compensation for mental trauma, the silver wolf said pitifully with tears in her eyes. No problem. Big sister will get it for you. Feng Linger said very loyally. Bastard, you made my sister cry. You have to compensate her. Feng Linger roared. You damn bird, you are. Lan Fei was about to scold back. But after saying a few words, he was knocked unconscious by Lan Tao. Old man, since you knocked out that bastard, you will compensate on his behalf, Feng Linger roared angrily. Okay, I'll pay, Lan Tao said angrily. He also glared at the Lan family members who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, feeling incomparably depressed. Old man, that bastard hurt my sister's fragile heart, so compensate us with 1 billion purple gold coins, and we won't care anymore. Feng Linger said generously. You're clearly robbing up. The second elder couldn't help speaking again. He hated these birds in his heart. These birds were actually robbing the Lan family, but they were helpless against them. This fact was really depressing. TCH, so what if we're robbing you? Moreover, this isn't robbery. This is called compensation, understand? You're uncultured. Go back and study before coming out. Save yourself from being a disgrace. Feng Linger said disdainfully. You. The second elder was so angry that he couldn't breathe. He kicked his legs and fainted directly. Alas. Your mental fortitude is really too poor. You have to train. Feng Linger said with some pity. Come, carry the second elder away, Lan Tao ordered speechlessly. For the compensation you want, money is fine, but we don't have so many items. Lan Tao said to Feng Linger. His greatest wish now was to quickly send these plague gods away. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't kill them if they stayed for a while. Really? Feng Linger asked doubtfully. Of course. Lan Tao's expression was very sincere. All right. Not a single cent less. As for the things, just compensate us with as much as you have. Feng Linger relented and agreed. Okay, give me some time. I need to collect the money, Lan Tao said. No problem. I'll give you 3 days. Send the money to the inn 3 days later. In addition, I'll take these people back first. Feng Linger led the group and flew out of the Lan family estate after speaking. Patriarch, are you really going to compensate them for mental trauma? They're just birds, an elder couldn't help asking. Alas. Their Lan family was actually being bullied. They were really too cowardly. They are fire phoenixes. Do you have any other way? Lan Tao asked instead of answering. I don't, the elder whispered, not daring to speak anymore. Listen up. No one is allowed to provoke those fire phoenixes in the future. We can settle it with money this time, but it might not necessarily be so next time. Lan Tao warned everyone. Yes, the Lan family members present replied in unison. Patriarch, I'm going to the inn to see Leng Ruoxue, the first elder said. Okay. Lan Tao nodded in agreement. After speaking, the first elder left the Lan family estate with the third elder and went straight to the inn. Come out. Lan Tao roared into the corner after the first elder and third elder left. Humph. Damn brat, how dare you run out by yourself? Lan Lai laughed wildly as he emerged from the darkness. Of course, Leng Wuti and Sun Teng were with him. Damn brat, what are you laughing about? Lan Tao roared furiously. He was really displeased to see his grandson's smug laughter. I'm laughing because you have a bastard son. Then won't you be an old bastard? Lan Lai smiled tactlessly. He was so happy. This old man actually ordered people to lock him up, causing him not to see little Icy for several days. Boo-hoo. Damn brat, if I'm an old bastard, then you're an old bastard's grandson. Lan Tao retaliated, unwilling to be outdone. Humph. This stinky brat wants to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced. Previous chapter. The Lan family members who had yet to leave found an excuse to leave after hearing the conversation between the grandfather and grandson so as not to be implicated and become their punching bags. Humph. I'm not a bastard grandson. Lan Lai refused to admit it. Brat, if I say you are you, then you are. Lan Tao said domineeringly. Old man, you've knocked out your bastard son, and your bastard granddaughter is in the hands of those fire phoenixes, so don't acknowledge relatives wrongly. Lan Lai said without giving him any face. He really admired Leng Ruoxue now. Why were her beasts so powerful? Damn brat, what did you say? Lan Tao roared with widened eyes. I'm going to see little Icy. Lan Lai immediately summoned his beast and quickly flew out of the Lan family estate. Humph. He had escaped with much difficulty and didn't have time to bicker with this old man. Seeing Lan Lai flying away, Leng Wuti and Sun Teng also summoned their beast pets and left the Lan family estate under Lan Tao's angry gaze. At this moment, the first elder and the third elder were on the way to the inn where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying. First elder, what should we say to Leng Ruoxue when we get there? The third elder couldn't help asking. He really hadn't expected that there were fire phoenixes with Leng Ruoxue. I don't know either. The first elder was a little troubled. Alas. The second elder offended those fire phoenixes, and they requested compensation, so it was probably impossible not to bleed money. Then why are we going? The third elder asked in puzzlement. To bond with her. The first elder thought of a good reason. Everyone around Leng Ruoxue had dragons as their pet beast, and she had fire phoenixes. Alas. What powerful combat strength this was. Therefore, they had to take it seriously and reconsider Leng Ruoxue's value. At the residence of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Feng Linger and the other beasts had returned to the inn. Little sister Ruoxue. Feng Linger casually threw Lan Ninger onto the ground, transformed into a small bird, and landed on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder. Big sister Linger, you've worked hard, Leng Ruoxue comforted. She knew that Feng Linger had suffered a lot when she went to the Lan family, so she was very displeased. Not at all. It's just that the Lan family doesn't know what's good for them. They actually attacked us. However, that damn old man isn't any better. I burned all his hair and beard. Feng Linger said proudly. Lass, your pet beasts are really amazing. The Lan family is going to bleed a lot this time, the old man, who had gone to the Lan family estate to watch the commotion, said excitedly as soon as he returned to the inn. Lass, we're going to make a fortune again, old Zao said happily. They had been in the inn just now, but they had rushed to the Lan family estate immediately after seeing the fire phoenixes transform into their true forms. They hadn't expected to see such a spectacular scene. What's the reaction of the Lan family? Leng Ruoxue asked. She didn't believe that the Lan family would obediently send money to her door. She had stayed in the inn just now and didn't go to the Lan family to watch the commotion. But she knew what the beasts had done because of her contracts with them. The only thing she didn't know was the reaction of the Lan family. Lan Tao has already agreed. He shouldn't go back on his word, old Zao said after some thought. If I'm not mistaken, the first elder should be on the way here, Leng Ruoxue said in understanding. Little Snowy, you're right. Lan Lai's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Why are you here? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly with a slight frown. She hadn't seen Lan Lai for a few days, and she had thought that he wouldn't come again. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy, you despise me. Lan Lai's eyes welled up with tears as he pretended to be pitiful. Yes. Did you just know? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy, I'm here to give you information. How can you do this to me? Lan Lai said pitifully, looking extremely aggrieved. You're from the Lan family. Are you so impatient to betray them? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. The way this pair of Lan family grandfather and grandchild interacted was really different. How do you know? Lan Lai said shyly. His greatest wish in life was to see the old man suffer. I guessed, Leng Ruoxue said. Little Snowy, let me see little Icy. Lan Lai pleaded. This was his main purpose for coming here. Little Icy is sleeping on the bed. But don't wake him up. He hasn't been in a good mood these 2 days, Leng Ruoxue reminded helplessly. Yes, I know. I'll just watch from the side, Lon Lai promised. Then he crept to the bed, sat down, and stared at Icy, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Seeing Lon Lai's affectionate appearance, Leng Ruoxue thought, Lon Lai doesn't really have any improper thoughts about little Icy, does he? Hopefully not. Otherwise, little Icy will bite him to death. While Leng Ruoxue was letting her imagination run wild, the first elder and the third elder arrived. The two of them greeted everyone in the room and then turned their gazes to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two old men who entered the room and asked bluntly, "May I know why first elder and third elder are here?" Lass, a few fire phoenixes and silver wolves just went to our Lon family. They are your pet beasts, right? The first elder glanced at Lon Ninger, who had been casually thrown to the ground with only a rag covering her body, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Yes, Lon Ninger came to find trouble with me and was taught a lesson by my beasts. I saw that they didn't have the ability to return to the Lon family estate by themselves, so I got Big Sister Linger to visit you and planned to send them back to you. However, it seems like they had a conflict with someone from your Lon family, Leng Ruoxue said coldly. This is all a misunderstanding, the first elder said helplessly. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding. However, they originally wanted to do a good deed, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. My beasts are very sad. They even told me just now that their fragile hearts have been hurt. Leng Ruoxue said with slight dissatisfaction, her face full of blame for the Lon family. The first elder was speechless. Little girl, we can be considered acquaintances. Can you not fuss about it on our account? The third elder braced himself and said. Elders, I remember telling you to restrain some people from your Lon family and not let them out. Otherwise, they will be at my disposal. You also promised me that you wouldn't protect them, right? Leng Ruoxue didn't answer the third elder's question but asked directly. Yes, but we didn't cover for them. Weren't they already at your disposal? The third elder quibbled shamelessly. But what I want to know is, why did Lon Ninger come to find trouble with me? I heard that she has already been locked up by the first elder. Leng Ruoxue looked at the first elder doubtfully and asked. She ran out by herself. The third elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and pushed all the blame onto Lon Ninger. Alas. He couldn't say that Big Brother let Lon Ninger out in order to teach Leng Ruoxue a lesson, right? Little Snowy, third grandpa is lying to you. That damn old man deliberately let Lon Ninger out to cause you trouble, Lon Lai suddenly said, exposing the third elder's lie. Oh. Leng Ruoxue looked at the third elder with a spurious smile and said indifferently. You stinky brat, are you a traitor? The third elder was so angry. He ignored everything else and chased after Lon Lai in the room. I'm telling the truth. Didn't you teach me that good children shouldn't lie? Lon Lai fled aggrievedly, covering his head and hiding everywhere. Finally, he ran behind the little old man to seek protection. Senior, don't protect him. I want to teach this traitor a lesson, the third elder said very respectfully. He already knew the little old man's identity, so he naturally didn't dare to be rude in front of the little old man. Teach him a lesson? I think he's right. He's a child. Honesty is a virtue. You have to teach him a lesson only if he's not honest, the little old man said meaningfully. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down the third elder's forehead. His heart was racing as he thought, could the dishonest child be referring to me? Boo-hoo. He was also forced into a corner. This was all a mess caused by the patriarch finding trouble for no reason. Third grandpa, you can't run away if you did something wrong. Don't hide it for that old man. Lon Lai was being even bolder since someone was backing him up. Stinky brat, that's your biological grandfather. The third elder couldn't help roaring. Humph. I call him old man in front of him. Lon Lai said nonchalantly. Alright, go back to your Lon family if you want to argue or fight. Now, first elder, third elder, you have to give me an explanation, Leng Ruoxue said coldly. She was unwilling to become the sacrificial lamb for the battle between the Lon family's grandfather and granddaughter, so she would not let go of the benefits that should be gained. The first elder and third elder were stunned. Did they hear it right? Leng Ruoxue actually wanted an explanation from them? What explanation? Little girl, what explanation do you want us to give you? The first elder asked foolishly. Was he really old? Why couldn't he understand what this little girl was saying? Shouldn't you give me an explanation for breaking your promise? I thought that the Lon family had always valued integrity the most. Isn't that so? Leng Ruoxue looked at the 2 Lon family elders doubtfully and said slowly. Of course, but this isn't a breach of trust, right? First elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quibbled. Oh, then I'm afraid it depends on the person. Anyway, in my opinion, if you didn't do what you promised me, you would be breaking your promise to me. Of course, I don't care if you don't think so, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly, her face full of understanding of the 2 of them. Little girl, what do you want then? The third elder said speechlessly. He realized today that this little girl was really too difficult to deal with. No wonder she dared to pry into the corner of their Lon family and dared to teach the Lon family a lesson. There is a rule in my hometown. If one party breaks the agreement, the other party has to pay for the breach of contract, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, her expression so sincere. Breach of contract? The 2 shrewd old men finally understood. This was asking for more money. This little girl's beast had already taken a lot of money from the Lon family. Why didn't this girl intend to let the two of them go? It was too despicable. This little girl was really a vampire. Yes, you need to pay for your breach of contract, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. We don't have money, the two old men said in unison, deciding to collectively cheat. No money? It's okay. You can work to repay my debts if you don't have money. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Work to repay debts? The two old men were dumbfounded. What did she mean by working to repay their debts? Did she mean working for this little girl? Working, as the name implies, that you will work for me in the future until you pay off the debts you owe me. Moreover, I won't be paying for your accommodation nor food. Leng Ruoxue knew that these two old men definitely didn't know what work was, so she explained it to them directly. How long do we have to work for you? The first elder couldn't help asking. He finally understood that Leng Ruoxue wanted them to be her subordinates. That will depend on your working ability. If your abilities are too poor, I'm afraid you will have to work for life, Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. These two old men were from the Lan family and were esteemed elders. They would definitely not do manual work. A lifetime? How much do we owe you in total? The third elder then remembered that he had not asked the most important question. They still did not know how much money they owed Leng Ruoxue. He would not want to work for others if it was not much. 2 billion purple coins. Leng Ruoxue stretched out 2 fingers. What? You're robbing us openly. Why would we owe you so much money? The first elder roared angrily. It's all because of your high status. Ordinary people don't have to pay so much if they break the contract, but you're different. With your status, I even gave you a discount. 1 billion each, a total of 2 billion. If you don't have money to pay, then work to pay off your debts. Of course, if you don't want to pay back your money and don't want to work, an ordinary citizen like me can't do anything to you. However, your reputation will be completely destroyed. Leng Ruoxue continued to remind them, blocking their way out. Eldest grandpa, third grandpa, you pay her the money. Lan Lai couldn't help but remind them. Leng Ruoxue was really ruthless. These two old men were famous for their stinginess in the Lan family. Getting them to take out 2 billion purple coins was harder than taking their lives. Stinky brat, where would we get so much money? The third elder roared angrily. You can ask that old man for it. Anyway, these things started because of him, Lan Lai said gloatingly, his tone as if the Lan family's money had nothing to do with him. Stinky brat, are you from the Lan family or not? The first elder couldn't help but scold him with a smile. How could this brat help outsiders? Of course I'm from the Lan family. However, I'm from the righteous Lan family. I'm on the side of justice, Lan Lai boasted shamelessly. In fact, he wanted to see the old man embarrassed. That was why he was on Leng Ruoxue's side, Stinky brat, just you wait. I'll deal with you when we get home. The first elder said angrily. Alas. Lass, the fee for the breach of contract you want is too much. Can you reduce it? Third elder sighed heavily and negotiated. Sure. However, the amount of money for the breach of contract is determined by your identity and status. You can pay less if you think your identity and status are not worth so much money, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. The first elder and the third elder were speechless again because they realized that they couldn't outtalk Leng Ruoxue at all. Moreover, she had said everything. If they requested to reduce the penalty fee, they would be degrading themselves. Therefore, they could only blame their bad luck. Moreover, I've said it before. If you want to renege on your debt, I can't do anything to you either. At most, I'll let the people of the boundless heaven continent know that the two Lan family's esteemed elders don't repay their debts. Leng Ruoxue said without fear. Lass, aren't you afraid that we will kill you to silence you? The first elder threatened. No. Before you kill me, the news of you not paying your debts and silencing me will spread first, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. She knew that these two old men would not casually kill people. Moreover, she had so many secret means, what was there to be afraid of? The two old men completely wilted at Leng Ruoxue's words. Alas. They knew that this little girl was not afraid of them at all, and they were not evil and bloodthirsty people. Moreover, this matter was indeed their fault, so they really couldn't do anything to these people. However, they were unwilling to be robbed of 2 billion purple coins just like that. Lass, we really don't have money. Why don't we work for you? The two old men looked at each other and made their final decision. Okay. Then let's officially start work now. However, you have to start from the lowest level, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. No problem, the two old men answered readily. Grandpa, these two elders of the Lan family will be our servants from now on. Tell them if anyone needs anything. There's no need to be polite, Leng Ruoxue said to everyone present. Okay. I happen to be lacking an attendant by my side. Old man Zhao said happily. Yes, I need one too, Lin Liang said. I want a medicine boy. I don't know if they are up to the task, Zheng En said with some frustration. He looked up and down at the first elder and the third elder, as if he was thinking about which of them was more suitable. Silly boy, how are they qualified to be medicine boys? They don't even differentiate between grass and medicine. If they spoil those precious herbs, I think they will have to pay with their next life as well, the little old man said very cooperatively. Master is right. They should still be servants. Zheng En nodded in realization. Everyone's words made the first elder and third elder break out in cold sweat. They muttered in their hearts, were they that bad? They could only be servants instead of anything else? Little girl, how much is our monthly pay? Third elder asked with a few black lines hanging on his forehead. Grandpa do, what's the price for servants on the boundless heaven continent? Leng Ruoxue turned to look at the little old man and asked. That's hard to say. For a super family like the Lan family, the monthly pay given to servants is very high because they have a big family and business. An ordinary servant probably has 10 purple coins a month. For a small family, 1 purple coin is the limit, the little old man said very cautiously after thinking. Oh, I see. Then we can't even be considered a small family. Just 500 amethyst dollars a month then. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. 500? The third elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he hear it wrong? Did this little girl say 500? And in amethyst coins? The mighty third elder of the Lan family working for her was only worth 500 amethyst coins? Lass, we are the elders of the Lan family. Is this all we are worth? The first elder asked in disbelief. He had never thought that he would be so cheap at this age. Boo-hoo. So what if you're an elder of the Lan family? You're here to work for me, not to enjoy life. Moreover, you've lived like royalty since you were young. Do you know how to work? Do you know how to serve others? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. The first elder was speechless. They really didn't know how to serve others. Little girl. I admit that we don't know how to do these things, but you can arrange some other work for us. We can still be your bodyguards or something, third elder said. I don't need a bodyguard. I have little Icy. None of you can compare to it, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Lass, I'm a mighty mystic sovereign, how can I be inferior to a puppy? The third elder couldn't help asking. Boo-hoo. His self-esteem was hurt. Previous chapter. Next. You can't compare to it. Go back and ask your patriarch if you don't believe me. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. What did this mean? The two old men were a little confused. You'll know when you go back and ask him. Today is your first day on duty. Go back now. Come early tomorrow to wait for orders, Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. Oh, we'll be leaving first then. First elder and third elder left the inn gloomily. The two of them were still pondering how on earth did things become like this on the way back. What were they here for? Now, they were completely confused, and they couldn't think of the main reason for going to see Leng Ruoxue. The only thing they knew was that they had implicated themselves. At the residence of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Little Snowy, do you really intend to let the first elder and the third elder work for you? Lan Ming, who had been silent since the two old men left, couldn't help asking. He really admired Leng Ruoxue. The patriarch and elders of the Lan family couldn't do anything to her. Of course not. What can those two old men do? However, since they can't bear to part with the money, they have to repay the debt with their bodies, Leng Ruoxue said without any sympathy. In fact, she was already laughing in her heart. Hee, little Snowy, you're really too amazing. You can actually make them suffer. Teach me. Lan Lai ran to Leng Ruoxue and looked at her with admiration, his bright black eyes blinking non-stop. Do you want your grandfather to suffer so much? Leng Ruoxue asked speechlessly. She really didn't know what they were thinking. Yes. That old man has liked to cause trouble for me since young and drag me down. He always wreaks havoc on things I like, so our relationship isn't good at all, Lan Lai said angrily. He really hated that old man to death. But that's not what I saw. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. In her opinion, the patriarch of the Lan family loved this grandson very much. She just didn't know what irreconcilable conflicts existed between them, so it created the way they interacted with each other now. Moreover, the patriarch and the two elders of the Lan family didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation when she robbed them of so much money. There was probably some reason for Lan Lai's behavior, and this was enough to show how important he was in their hearts. You're mistaken. You don't understand that old man at all. You've never seen him. Lan Lai said indignantly. He had known that old man for more than 20 years. How could he not understand what kind of person that old man was? Who said I haven't seen him? I've seen him previously, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She couldn't be bothered to argue with Lan Lai's stubbornness. When did you see him? Why don't I know about it? Lan Lai said with some displeasure. What did that old man want? Did he want to interfere with his friendship again? I saw him a few days before you came, Leng Ruoxue said. Did he say anything nasty? Lan Lai said worriedly. That stinky old man had always been blunt with his friends. No, he's just here to see little Icy. Leng Ruoxue sighed and explained. Oh, that's good. Lan Lai was relieved. By the way, I have something on. I'll take my leave first, Lan Lai continued. Then he hurriedly left the inn. Leng Wudi, Sun Teng, Leng Ruoxue, and the others greeted each other before leaving with Lan Lai. Swear, why is this kid so energetic? Leng Qingtian asked in puzzlement. I think he went back to the Lan family to settle scores with my father, Lan Ming said understandingly. Hee, that's their unique way of getting along. Outsiders can't understand it, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Everyone was chatting when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Is Miss Leng here? Someone's looking for her outside. The waiter's words sounded from outside. Who's looking for me? Leng Ruoxue was a little surprised. She hadn't been in the boundless heaven continent for long and didn't know many people. Why would someone name her? They didn't say, the waiter replied. Oh, freak, let's go take a look. Leng Ruoxue turned to the freak. Okay. The freak nodded. In fact, he was quite curious. The two of them left the room and came to the hall of the inn. At this moment, two young men stood in the middle of the hall. One of them was someone they were familiar with, Su Heng, who had once gambled with them. They did not know the other person. Su Heng, why are you here? Are you here to make a bet with me? Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. No. I don't want to make a bet with you anymore, Su Heng said fearfully. How would he dare to make a bet with her when all his years of savings were gone? Oh. Then why are you here? Leng Ruoxue was a little puzzled because she didn't expect the person to see her to be Su Heng. Are you Leng Ruoxue? The handsome man beside Su Heng asked before Su Heng could answer. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Why? What's the problem? Leng Ruoxue looked at the man cautiously and asked calmly. Are you from the Ling Feng continent? The handsome man couldn't help asking. No, why? Leng Ruoxue denied. Oh, I don't think you will be the Leng Ruoxue I know, the handsome man said with a sigh of relief. Do you know someone named Leng Ruoxue? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be curious, but she was guessing the man's identity in her heart. This man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, but his eyes carried a trace of ruthlessness and gloominess. His strength was only that of a mystic, but his identity and status should be higher than Su Heng's respect for him. Yes, but she should still be on the Ling Feng continent, the handsome man said with certainty. Oh, how should I address you? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Su Qian, the handsome man said softly. He is the young master of our Su family, Su Heng added. Oh, so it's the young master of the Su family. Sorry for being rude, Leng Ruoxue said politely. It's okay. It's not strange that you didn't know. Su Qian said generously. Young Master Su, we are not the people you are looking for. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave, Leng Ruoxue said very politely. Okay. Su Qian nodded. Freak, let's go back to our room. Leng Ruoxue turned to the freak. Okay. The freak nodded, and the two of them turned and returned to their room. What's the name of the man beside her? Su Qian asked lightly after watching Leng Ruoxue leave. Freak, that man is called Freak. Su Heng hurriedly said. He was very curious why young master paid so much attention to Leng Ruoxue. He had been asking him about Leng Ruoxue ever since he heard her name. However, in his opinion, Leng Ruoxue was not worthy of the young master at all. Freak? Is that man's name? Do you think anyone would have such a name? Su Qian said with a cold face, a little displeased. For some reason, after seeing Leng Ruoxue just now, he was a little disappointed that she was not the person he was looking for, but that woman gave him a familiar feeling, which couldn't help making him a little puzzled. Su Heng was speechless. That man seemed to be called Freak during the competition, even though he didn't live up to his name. However, he couldn't remember much. Hurry up and find out that man's real name. Su Qian ordered, then strode out of the inn. Su Heng, who was standing in the lobby of the inn, was in a dilemma. How could he find that out? Should he ask that man himself? Leng Ruoxue and the freak immediately told her grandfather and the others after returning to their room. Everyone was silent for a moment. Lass, so you're from the Ling Feng continent, the little old man said in surprise after a while. Yes, Leng Ruoxue said. She naturally didn't intend to hide it from them since she said it in front of them. Little Snowy, did you just arrive when you transmuted your spiritual power? Lan Ming wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and couldn't help asking curiously. Yes. You bunch of perverts. Lan Ming was speechless. They had only been here for less than 3 months and were already elementary mystics. This cultivation speed was really terrifying. How can we be considered perverts? The young masters of the 3 great families are the true perverts. You're already a mystic monarch at such a young age. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Little Snowy, you can't compare like this. The people on this continent are born with better aptitude than those on the Ling Feng continent. Moreover, the resources and treatment that the 3 of them have received since they were young are the best. It would be too inexcusable if their cultivation speed was still so slow, Lan Ming explained. Leng Ruoxue and the others definitely could not compare to the 3 of them in this aspect. However, he believed that Leng Ruoxue would definitely surpass them in time. That's true. Little Lan Lan, don't reveal our identities. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Don't worry, I won't say it. But little Snowy, you and the Leng family. Lan Ming hesitated, his face also a little curious. The Leng family is the Leng family, and we are us. There's no need to confuse us. Leng Ruoxue said very decisively. Yes. Lan Ming nodded. Their Lan family also had branches in the lower realm. And after those people came to the boundless heaven continent, almost all of them would choose to return to the family. However, the status of those people in the family was even inferior to the servants born and raised in the family. Therefore, he really didn't want Leng Ruoxue to choose to return to the family like them. However, he was very clear that with Leng Ruoxue's character, she would absolutely not bother with them. Grandpa, that Su Qian might know us, so use an alias for the time being. Leng Ruoxue turned to Leng Qingtian and the others. She didn't know if her denial just now could fool Su Qian, but they had to be careful just in case. Swear, we used our real names when we participated in the Mystic Cultivator competition. If we use an alias now, he will probably find out if he wants to investigate, Leng Qingtian said worriedly. Sister Ruoxue, don't be afraid. At most, I'll burn down the Mystic Association and make it impossible for them to investigate. Feng Lingqi said violently. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. She felt that was not a bad idea. No, don't set the fire. Icy, who had been sleeping on the bed, suddenly said. Then what do you think we should do? The Su family doesn't have anything good. Do you want to see Sister Ruoxue in danger? Feng Linger roared furiously. What are you afraid of with me around? Icy rolled its eyes and said calmly. Humph. It really didn't care about a mere Su family. You only know how to sleep, eat after waking up, and sleep after eating. Moreover, how many Su family members can you beat alone? Feng Linger said with slight disdain. Little Lan Lan, how many mystic supremacies does the Su family have? Icy glanced at Lan Ming and asked. There should be one, Blue said after some thought. There's only one. What's there to be afraid of? 2 more will be nothing more than child's play to me. Icy said nonchalantly. Humph. Keep bragging. Feng Linger didn't believe the stinky Qilin at all. I never brag. Icy retorted. It was such a pragmatic Qilin and it had never lied. Sister Ruoxue, don't listen to it. Let me burn down the Mystic Association. Feng Linger couldn't be bothered to bicker with the Qilin and said directly to Leng Ruoxue. No, you're not allowed to burn if I say so. Icy stood up from the bed and jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms. He glared at the little red bird and roared. Sister Ruoxue. Feng Linger ignored Bingqi and looked directly at Leng Ruoxue. Little Snowy. Icy also looked at Leng Ruoxue, the meaning in his blue eyes was obvious. Who will you listen to? Stop arguing. Grandpa, use your real names. I don't think Su Qian can do anything to us as long as we don't admit it. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. With her current strength, she was not afraid of the Su family even though there was still a certain gap between her and the Su family. At most, she would just deal with whatever came her way. There was nothing to be afraid of. Previous chapter. Okay. Leng Qingtian nodded in agreement. It's getting late. Everyone, rest early. Leng Ruoxue looked at the time and said to everyone. Everyone nodded and went to rest. The next morning, the first elder and third elder arrived at the inn early to await orders. In the living room. If any of you need them to do anything today, just tell them. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile and looked at the sleepy first elder and third elder. Yes. Just let me know if there's anything. The first elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said politely. However, he couldn't help thinking in his heart that these people wouldn't really want them to do manual labor, right? He was the first elder of the Lan family. Lan Hong is willing to carry out orders as well. The third elder also said. Then serve me to change my clothes and wash up first. Then accompany me to the medicinal herb exchange to set up a stall. Old man Zhao said bluntly. Are you going to dominate both of them? No way, the old man said with some displeasure. Why not? I have a lot to do today. Old man Zhao said with some displeasure. So what? They're not your only servants. They belong to all of us, the old man said matter-of-factly. Lass, what do you think? Old man Zhao looked at Leng Ruoxue pleadingly, asking her to say something fair. Old man Zhao, you should take one of them away. As for the other one. You have to let him serve the others too. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Alright, I'll listen to the lass. Give me the third elder. Old man Zhao said after some thought. However, he was thinking about how to torment the third elder. Ruoxue, can you share the first elder with me? Lin Liang asked. No, the first elder is mine, the old man roared at the top of his lungs. Stop arguing. First elder will follow Grandpa Lin in the morning. His usage rights in the afternoon will go to the old man. Leng Ruoxue said very fairly. Swear, when can we order the first elder around? Leng Qingtian said with some dissatisfaction. Tomorrow, Grandpa. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile and comforted him. That's true. First elder, go back and tell your patriarch. If he can't bear to pay, he can also work for us to repay his debts, Leng Qingtian said very seriously. His tone and demeanor seemed to be thinking for the Lan family. The first elder's forehead was full of black lines. He was very speechless, and he couldn't help but grumble in his heart, what's wrong with you ordering us around? It's not enough with the two of us. You actually want the patriarch to be your servant too. Grandpa, the patriarch of the Lan family would rather pay than come to our house to be a servant. That old man loves his pride. Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. In fact, she had been laughing in her heart for a long time. Grandpa and the others had learned bad things. They didn't care when it came to teasing people. Oh. That's a pity, Leng Qingtian said with a regretful face. Yes. What a pity. I've never used the patriarch as a servant before. Old man Zhao echoed. You. The third elder was speechless. He really didn't know how these people's heads grew. They actually dared to have such thoughts. Alas. If the patriarch knew, he would definitely be angered to death. Little third, follow me. Old man Zhao said to the third elder with a smile. However, the third elder still stood there without any reaction. Old man Zhao patted the third elder's shoulder angrily and said with displeasure, I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear me? Are you talking to me? Weren't you calling someone called little third? You didn't call for me. The third elder said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. Why were the people around Leng Ruoxue so unreasonable? I'm calling you. Aren't you the third elder? From now on, you'll be called little third around here. Old man Zhao gave the third elder a name domineeringly and said without allowing him to refute. The name little third is really too unpleasant. Can we change to another one? Third elder discussed pitifully. His dignity would be lost if everyone in the Lan family heard him being called little third. No, little third is simple and easy to remember. This is it. In fact, you don't have to be angry. He will be called little first. Old man Zhao pointed at the first elder and smiled cunningly. Little first? Me? First elder pointed at himself and asked. Could he be hallucinating? It's you. You'll be called little first from now on. Old man Zhao said with certainty. I don't want to be called little first. You can call me first elder. Lan Hong objected. He firmly opposed this name. There's no first elder here. You're just a servant of our family. Old man Zhao reminded. Then you can call me Lan Hong. Anyway, I don't want to be called little first. The first elder objected strongly. It's alright if you don't want to be called little first, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her bright eyes full of calculations. Lass, what are your conditions? The first elder said understandingly. Alas. This little girl had some rotten ideas again. Look at all of us. There's definitely not enough with just you and the third elder as our servants. Isn't your second elder very free? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Yes, he's very free. The third elder interrupted impatiently before the first elder could answer. Then you can ask him for help. If he comes, you can repay more of your debts every day. Leng Ruoxue enticed like a big grey wolf seducing Little Red Riding Hood. Lass, if we bring him here, can you not call me little third? However, I don't object to you calling him little second. The third elder said very disloyally. No problem. You can get anyone in the Lan family that you are not happy with to work to repay your debts. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Lass, will Lan Ninger do? The third elder asked carefully. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Her. No. I can't afford to use the most favored fifth daughter of the Lan family. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to see that woman. The first elder and third elder were depressed when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words. They couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. You can't afford to use her, but you can afford to use us. What kind of logic is this? Alright, your job today is to follow them. Do whatever they ask you to do. Don't have any doubts. Otherwise, your monthly pay will be deducted. Leng Ruoxue ignored the conflicted and depressed expressions of the two old men and continued. You still want to deduct our monthly pay? The first elder couldn't help asking. 500 amethyst coins a month, what would be left if they deducted a little more? Moreover, this stingy girl was not going to provide any food and lodging. Wasn't she making them go hungry? Of course. In your Lan family, servants' pay has to be deducted if they make a mistake too. Such a rule is common everywhere. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. First elder, let's go quickly. The third elder couldn't help but suggest. They couldn't scheme against this little girl. Their pay might be deducted if they stayed any longer. Let's go quickly. The first elder hurriedly said after reacting. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, who knew what this little girl would come up with again? With that, the two old men disappeared into the living room. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help laughing as she watched the first elder and third elder run out of the living room. Hee. Lass. These two old men are really too timid. Old man Zhao said with a smile, in a very good mood. It's not that they are timid, but they have never seen people like you. No one in the Lan family dares to treat them like this at all, Lan Ming said with incomparable pity. He had been with Leng Ruoxue and the others for a long time and had already slowly adapted to their way of doing things. However, the first elder and the third elder were obviously still unable to adapt. Don't worry, I'll let them understand us better, old man Zhao promised while patting his chest. Can you not torment them too badly for my sake? Lan Ming pleaded. Don't worry. I'll show mercy. Old man Zhao left the living room after speaking. Ruoxue, I'm leaving too. Lin Liang greeted her and left. Everyone, disperse. I'm going to sleep for a while. Leng Ruoxue dragged the freak back to her room. After returning to her room, Leng Ruoxue brought the freak directly into the bracelet. Mommy. A little red furball jumped directly into Leng Ruoxue's arms and whined when it saw her. Huor, you seem to have gained weight. Leng Ruoxue looked at the chubby little guy in her arms and asked doubtfully. Mommy. I didn't grow fat. Little fire said aggrievedly with tears in its pink eyes. Huh, I told you you've gained weight. Baby's voice sounded, and then a black furball jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms. Baby, you seem to have gained weight too. Leng Ruoxue said in surprise. Baby had not changed much since she knew Baby. However, she realized today that Baby seemed to have become rounder. Big sister, you haven't cared about me for a long time, that's why you thought I was fat. Boo-hoo. Actually, I've always had a standard figure. Baby was also very aggrieved and choked up a little. I'm sorry. Baby, big sister has been too busy recently. Why don't big brother Freak come in to play with you every day? Leng Ruoxue suggested. I don't want to. The human and beast refused in unison, and they looked at Leng Ruoxue with fawning eyes. Objection overruled. It's settled. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and sent Horror and Baby into the Freak's arms. Then she said, Freak, play with them for a while. I'll go concoct some pills. With that, Leng Ruoxue left the man and the two beasts and entered the purple bamboo hut. Schwer, the Freak called out softly from behind Leng Ruoxue. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue ignored him. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to accompany these beasts that only knew how to compete for favor with him. In fact, Schwer's beasts are quite cute. Empty's voice sounded from behind the Freak. If you like them, I'll leave them to you. The Freak hurriedly threw Baby into Empty's arms. Why didn't you give Horror to me? Empty said in puzzlement. He's my son, the Freak said matter-of-factly. Horror called Schwer mommy and called him daddy. Of course, he couldn't give it to others. Hee, daddy, Horror loves you and mommy so much. Horror acted coquettishly. Good. By the way, Empty, how are your injuries? The Freak asked with concern. Much better. However, it's impossible to completely heal my injuries unless. Empty hesitated. He had long seen through it. He was already very satisfied that he could recover some strength after staying in this space for so long. How could he dare to hope for his injuries to recover completely? Do you need any rare herbs? There aren't any here, the Freak asked in puzzlement. He might not know much about herbs, but he knew very well that the herbs in Schwer's space were already very complete. If Schwer didn't have any, then it must be very rare. Yes, there isn't any here, Empty said indifferently. In all these years, saving Icy was his only wish. He had never thought about himself. There will always be hope if you live. You have to believe in miracles, the Freak comforted. Yes, as long as we are alive, nothing else is important. Empty sighed in agreement. The two of them chatted. Leng Ruoxue saw the two of them chatting happily when she emerged from the purple bamboo hut after refining the pills. She didn't know what they were talking about. Leng Ruoxue quietly came behind them and patted their shoulders mischievously. Then she teased, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you're talking bad about me. How did you know? Empty raised his eyebrows in surprise. Schwer, why would we say bad things about you? The Freak said aggrievedly, tears flashing in his bright starry eyes. Previous chapter. I was joking. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. The Freak was doing this again. It was really infuriating, but she just couldn't do anything to him. Alas. Was she destined to be eaten by the Freak for the rest of her life? Schwer, you've been in there for a long time. I missed you, the Freak said softly as he hugged Leng Ruoxue's slender waist. I went to concoct pills. Leng Ruoxue caressed his head like she was petting a puppy and comforted him. What pill did you concoct? The Freak was a little curious. In the past, Schwer didn't mind letting him watch her concoct pills. However, she actually left him outside this time. Boo-hoo. Poison. Leng Ruoxue said mysteriously. Who do you intend to poison? The Freak asked fearfully. Why did Schwer like to concoct poison recently? This was not a good sign. You'll know when the time comes. Leng Ruoxue kept him in suspense. As long as it's not for me, it doesn't matter who it is. The Freak wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Freak, why are you so cute? Of course not for you, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. You two are so mushy. Can you take note of your image? There are underage children here. Empty couldn't take it anymore. Underage children? Do you mean you? Leng Ruoxue deliberately said angrily. I've been an adult for many years. It's your son. Empty pointed at little fire in the Freak's arms. Horror is also an adult. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. As the spirit of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Horror had lived for countless years. However, Horror's mind was still that of a child. Mommy. Horror has lived for a long time. Horror said with a childish tone. Yes. By the way, what time is it now? Leng Ruoxue asked. Schwer, it's already night outside, the Freak said as he looked at the time. Oh, then let's go out quickly. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. Then she left the bracelet with the Freak. After exiting the bracelet, the two of them came to the living room. Leng Ruoxue found that everyone seemed to be waiting for them. The first elder and the third elder were so tired that they lay directly on the ground, panting non-stop. How much work did these two old men do? Why were they so tired? Leng Ruoxue was full of doubts and puzzlement. Lass, you're here. Old man Zhao said hurriedly when he saw them enter and kept winking at them. Yes. We overslept. Leng Ruoxue said shyly. I say, little girl. We're as tired as a dead dog, but you're actually sleeping. Boo-hoo. You're really too much of a bully. Third elder complained with a long face. Is it that bad? Old man Zhao, didn't I tell you to arrange some easy work for them first? Leng Ruoxue looked at old man Zhao accusingly. Lass. The work I arranged for little Hong is already very easy. Ask him if you don't believe me. Did I ask him to do any heavy work? Old man Zhao said aggrievedly, so anxious that he looked like he was about to cry. Third elder, say whatever grievance you have. Did old man Zhao ask you to do a new job? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. He doesn't seem to have asked me to do any heavy work. I'm just running errands non-stop. My old arms and legs are about to break from running here and there. The third elder carefully recalled, but he couldn't think of what he had done today. The only thing he remembered was that he had never been idle at all. He kept spinning like a top. Lass, did you hear that? I really didn't ask him to do any heavy work. I listened to you very well. You said to let them adapt first. How could I dare not to listen? Old man Zhao complained with an expression that said, you've wronged me. Old man Zhao, I'm sorry. The third elder is a newbie. You have to teach him slowly. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly apologized with a rather sincere expression on her face. Got it. I'll train him well. He's just too pampered and lacks training. Old man Zhao said understandingly. And what happened to you, first elder? Leng Ruoxue turned her skeptical gaze to the first elder after settling the third elder's matter. I'm very tired, I don't want to talk. First elder stammered. Boo-hoo. How tragic. He had already decided that he had to get a few Lan family members to go through thick and thin with him tomorrow. Alas. I really don't want to tell you that you haven't cooked dinner seeing how tired you are. Leng Ruoxue said awkwardly. What? Make dinner? Why do we have to make dinner? Third elder couldn't help shouting. Did he hear it right? This girl actually wanted them to make dinner. How could they know how to cook? Because you are our servants. So dinner is of course your job. Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. Aren't you staying in the inn now? You don't need us to cook at all. Third elder hurriedly said. In the past, it was because we didn't have anyone to serve us. Now that we have servants, who will still eat in the inn. Why don't you know how to save money? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help criticizing. They might not spend money staying here, but they had to pay for their meals themselves. Third elder rolled his eyes in anger. Little girl, you're too stingy to even to save this small sum of money. You've already taken a lot of money from our Lan family. Little girl. I'm impressed. How about this? In the future, you can have free food and lodging in all the guest shops of the Lan family, okay? Don't make us cook dinner anymore. We really can't take it anymore. The first elder begged. He was very sure now that these people were messing with them in different ways. Alas. He knew that he was still considered polite to them and had never offended them. How could they bully him like this? Boo-hoo. Really? Do the words of the first elder count? Don't you need to discuss this with your patriarch and the elder consortium? Do you have any evidence? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. Yes, I can decide. Ask the third elder if you don't believe me. The first elder also dragged the third elder into the water. Previous chapter. Yes. We can decide. The third elder said hurriedly. What about the proof? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Lass, take this token. In the future, all the inns and lodging in the Lan family will be free of charge. The first elder pulled a token from his waist helplessly and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. He couldn't help muttering in his heart, why was this little girl so shrewd? Alas. If their Lan family had such a descendant, would they still be afraid that the Lan family would not be prosperous forever? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Leng Ruoxue took the token and stored it in her ring. Lass, can we leave now? The third elder couldn't help asking. They should be able to go home since the problem of dinner was resolved. Is there anything else you need these two servants to do? Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to everyone. Yes. A lot. Yes, I have something too. I've been waiting for them all day. Everyone spoke at once. However, the heartbeat of the first elder and third elder accelerated with every word they said. The two old men almost fainted when they were done speaking. I see. But they're both so tired today. I'll plead for them. Let them go back and rest early. Leng Ruoxue pleaded. All right. Then go back early today. Don't oversleep tomorrow. There's a pile of work waiting for you. Leng Qingtian reminded them. Okay. The first elder and third elder swallowed their anger and answered. Boo-hoo. They were so tired that they didn't even want to get up. Why aren't you leaving yet? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise when she saw that they were still lying motionlessly after a while. Lass, we can't walk anymore. The first elder said helplessly. Alas. He really wanted to cry. Oh. Then I'll get the shopkeeper to send you back. Leng Ruoxue said thoughtfully. Hee, little girl, you're so kind-hearted. The third elder couldn't help but praise. Third elder, I won't call him for nothing. You have to pay me, Leng Ruoxue reminded with a light smile. The third elder was dumbfounded. His flattery was in vain. Moreover, he was kicked by a horse. Lass, forget it. I won't trouble you anymore. Let's go ourselves. The first elder propped himself up and said speechlessly. Alas. Tears were already flowing down his face. This girl was a vampire. Goodbye then. I won't see you out. Leng Ruoxue left the living room after speaking. Everyone followed Leng Ruoxue, including Lan Ming. First elder, they've all left. What should we do? Third elder said dumbfoundedly. These people were really fast. They left just like that. Boo-hoo. No one cared about them anymore. Let's think of a way to return ourselves. The first elder sighed. First elder, that little girl said she wants remuneration, so let's give it to her. The third elder couldn't help complaining. No, that little girl is too cunning. I'm afraid I'll be tricked by her again. The first elder said very cautiously. He was really a little afraid of that girl now. He didn't dare to promise her anything easily at all. But it shouldn't cost much to get someone, right? The third elder guessed. In fact, he was quite afraid too. It's definitely higher than our monthly salary. The first elder said with some lingering fear. If they really let that little girl call someone for them, they would probably have worked for nothing for the entire month. Moreover, he really didn't know how long he could last if he continued doing this. Then let's go by ourselves. Third elder said with some heartache. Boo-hoo. He was the third elder of the Lan family. How did he end up like this? He couldn't understand why they were abusing him like this. Okay, let's go. With that, the two old men supported each other and left the living room to the guest hall. When the shopkeeper saw the first elder and third elder, he hurriedly ran to them and waited for instructions. Shopkeeper, prepare a car for us and send us back to the Lan family. The third elder ordered weakly. Yes, please wait a moment, elders. The shopkeeper quickly replied and then turned to prepare the carriage. However, he couldn't help being puzzled. What happened to the first elder and third elder? Why were they so tired? After a while, the shopkeeper prepared the car and arranged for the waiter to help the two elders into the car. Then, he watched the two elders leave. The next day, first elder and third elder still arrived at the inn early. Their stamina had recovered after a night of rest. Elders, you look good today. Leng Ruoxue praised when she walked into the living room and saw the first and third elders waiting there. Yes, it's okay. Oh right, little girl, they are all the elders of our elder association. From today onwards, they are also your servants. The third elder pointed at the dozen or so people standing not far away from them and said with a smile. Humph. Want to see him and the first elder make a fool of themselves? Dream on. Therefore, these people who wanted to gloat were brought here by him and the first elder early this morning. This was called sharing difficulties together. What can they do? Leng Ruoxue looked at the dozen people with some disdain. These people were eating with faces full of oil and brains full of fat. They seemed to be inferior to the two old men. You can let them do whatever you want. There's no need to be polite. The first elder said. One sentence determined their miserable days for the next few days. When he and the third elder returned home yesterday, they were still discussing who to get to help them repay their debts. They didn't expect a few people to take the initiative to come knocking on their door. In that case, why should he be polite? Moreover, he used his position for personal gain to get everyone from the second elder's side, except for the second elder who was pretending to be sick, of course. Oh, alright then. Leng Ruoxue looked at the dozen people carefully from head to toe, the dissatisfaction on her face increasing. Why don't I see little second? Leng Ruoxue asked with slight dissatisfaction after looking around. Little second isn't feeling well. I've already reported to the patriarch to get someone to treat him, first elder said. What he implied was that he would come after being cured. Oh. I see. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then turned her gaze to Leng Qingtian and the others. Grandpa, there are enough servants today. Pick any one of them and leave the rest to me. Okay. Leng Qingtian and the others nodded slightly and began to choose their servants very seriously. After choosing for a long time, Leng Qingtian and the others each chose a servant with dissatisfaction. This time, there were a total of 13 Lan family elders including the first elder and the third elder, so there were 5 left after Leng Qingtian and the others chose. These 5 naturally belonged to Leng Ruoxue and the freak. Lass, what should we do with the 5 of them? The 2 of you can't use so many, right? Old man Zhao couldn't help asking. The meaning behind his words was obvious. He wanted another one. Didn't I give the third elder to you? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Ah. That's right. How did I forget little Hong? Hee. Look at my memory. Old man Zhao patted his head in realization. Lass, do I still have to work today? Third elder asked aggrievedly. What he implied was that why did he have to work even though he had already brought more than 10 people here? Of course you have to do it. However, you have subordinates today. You can instruct them to do any heavy work. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Okay, no problem. The third elder nodded repeatedly. How could he have forgotten about this? It seemed like he could relax a little today. First elder, follow my grandfather and Feng Jing today. Leng Ruoxue looked at the first elder and ordered. Okay, the first elder said helplessly. Alas. How could he say no? Is one servant for each of you enough? Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Zheng En and the others and asked. That's enough. They can't help much either. Zheng En said with great dissatisfaction. Okay. As for the 5 of you, take care of my beasts. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the 5 of them and said with a naughty smile. The elders of the Lan family couldn't help looking at the 5 of them with envy and jealousy when they heard that they were taking care of the beasts. In their opinion, taking care of the beasts was the easiest job. Alright, go and work quickly. Leng Ruoxue summoned a few beasts and said to the cute little beasts, these 5 are your servants. You can order them whatever you want. Okay. The beasts smiled mischievously and said happily. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Leng Ruoxue left the living room with the freak after speaking. Let's go. Old man Zhao said to his 2 servants. Just like that, only the 5 elders of the Lan family and Leng Ruoxue's beasts were left in the living room after Leng Qingtian and the others took away their servants. After seeing that everyone had left, the 5 elders each found a chair to sit down on, crossed their legs, drank tea like masters, and even called the shopkeeper to give them some food. As for Leng Ruoxue's cute little beasts, they automatically ignored them. Darling, looks like they don't care about us at all. What should we do now? Dazzle asked softly. Let me think about it. Darling sat on the table, crossed its calves, and propped its chin in one hand as it pondered. If they were to fight, they really did not have the confidence to defeat these old men. However, these old men were not their match in scheming. Rise, go find Master and ask her to let those violent birds out, Darling called Rise over and ordered softly. Okay, Rise replied. It turned to leave but was stopped. You're not allowed to go, Icy said lazily with its eyes closed. Darling was stunned and puzzled. Do whatever you want. What are you afraid of with me around? Icy said softly as it raised its eyelids. Alright then. Darling said helplessly. At the same time, it was thinking, you should have said so earlier. If you said so earlier, why would it want to look for that violent bird? Should I still look for Master then? Rise asked foolishly. Of course not. Come, do as I say. Darling called a few beasts and whispered. Hee, Darling, those 5 old men are really too annoying. We have to teach them a lesson, Dazzle said excitedly. Yes, they actually dared to look down on us. Darling said furiously. After making the arrangements, the beasts began to move according to their respective tasks. Fatty, come here and massage my shoulders. Darling ordered from above as it sat on the table. Fatty? Are you calling me? You, a little beast pet, actually dare to order me around. You're really tired of living, the fattest elder among the 5 said. What's wrong with ordering you? You're our servant now. Darling said disdainfully. Humph. It had always looked down on people who couldn't recognize it. Servant? This is too ridiculous. Can you afford to use us? We are the elders of the Lan family, the fatty said with a face full of arrogance. You are an elder in the Lan family, but you are servants in front of us. Cut the crap and come work for me quickly. Otherwise, we'll serve you with the family law. Darling threatened. Oh. Elders, these hairy beasts are actually threatening us. Tell me, what should we do? The chubby elder said to the other 4 provocatively. Of course we have to teach these hairy beasts a lesson and let them know how powerful we are. Humph. Our Lan family isn't to be trifled with, an elder said with a face full of disdain. Alright, let's teach these little beasts a lesson then, the chubby elder said resolutely. We are your masters, but you call us little beasts. You are obviously being disrespectful to your masters. Humph. You must be punished. Darling pretended to be angry. Actually, its main goal was to make them angry. This way, it would be justifiable to defame them. Little bastard, let's see who will punish who. With that, the chubby elder pounced in the direction of Darling. However, Darling was small and exquisite, and its body was very agile. How could it be caught easily by him? As for him, because he was too fat and his movements were slow, Darling easily left marks on its body, and the other beasts watching the commotion scratched him from time to time. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. The chubby elder roared furiously. He was so angry. These damn beasts actually launched a sneak attack. It was really infuriating. Oh. Coming. The other 4 people swarmed forward, wanting to help the fat elder catch Darling. However, the 5 of them collided and collapsed collectively on the ground instead. Pull the net. Darling quickly reminded when it saw the opportunity. It had thought of several plans with the goal of catching these damn old men. Okay. The beasts each took a corner and got a huge fish net from somewhere. They then netted the 5 elders who were lying together like fishes. The beasts exerted strength together and trapped the 5 elders in the fish net, hanging them on the roof beam. After they were done, the beasts imitated the 5 of them. They crossed their legs, drank tea, and ate snacks while criticizing the 5 of them. Darling, that fattest one stinks. I don't know how long it's been since he showered. He stinks. Dazzle complained while covering its little nose. Yes, these people stink. Charm, wash them up. Darling said to Charm, which was not far away. Okay, Charm replied and then sealed the 5 people in the fish net in ice. Will they freeze to death? Then there won't be any fun. Rise said worriedly. Don't worry, I know my limits, Charm said, a naughty smile flashing in its beautiful purple eyes. Alas. I thought I could have someone to serve me, but these 5 servants are really too disobedient. Rise said with some regret, its face full of disappointment. Don't worry. They need training. We'll use them after training them. Darling comforted. Alas. That's the only way, Rise said helplessly. The few beasts felt a little sleepy after eating and chatting for a while, so they slept next to Icy. As for the 5 people on the roof beam, they were unfortunately forgotten by them. It was already night time when they woke up. You're awake. Leng Qingtian looked at the sleepy beasts on the recliner with a doting face. Master's grandfather, why are you here? Darling asked a little foolishly, its silver eyes noticing that there were many people in the living room. Darling, did you sleep too much? It's already nighttime, Leng Qingtian reminded helplessly. It's already nighttime. Darling scratched its fluffy little head shyly and said in surprise. Yes. By the way, where are the 5 servants serving you? Leng Qingtian asked curiously. They had only seen these little beasts sleeping alone in the living room after coming back for so long. However, the servants who were supposed to be serving them were gone. They couldn't help but feel a little angry. Humph. How dare they find chances to laze around? Servants? On top? Darling pointed to the top of the living room with its little paw. Darling, what happened to them? Leng Qingtian looked in the direction Darling was pointing. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen them, but he was shocked when he saw them. The 5 of them were actually hung on the roof beam and frozen into ice. It was really too tragic. They called us hairy beasts, so we punished them, Darling said calmly as if it was talking about something trivial. These people can still move. How magical. Old Man Zhao exclaimed after looking at them for a while. Hee, of course they can, Charm said proudly. Charm. Well done, Old Man Zhao praised. Hee. Charm smiled proudly. By the way, where's Shuer? Leng Qingtian asked. Grandpa, I'm here. Leng Ruoxue's voice sounded from behind everyone. Hee, she came after intense calculation. Ruoxue, I want to complain. First Elder Feng was the first to speak with a displeased face. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement, her face full of puzzlement. I have a disobedient servant. He won't do anything I ask him to do, First Elder Feng complained aggrievedly. Shuer, Grandpa's too. Leng Qingtian also said. That person could be more well-behaved when the First Elder was around. However, after the First Elder left, the servant put on airs and even ordered him, his master. Is this true for all of you? Leng Ruoxue asked after looking around. Yes. Everyone encountered the same situation except for Old Man Zhao. Master, not only did the servants who served us not work well, they even scolded us. Darling's silver eyes welled up with tears as it complained aggrievedly. Darling, be good, don't cry. From tomorrow onwards, Master will teach them personally. I promise to teach them to be obedient. Leng Ruoxue promised. Yes. Darling nodded happily and rubbed Leng Ruoxue's body coquettishly. Grandpa, there's no medicinal herb exchange tomorrow anyway. Let these people undergo special training collectively. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Qingtian. Okay, Shuer, Grandpa has the same idea, Leng Qingtian agreed. First Elder, Third Elder, in view of their performance today. Leng Ruoxue deliberately said half a sentence. What do you want? First Elder asked fearfully. What he was most afraid of now was that Leng Ruoxue would think of ways to earn money from him again. Their performance at work is not good, so not only would your pay be deducted, you also have to be fined. Leng Ruoxue said with a friendly smile. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Fine? How much? Will you fine only them? The First Elder asked several questions in a row. He was very scared when he heard that he would be fined, afraid that he would be implicated by those people. Master, we request compensation for mental damage. They call us hairy beasts. Darling pointed at the 5 people on the roof beam. No problem. Leng Ruoxue was very protective. Humph. How dare you bully my beasts? How can I not skin you alive? First Elder, you heard it too, right? My beasts were hurt mentally, so. Leng Ruoxue deliberately didn't finish speaking. Little girl. This has nothing to do with me. The First Elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and wanted to cry but had no tears. Boo-hoo. Why was he so unlucky? Was he going to be implicated again? I know it's not your fault, so don't be scared. You won't be implicated. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile and comforted him. Oh, that's good. The First Elder was finally at ease. Boo-hoo. It was good as long as he didn't ask him to take money anymore. First Elder, for your sake, I'll only take 1 portion from them. Since they are all elders, the price for mental damage will be 1 billion per elder, Leng Ruoxue said very readily. The First Elder was stunned. What did she mean by only taking 1 portion? Everyone had already received 1 billion yuan. How much more did this girl want? The 5 elders, who were frozen in the fishnet, could still hear the conversation between Leng Ruoxue and the others even though they were frozen. Therefore, their reactions after hearing it could be said to be relatively intense. They even used their heads to hit the ice, but it was useless. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but snicker in her heart after seeing the reactions of the people on the roof beam from the corner of her eye. Humph. Serves you right. This is only the first step since you dare bully my beasts. First elder, do you have any objections to the mental damage compensation they need? Leng Ruoxue asked with a spurious smile. No, I have no objections. The first elder hurriedly said. It was fine as long as they didn't ask him for money. He couldn't be bothered with others. Hehe, it's settled then. First elder, go back early today. Remember, special training will begin tomorrow. Don't be late. Leng Ruoxue reminded them with a smile. The expression on her face was as kind as possible. Moreover, she was the first to leave the living room after speaking, and the others followed closely behind. All right then. The first elder braced himself. For some reason, he actually had a very bad feeling, as if someone was going to be unlucky. Boo-hoo. What was going on? However, he didn't have time to think too much as he watched Leng Ruoxue chase them away. He could only slip away ashenly from the living room with the elders of the Lan family. He only remembered that there were 5 people on the beam after the third elder reminded him when he walked to the door of the inn. Therefore, he returned with the third elder and took the big ice block off the beam before returning to the Lan family. In the living room, Leng Ruoxue and the others returned after the first elder and the others left. Hehe, lass, how do you intend to train those arrogant old men tomorrow? Old man Zhao asked curiously. This is a training plan I came up with during the day. Take a look. Leng Ruoxue took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to Leng Qingtian and the others. In fact, she had long thought that the elders would not listen obediently, so after leaving the living room in the morning, she returned to the bracelet to draft a special training plan. These plans were the fruits of the combined wisdom of her, the freak, empty, and the beasts in the bracelet. They would definitely be able to torment those elders half to death. Leng Qingtian and the others took the papers and looked at them carefully. Immediately, they broke out in cold sweat and were speechless for a long time after reading them. Lass, this plan is really good. After a while, old man Zhao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said fearfully, oh my god. How did this girl think of it? It's really too terrifying. Okay, as long as you're satisfied. Old man Zhao, go find the shopkeeper with Grandpa Lin. My plan needs his cooperation. Leng Ruoxue said to the 2 of them with a smile. Ruoxue, will the shopkeeper agree? Those people are the elders of the Lan family. Lin Liang asked uncertainty. He didn't think the shopkeeper would dare to cooperate with them to deal with these Lan family elders. Don't worry, he will be happy to cooperate with us, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. She was very confident about this. Alright, let's go find him. With that, Lin Liang and old man Zhao left the living room and went to the hall downstairs to look for the shopkeeper. After Lin Liang and old man Zhao arrived at the hall, they found the shopkeeper and explained their intentions. Then they handed the training plan to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper opened the few pieces of paper and looked at them. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his heart was racing. After a while, he said, The shopkeeper was so scared and anxious that he couldn't even finish his sentence. Don't worry. We understand what you mean. You will cooperate with us. We know. Hehe. Thank you. We'll go back to our rooms to prepare. Old man Zhao didn't give the shopkeeper a chance to speak at all. He pulled Lin Liang away from the hall and returned to his room. The shopkeeper, who was standing alone at the front desk, shook his head and nodded. The others in the hall were puzzled and wondered if he was mentally abnormal. Shopkeeper, what happened to you? A waiter couldn't help coming forward to wake the shopkeeper up from his daze and asked in puzzlement. It's okay. I'll leave for a while, the shopkeeper said to the waiter and then hurriedly left the inn. The shopkeeper headed straight for the Lan family after leaving the inn. In the Lan family mansion. In Lan Tao's study. Patriarch, first elder and the others have returned, fifth elder reported. Oh, is there anything today? Lan Tao, who was sitting behind the desk, looked up and asked casually. 5 elders offended Leng Ruoxue's beasts and were asked by Leng Ruoxue to compensate each person with a mental damage compensation of 1 billion purple coins. The 5th elder gloated. He was really too happy to see those people bleeding profusely. Oh. Alas. Why does this girl earn more money than me? I'm really impressed by her. Lan Tao said helplessly. Leng Ruoxue was really too similar to him in certain aspects. Patriarch, the 5th young miss and the guards of our Lan family are still in Leng Ruoxue's hands? Where should we pay for this? The 5th elder asked carefully. He knew that the patriarch was currently in pain over this matter. However, he couldn't not remind the patriarch. After all, the patriarch had already agreed. Didn't the elders of our Lan family go to work for her? Let's use them to repay the debt. Lan Tao said matter-of-factly. The 5th elder was a little speechless. So the patriarch didn't intend to fork out this sum of money at all. No wonder the time limit that the fire phoenix gave the patriarch was already up, but the patriarch didn't seem to be anxious. Patriarch, the wages of those elders are too low. I'm afraid they won't be able to repay Leng Ruoxue's debts even if they work for her for a lifetime. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue doesn't provide food, so. The fifth elder reminded, but he was interrupted by Lan Tao before he could finish speaking. They can come back to the Lan family to eat. Lan Tao said nonchalantly. That's true. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down the fifth elder's forehead as he echoed. Patriarch, the inn's manager requests an audience. At this moment, a guard's voice sounded from outside the study. Let him in. Lan Tao said, but he was muttering in his heart. Why was he here so late? Greetings, Patriarch and fifth elder. The shopkeeper bowed respectfully after entering the study and then stood in front of Lan Tao anxiously. Just say it. Lan Tao said. Yes, Patriarch. I find it really difficult to speak about this. The shopkeeper was in a difficult position. Boo-hoo. Would the patriarch blame him after he said it? Say it if you have something to say. Spit it out if you have it. Stop wasting time, the patriarch roared a little roughly. Yes, Patriarch. Take a look at this and you will understand. The shopkeeper directly placed the few pieces of paper he had been holding in front of Lan Tao. What is this? Lan Tao opened the pieces of paper doubtfully. His expression became more serious the more he read. The shopkeeper and the fifth elder carefully observed Lan Tao's expression from the side. They saw that his face alternated between green, white, and black. It was almost a color palette. After a long while, Lan Tao read through all the plans and was silent for a while. Finally, he said, this plan is not bad. Let's do as it says. Huh. The shopkeeper thought he heard it wrong and couldn't help looking at Lan Tao in puzzlement. I said do as it says. From tomorrow onwards, give the waiters in your shop a break. Let the elders do all the work in the shop, including cleaning the toilet. Lan Tao said loudly. Patriarch, what can those elders do? The shopkeeper said fearfully. Alas. Aren't they causing trouble for me? It's precisely because they don't know how to do it that they have to learn it. If they can do anything, why train them? Lan Tao asked in displeasure. But, what if they don't do well? The shopkeeper was a little worried. Those people were all elders. He, a mere shopkeeper, didn't dare to care. Tell them. Tell them what I said. If they don't do well, don't give them food. If they break anything, they have to pay double the compensation, Lan Tao said with a naughty smile. Okay then, the shopkeeper replied. Since the patriarch said so, what was there to be afraid of? The patriarch would naturally support him if anything happened. Therefore, he was more confident. Fifth elder, send the second elder to Leng Ruoxue tomorrow, Lan Tao said after some thought. Patriarch, isn't the second elder sick? The fifth elder said helplessly. The second elder had been pretending to be sick for a day. He was still complaining about the pain just now. Sick? You have to send him to me even if he's about to die. Lan Tao said nonchalantly. Yes, Patriarch. The fifth elder was so happy. Let him pretend to be sick. He had nothing to say now, right? Patriarch, I'll take my leave first. The shopkeeper said, seeing that the matter was resolved. Okay, go down. Oh right, try to satisfy Leng Ruoxue if she has any additional requests. Lan Tao reminded. Yes, I understand, the shopkeeper replied and left Lan Tao's study with the fifth elder. Fifth elder, why does the patriarch treat Leng Ruoxue so differently? The shopkeeper couldn't help asking curiously on the way out of Lan Tao's study. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just do what you have to do, the fifth elder said with a serious face. Yes, the shopkeeper quickly replied. Then he bowed to the fifth elder and quickly strode out of the Lan family mansion. The next morning. The first elder and the third elder led the elders of the Lan family to the inn early to prepare for the so-called special training. As for the second elder, they naturally brought him here even though he was being carried in. Leng Ruoxue and the others saw the second elder lying on the stretcher as soon as they entered the living room. Yo, little second is here today. Old man Zhao looked at the bald second elder and teased. Humph. The second elder snorted and turned his head to the side, ignoring old man Zhao. Little second, it's not good for you to keep people at a distance. Alas. I originally thought that you were a patient and wanted to arrange a more relaxed job for you. However, forget it since you don't appreciate it. I'm too lazy to be sentimental. Old man Zhao sighed with a sad expression on his face. Boo-hoo. His good intentions were actually being treated as ill intent. Old man Zhao, arrange something more relaxing for me. My performance these 2 days was pretty good, right? Third elder said ingratiatingly. Yes. Don't worry, you're doing very well. Old man Zhao patted the third elder on the shoulder like they were good brothers. Oh, is that so? Third elder asked curiously. In fact, he was a little uncertain about what this old man Zhao was saying. He was very afraid that there was some undercurrent, so it was better to ask clearly. Don't worry. It's your and the first elder's turn after arranging their work. Old man Zhao kept the third elder in suspense, wanting to make him anxious. Old man Zhao quickly arranged their work. Oh right, I'll leave little second to big sister Linger to train. Leng Ruoxue urged. Okay, let's begin immediately. Old man Zhao took out a piece of paper and read it according to what was written on it. After arranging everything, he realized that the dozen or so elders were all in a daze. That wouldn't do. Little Hong, wake them up quickly. They can't work in this state, old man Zhao said to the third elder. Okay. The third elder replied. Then, he gathered water attribute mystic energy in his palm, and threw an especially large water ball at the dozen or so elders. With a bang, the dozen or so elders instantly became all wet. However, they also returned to their senses. Little Hong, this method is good. I like it. Old man Zhao laughed and praised. You. What right do you have to make us do the work of these servants? The fat elder who was frozen into ice yesterday was the first to launch an attack. He still didn't seem to understand the situation in front of him clearly despite what happened yesterday. You're my family's servants now, right, first elder? Old man Zhao couldn't be bothered with him and asked the one who made the call. Yes, that's right. The patriarch also agreed. The first elder nodded very seriously. But, we are elders of the Lan family, the chubby elder roared indignantly. He couldn't understand why he, a mighty elder of the Lan family, had to be subservient to others. I'm still the first elder. I'm also their servant. What's there to fuss about, the first elder said with some displeasure. Humph. What was an elder? Which of these people's status was higher than his? He didn't even say anything. What right did these people have to shout here? The chubby elder was speechless and didn't dare to say anything else. Boo-hoo. Yes. The first elder didn't even complain, how could it be his turn? As expected of the Lan family's first elder. I'm relieved to leave these elders to you. Old man Zhao praised with a chuckle. Don't worry. I'll supervise them properly. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down the first elder's forehead, and he secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he did not have to undergo special training with these elders. He just had to supervise them. Yes, listen carefully. In order to train you, all the waiters in the inn are on holiday, so their work will be completed by you. Therefore, you have to be on full alert. Humph. We won't be the ones to take action if you delay the Lan family's business. Old man Zhao reminded. Don't worry, I will watch over them, the first elder promised. Yes. Hurry up and bring them to their jobs. Old man Zhao urged impatiently. First elder and third elder nodded, and then they left the living room with the dozen or so elders. Those elders really began their miserable lives. Little second, it's only you now. Leng Ruoxue looked at the second elder on the single rack with a naughty smile, the gloating in her tone obvious. However, the second elder did not react at all. Little second. Leng Ruoxue called out again. The second elder still didn't react. I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Old man Zhao kicked the second elder fiercely and roared angrily. How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? I'm the second elder of the Lan family. The second elder roared in anger after reacting. He was really being bullied by a dog. The mighty second elder of the Lan family, who was also a mystic emperor, was actually being bullied by a mystic. Boo-hoo. Was there any justice in this world? Little second, please take a good look at the situation in front of you. You're only a servant of our family in front of us, not some second elder. If you want to be the second elder, do that when you return to your Lan family. Old man Zhao reminded him rudely. Humph. How dare you treat the elders of the Lan family like this? Our patriarch won't let you go. The second elder brought up the patriarch, wanting to threaten Leng Ruoxue and the others. Is that so? What if I tell you that your patriarch used you to repay the debt? Oh right, I forgot to tell you that your patriarch sent someone to inform me last night that the Lan family is currently tight on money, so they're using you, the elders who only eat and don't work, to repay the debt. Old man Zhao told the second elder this terrifying truth with a smile. In fact, Lan Tao sent his trusted subordinates to inform them that he wanted to use these elders to repay the debt last night after knowing their plan. At that time, they immediately understood that Lan Tao did not intend to bleed anymore. These elders seemed even more useless than the purple coins. This is impossible. The patriarch won't do that. This concerns the Lan family's honor. The second elder didn't believe old man Zhao at all, nor did he believe that the patriarch would use them as collateral. The Lan family has so many elders, so what if a dozen of you disappear? Moreover, look at you all, you're all full of sh*t. How can the Lan family afford you? Therefore, it's normal to abandon you. Old man Zhao said with a face full of realization. No, I don't believe you. The second elder roared at the top of his lungs, his face red with anger. This is a letter personally written by your patriarch. Take a look if you don't believe me. Old man Zhao took out a letter from his ring and handed it to the waiter who refused to believe the truth. How did this happen? Second elder hurriedly opened the letter, and couldn't help being a little dumbfounded after reading it. Boo-hoo. This was indeed the patriarch's handwriting. But how could this be? Why would the patriarch abandon them? Alas. My condolences. Old man Zhao said sympathetically, but his face was full of schadenfreude. Boo-hoo. The second elder couldn't take this blow and wailed. This isn't the end. Old man Zhao frowned and said impatiently. He really couldn't tell. This little second was quite good at crying. Old man Zao, since little second is my servant, hand him to me. I have a way to make him unable to cry. Feng Linger flew in front of old man Zao and said proudly. Previous chapter.